23-year-old Laura Kempton lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1981. She was a student at the Portsmouth Beauty School and was employed at the Macro Polo gift store and Karen's ice cream parlor. Laura was known to be an outgoing free spirit with a big personality and was particularly social. Laura was last seen entering her Chapel Street apartment alone during the early morning hours of September 28, 1981. A police officer attempting to serve a court summons related to unpaid parking tickets found Laura's body a few hours later. As the officer made his way up to the residence, he noticed a wooden panel piece on the front door was missing. Through the small opening, he could see Laura's body lying on the floor just inside the apartment. An autopsy showed that her life was taken shortly after entering her apartment. She suffered massive trauma to the left side of her head. Laura had incurred multiple skull fractures, as well as lacerations and contusions on her brain. She had also been assaulted, which meant DNA could be collected from her body. Investigators collected other evidentiary items from the crime scene as well and stored it to be used later. They interviewed other residents in Laura's apartment complex but gathered no useful information. The case sadly went cold. In 1986, investigators revealed that they questioned Ronald Spiewak about Laura's slaying. He took the lives of 2 other women in Boston, Massachusetts. Spiewak denied involvement, but Portsmouth police were purportedly monitoring his case. In taking a closer look at the crimes he was charged with, the only blatant association is that Ronald Spiewak hailed from a city in New Hampshire, roughly 45 minutes from Portsmouth, hardly a smoking gun. Spiewak had picked up his victims, Gina Quarnier and Kathleen McGuire, on 2 separate occasions in Boston. Though he eventually confessed to ending their lives, Spiewak contended that in both instances each of them had pulled a knife on him, demanding additional payment for their services. He claimed he only acted in self-defense. Spiewak strangled both women and dumped their bodies elsewhere. Gina's in an abandoned railway car in South Boston, and Kathleen's along the driveway of a tourist information booth on Interstate 95 in Kittery, Maine. No real ties to Laura's case were ever identified. In 1998, 2 Portsmouth detectives attending a conference in Florida listened intently as an investigator with the Naval Investigative Service presented the unprosecuted case of Dina Kitchler. Dina had been assaulted and strangled with a rope in her home in Mayport, Florida in December of 1990. Signs of an intense struggle and clumps of Dina's long, dark hair were present all over the house, a large portion having been cut off in her bathtub. Dina's husband, a naval officer, had been deployed at the time of the crime. Portsmouth Police Captain James Tucker could not believe what he was hearing. The similarity of Dina's case to the slaying of a New Hampshire woman, Michelle LaFond, was astonishing. And better yet, authorities had already arrested a man by the name of John Brewer in connection with Dina's case. Regrettably, he had been released from custody shortly after his arrest, as authorities lacked sufficient physical evidence. But as new details emerged in regards to the Dublin, New Hampshire case of Michelle LaFond, John Brewer found himself back in custody before long. Portsmouth investigators were able to pinpoint a definitive link between Brewer and Michelle LaFond. In searching through records, James Tucker located a job application that John Brewer had filled out, listing Michelle's husband, Gary, as a reference. Police matched DNA from hairs collected in the Kitchler case to DNA taken from a DNA sample in the LaFond case, and John Brewer was arraigned and charged for both cases. News of the indictment swept the Granite State, and it was reported that Brewer had been linked to 3 other cases, 2 in Portsmouth and 1 in Florida. It appeared that Brewer was living in New Hampshire at the time that Laura Kempton's life was ended, but his modus operandi proved perceptibly divergent. No real correlations were ever made. Perhaps it was just a hasty assumption due to the fact that the detectives who had brought Brewer to justice were from Portsmouth. Other rumors swirling among the small seacoast town pinned what happened to Laura on a couple of young men in the area known to be violent drug suppliers. Previously gracing the pages of the police logs with more minor offenses, members of the operation led by a Portsmouth local, Thomas Firozeh, had escalated to far more intemperate crimes. Firozeh in particular had been arrested for assaulting several women. Eventually, he was indicted in March of 1982 for fatally shooting 24-year-old Valerie Blair in the neighboring town of Rye. Blair was found in Audiarn State Park, having been shot 5 times in the head and face with a .22 caliber pistol. Thomas Firozeh was incarcerated for decades but maintained his innocence. He blamed what happened to Valerie Blair on one of his cohorts, who he states must have stolen his firearm. In an interview, Firozeh asserted he believed the same man took Laura Kempton's life. Firozeh said that Laura was a customer of theirs, and his friend became upset when he saw her kissing someone in her apartment while they were there conducting a transaction. Interestingly, Firozeh's girlfriend in 1982 was enrolled at the Portsmouth Beauty School, where Laura Kempton was enrolled as well. Firozeh's DNA was collected, but he was never charged with any additional crimes. The man Thomas Firozeh blamed for Laura's case was looked at by police and cleared. The next major update came on July 20th, 2023. It was then that investigators announced Laura's case was finally solved after 42 years. Investigators identified the man responsible as Ronnie James Lee, who was 21 at the time. Officials said Lee lived and worked in Portsmouth. Assistant Attorney General Rachel Harrington said, "There is no indication that he knew or was acquainted with Laura Kempton." Lee served in the U.S. Army until May 15, 1981, and then worked for MBI Security at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from June 1981 to August 1982. Lee used his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth when he was arrested by Portsmouth police on November 8, 1982 on an attempted theft charge. Lee's criminal history includes being linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in 1983, including 2 burglaries he pleaded guilty to. In 1987, Lee was convicted of charges stemming from a burglary in Keene, New Hampshire, that included the assault of a woman in that home. He was sentenced to prison, where he was held from December 1987 to July 1990. Lee lost his life on February 9, 2005, at the age of 45 after he overdosed. Officials with the Attorney General's office said if Lee were alive, he would face first-degree charges for knowingly ending Laura's life during the commission or attempted commission of aggravated felonious assault, and alternatively for striking her with a blunt object, which was believed to be a wine bottle. Investigators said they were able to identify Lee through genetic genealogy techniques. They said physical evidence collected from the scene in 1981 revealed, after forensic analysis done decades later, a male DNA profile. Beginning in 2022, officials said Portsmouth Police worked in conjunction with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Genetic Genealogy Research Organization Identifiers International to conduct forensic genetic genealogy to identify the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene as Lee. Because Lee is not alive anymore, the case is considered closed and solved. Laura's family released a statement about the case being solved. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment of the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. The family would like to acknowledge retired Captain John Tracie, Portsmouth Police Department Investigative Division, and his team members past and present who have worked tirelessly on Laura's case. Their extraordinary efforts have led to this important moment today. Many, many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. The Kempton family would like to request privacy at this time as we process this information. Thank you all. In the past, law enforcement officials have said Laura's case and the demise of Tammy Little in Portsmouth in 1982 were potentially connected. When asked about Tammy's case, Attorney General John Formella said it is still being investigated. The Little case remains under investigation, Formella said. It is our hope that what we are announcing today may give us some additional information about that case. It was Tuesday, October 19, 1982, and nobody had heard from Tammy Little over the course of a couple of days. The 20-year-old Portsmouth Beauty School student was last seen by friends who dropped her off at her home after a night out over the weekend. Though she lived alone, the sociable young woman would never intentionally make herself unreachable for such a long period of time. When she had not surfaced, it was clear that something was discernibly wrong. Tammy's mother was justifiably concerned. She decided to look in on her daughter at her Maplewood Avenue apartment. What she encountered that October day in 1982 was utterly scarring. Her child's lifeless body in her home, and she had been beaten ferociously. Authorities swarmed 315 Maplewood Avenue to process the case after Tammy's mother called them. Investigators collected physical evidence from the home and interviewed nearby neighbors. An autopsy was performed the following day, revealing that Tammy had succumbed to massive head injuries, having been viciously bludgeoned. In the coming days and months, as Tammy's family and friends mourned her monumental loss, the remainder of the city was left in a state of heightened distress. The fears of many residents had seemingly been confirmed, and an air of trepidation shrouded the community. It had happened again. Another girl, another crime, no arrest. The similarities between Laura and Tammy's cases are striking, but the two women share much more in common than the way in which their lives ended. Both Tammy and Laura lived alone in ground-level apartments in Portsmouth and attended the Portsmouth Beauty School. They had been aspiring models, having photographs taken in hopes of acquiring work. Both women were outgoing and frequented a couple of the same bars downtown, and they lost their lives in the early morning hours of a weekend day in the fall. They lived just a mile from one another. The hope is that DNA will soon reveal whether Ronnie James Lee is responsible for taking Tammy Little's life as well. 23-year-old Sherald Monique Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina in 2002. She was married to high school sweetheart John Osby. They had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. Justice woke up on the morning of August 16, 2002, and realized that Sherald had not waken her up in time for the school bus, and she missed it. Justice went to her mom's bedroom, and it was there that she discovered that someone had taken Sherald's life. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled and presumably assaulted. It was not made public if there were signs of forced entry, or if investigators were able to collect forensic evidence from the crime scene that belonged to the perpetrator. Despite an extensive investigation by authorities, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Justice and John grieved together for 17 more years. Then came December 2019. After going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators were unable to track down the person that shot him, and for years the family was left wondering if they would ever get answers to what happened to John and Sherald Taylor. That changed when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Samoji as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator in January 2023. His job was to pore over the office's unsolved cold cases, looking for anything that investigators may have missed in the past, and using new technology to find clues that were out of reach before. Detective Samoji first looked into John Osby's case before realizing Sherald's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Sherald. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Sherald Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Sherald and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record, assaults from when he was a teen. In both those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Sherald's case. I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases, a cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information, and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the State Commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away, but once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Ms. Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, co-workers, schoolmates, and anyone that she has ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too, he added. Sherald's daughter, Justice Osby, had this to say after the arrest. Unbelievable, unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming. Justice said she is grateful to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice, and she is glad that she can finally have some closure. She said, "I am just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure for my family, because today is a good day." On August 13, 2014, a 13-year-old girl in Charlotte, North Carolina, told police that she had been assaulted by an unknown man. The incident took place along Shamrock Drive near Eastway Drive. She was taken to a nearby hospital where evidence of an assault was collected. Repeatedly throughout the years, investigators would try and match the DNA of the perpetrator to a DNA profile they have in their databases. Recently, investigators with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department identified 33-year-old Travon Levi Woods as the man responsible for assaulting the 13-year-old girl. The identification was made by matching DNA in the combined DNA index system. Woods was arrested for this crime on October 27, 2023. On the exact date of his arrest, Woods was leaving the Alexander Correctional Institute in Taylorsville after completing his sentence for unrelated charges. Police said they took Woods to the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and served him with his new warrants. A trial date has not been determined yet. 19-year-old Army Private Amanda Gonzalez was stationed on a U.S. Army base in Hanau, Germany in 2001. She was working as a battalion cook. When she failed to report for duty on November 5, 2001, soldiers broke down the door to her room to find her body on the floor of the barracks. She had been strangled and assaulted. Amanda was 4 months pregnant when her life was taken. Amanda grew up in Madisonville, Texas, and had many friends, her family said. In high school, she had a reputation for being caring and sticking up for her fellow classmates if they were bullied. In 2000, she surprised her family by showing up at their home with a recruiter to tell them she was joining the Army. She planned to use her GI Bill to pay for college and become a physical therapist for children. That same reputation of caring for others earned her the nickname Firecracker when she joined the military. If she saw someone being mistreated, she would step in between and just go off. Amanda's case was investigated, but unfortunately, no suspect could be identified. For 21 agonizing years, her family has been asking questions and getting no answers, as investigators made no arrests. Amanda's mother, Gloria Bates, said, "It was just the same call. Every once a week I would get a call, answer it, nothing new, saying it was the same story. It was like a recording. Every time we come visit her gravesite, I tell her I am not giving up. I am not giving up." Gloria and her husband, Michael Bates, spent years writing to lawmakers and shows like Dr. Phil and America's Most Wanted. The break in the case finally came in 2023. The Justice Department named 42-year-old Shannon L. Wilkerson, a former Armed Forces member, as the man responsible for what happened to Amanda Gonzalez. Wilkerson was arrested in Florida on February 23, 2023. He faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if convicted. He entered a not guilty plea. Officials said that Wilkerson was an active duty soldier in 2001 and was later discharged. According to the brief indictment against Wilkerson, the suspect was discharged from the U.S. Army on July 31, 2004, and was discharged from the U.S. Army Reserve on June 12, 2007. Former FBI agent Brad Garrett said, "There is no statute of limitations for the crime of taking a life. To charge somebody in federal court with this specific crime, you have to have a fair amount of information and evidence to show that you could win this case in a trial. The arrest marked the next chapter in the investigation that lasted longer than Amanda lived and came not a moment too soon. Amanda's cousin, Deanne Lucio, said, "She still instilled that fighting spirit because she was a fighter, and it allowed all of us to keep going for her and to never give up." Amanda's mother, Gloria, said, "We have to continue on and fight for them because they cannot fight for themselves. They do not have a voice. You are their voice." Amanda's stepfather, Michael Bates, said he hopes the tragedy his family suffered can improve the conditions for female soldiers. Unfortunately, a motive for the crime has not been given. Investigators also did not elaborate on what led them to Shannon L. Wilkerson. 16-year-old Pamela Lynn Conyers lived in Baltimore, Maryland in 1970. She attended Glen Burnie High School. On the evening of October 16, 1970, Pamela attended a high school pep rally and then drove to the Harrendale Plaza Mall at around 8:30 p.m. Pamela never returned home from running her errands, and her family reported her missing. 4 days later, authorities discovered her body in a wooded area. Her body was found between the eastbound and westbound lanes of Maryland Route 177, extending into Millersville, Maryland. She had been strangled and assaulted. Nearby, between Mountain Road and Route 100, they found the family car that she had been driving. Nothing in the car indicated where Pamela was or what had happened to her. When investigators collected evidence from the crime scene, they had no idea how it would later be used. The case was investigated using traditional methods, but unfortunately, a suspect could not be identified and the case went cold. Finally, on March 10, 2023, law enforcement officials from the Anne Arundel County Police Department announced that they finally solved Pamela's case. They identified Forrest Clyde Williams III as the man responsible. He was identified using DNA technology and genetics research. Frustratingly, he passed away in 2018 of natural causes. Anne Arundel County police officials said there was no evidence to suggest Pamela knew Williams. Federal and local officials praised detectives for pursuing a decades-long search for justice in the case. FBI agent Tom Sobocinski said, "We are pleased to deliver a measure of justice for Pamela Conyers and her loved ones. Cases may grow cold, investigators may change, but this proves that for law enforcement, victims are never forgotten." Detectives used DNA analysis and a process called investigative genetic genealogy, neither of which existed when Pamela's life was ended in 1970, Sobocinski said. Cold case detectives recently developed a DNA profile that they compared to information available in publicly accessible genealogical databases. That allowed them to identify potential relatives of the suspect, create a family tree, and ultimately pinpoint Williams. Sobocinski declined to specify which relatives led them to Williams or describe the process in detail. He did say that the case demonstrates how evolving technology allows law enforcement to solve cold cases, a process that has given hope where previously there may have been none. Such genealogical investigations have revolutionized cold case investigations across the country in recent years, though privacy advocates have expressed concern about the implications of law enforcement accessing public genealogy databases. Anne Arundel County officials provided little information about Williams, saying only that he had a sparse criminal history and spent most of his life in Virginia. He was 21 years old back in 1970. His family moved to Maryland when Williams was a teenager, and he attended an Anne Arundel County high school. He moved back to Virginia sometime later. Police presented an old mugshot of Williams from the early 1970s, saying he was arrested locally on minor counts, including drunk and disorderly conduct. Williams was survived by 2 children and many other relatives, according to his obituary. Anne Arundel County Police Chief Amal Awad said during the news conference that if Williams was still alive, he would have been charged with taking the life of Pamela Conyers. She was quite simply doing what most 16-year-old high school students did back then, living her life, creating memories, and spending precious moments with her family and friends. Simply celebrating and enjoying the essence of her teen years until her life was tragically and selfishly taken. Pamela was never forgotten, nor will she ever be forgotten, the chief added. Michael Golden, a high school classmate of Pamela, said the announcement brought some sense of closure, but also raised more questions. Golden attended the news conference with his high school yearbook in hand, opening it to a photo of Pamela. "It is still frustrating because I do not know anything about this guy," he said of the suspect. "It is something all of our classmates have been grappling with for all these years." Golden, who befriended Pamela during band practice, said he vividly remembers when she went missing. He recalled an image of her empty desk in trigonometry class the Monday morning after her disappearance. "I still mourn her," he said. "I got to grow old, and she did not. She is forever 16. David Wells, another longtime community member whose wife went to school with Pamela, said he was serving in the Air Force when the case was unfolding. He recalled being stationed in Hawaii and receiving letters from family members about the tragedy back home. Officials said detectives do not believe Pamela's case is connected to the slaying of Catherine Ann Sesnick, a Baltimore nun who went missing from a local shopping center. Her body was later found. She suffered blunt force trauma. That case was featured in a 2017 Netflix documentary, The Keepers. Law enforcement said Pamela's family were notified of the development and requested privacy. 43-year-old Erick Shears lived in Houston, Texas in 2013. He was a father, family man, and friend to many. Erick was described as funny and witty. He loved to cook, and he loved to have family functions. When family members had not heard from him for a few days in January 2013, his uncle, Curtis Anderson, decided to go take a look. Curtis went to Erick's West Houston apartment on Fountain View Drive and made a gruesome discovery. Erick had been stabbed numerous times. Investigators collected forensic evidence from the crime scene and started the investigation. Family members told police that Erick had told them about a potential boyfriend, but unfortunately they did not know who this man was. Leads dried up and the case went cold. Recently, Houston police reviewed the case and conducted DNA testing on evidence that was collected back in 2013. Results from the DNA tests indicated that Raymond Lincoln was responsible for taking Erick's life. Investigators found messages between the two men that implied a relationship. Lincoln was then interviewed. He confessed to the crime. He claimed Erick made unwanted advances which led to a fight and struggle over a knife. The circumstances are extremely similar to those of a 1992 slaying for which Lincoln was convicted. The victim in that case was also a male, and Lincoln also claimed unwanted advances. 52-year-old Raymond Charles was officially charged with taking the life of Erick Shears on April 28, 2023. Detectives with the Houston Police Department called Erick's family to notify them of the development in the case. After such a long wait, his family is now ready for swift justice. Erick's uncle Curtis Anderson, who made the discovery, said, "He is living in his own hell. They are just going to put him in a cage now." Erick's cousin, Natasha Simmons, said, "I always prayed about it. I always wondered, hey Lord, this can be possible. I love him and I miss him. I miss him very much." Lincoln is being held on a $150,000 bond for the charge against him. Police are asking anyone who may have information about other cases involving Lincoln to call detectives at 713-308-3600 or Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. 16-year-old Kimberly Louiselle lived in Livingston County, Michigan in 1982. She loved poetry and spending time with her sisters. On March 20th, 1982, Kimberly left her boyfriend's home and called her mom from a gas station payphone to tell her she was on her way home. She decided to hitchhike. It was something she had done before. She started in the area of 8 Mile and Inkster Roads. She got a ride to the area of 8 Mile and Merriman Roads in Livonia. At around 6:30 p.m., she made at least 4 phone calls trying to find a ride the rest of the way home. Sadly, Kimberly never made it back home, and she was not seen alive again. Her family searched for her, tracked down her friends, but could not find any trace of her. She was reported missing to the Green Oak Township Police Department the next day. Kimberly Louiselle's mother said police kept asking her about her daughter being a runaway. "She was not a runaway. She was on her way home. She said she was on her way home," Joanna Louiselle said. The days turned into weeks. Then her body was found. On April 14, 1982, Kimberly Louiselle's body was found behind a park and ride in the Island Lake Recreation Area near Grand River Avenue and Kensington Road, just 5 miles from her home. She had been assaulted, beaten, and strangled. Her personal belongings were not located. An autopsy revealed that even though she had been missing for more than 3 weeks, she lost her life 4 or 5 days before being found. Investigators with the Green Oak Township Police Department exhausted all leads before the case went cold. Kimberly's sister, Cindy Authors, dedicated herself to helping track down the perpetrator. About 15 years ago, I had just started Googling her name to see if I could find anything on her, and I found 2 really old articles that did not have the right information, Cindy Authors said. That kind of upset me that I could not find any information on it. It was like she just did not exist. So that was where I started because I wanted to correct the wrong information, and then it just went from there. Cindy Authors started a Facebook page to share information about the case, posted flyers, and tracked down her sister's friends. She became a pseudo-detective. Kimberly's case got a new set of eyes recently when Michigan State University students taking part in a cold case internship with Michigan State Police took interest. The students sifted through boxes of evidence and files, and there was a name that caught their eye: Charles David Shaw. Back in 1983, someone had tipped police that Shaw had lived in the area where Kimberly Louiselle lived. They said he had recently destroyed his apartment, and they thought it was suspicious. Police took note but never tracked Shaw down. That was interesting because in early 2023, Livingston County cold case investigators announced Shaw as the suspect in the 1983 slaying of 19-year-old Christina Castiglione. Christina lived with her mother and father in Redford Township at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen between 7:30 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. on March 19, 1983, walking westbound on 5 Mile Road near Lola Park in Redford Township. Her mother reported her missing on March 21, 1983. Her body was found on March 29, 1983 in the Oak Grove State Game area on Fawcett Road in Deerfield Township. Police were able to obtain DNA from Christina's body. In March 2022, investigators applied and received grant funding through Season of Justice, a nonprofit organization dedicated to funding DNA testing on unsolved cold cases. In May 2022, the DNA evidence was sent to Othram Lab in Texas, the company behind DNA Solves. Othram used the genealogical profile to identify leads in the case and turned that evidence over to investigators. Investigators said through that work and cooperation from the suspect's family, they were able to identify beyond a reasonable doubt who the perpetrator was. The cooperation of the Shaw family during the investigation was paramount to identifying Charles Shaw as the person responsible for what had happened to Christina Castiglione, Livingston County investigators said in a press release. Investigators then began focusing on Shaw as a suspect in Kimberly Louiselle's case. They created maps of areas where he was known to spend time, like where he lived and where he worked, and they discovered that those locations surrounded Kimberly's location. Investigators did a property audit on all the property and all the evidence that they had in the case. The students and detectives took that evidence to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab and asked for it to be retested. They were hoping for a miracle. Then, 4 months later, they got a hit. DNA was found on one of the items that had been collected from the crime scene. The DNA had been among the evidence for 40 years and had gone unnoticed. The cell was uploaded into the system and linked to Shaw. The announcement came in September 2023. Investigators believe Shaw kidnapped Kimberly while she was walking. Police said they are 100% confident that Charles David Shaw is responsible for taking the life of Kimberly Louiselle. Shaw's body was found in Detroit on November 27, 1983. The medical examiner's report listed the cause as accidental asphyxiation. Unfortunately, there will then never really be justice. Shaw had several interactions with law enforcement beginning at a young age. One such interaction resulted in his arrest in 1981 for the attempted abduction of a woman in the Fowlerville McDonald's parking lot. Detectives are exploring the possibility that Shaw is responsible for additional crimes during the early 1970s until his end in November 1983. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective Sergeant Larry Rothman of the Michigan State Police at 313-407-9379. Cindy Authors posted, "Kim, I love you, I miss you, and I will never let you be forgotten. I kept my promise. It's over." She also posted a picture of herself and her parents and sister Cathy standing with Michigan State Police cold case detective Sergeant Larry Rothman. Her father is holding a picture of Kimberly. 37-year-old Robin Warr Lawrence lived in Fairfax, Virginia in 1994. She was married to Ollie Lawrence. They had a 2-year-old daughter together. Robin worked in the promotions department of Merchants Tire and Auto Centers. In November 1994, Ollie was out of the country on a work trip. He grew concerned when he was unable to reach Robin. He asked a family friend to check in on her. The family friend went to their home on November 20th, 1994 at 12:30 p.m. and discovered a heinous and tragic scene. Robin Lawrence's body was found inside the house, located in the 8600 block of Reska Lane in Springfield, Massachusetts. She had been stabbed. Her daughter was left unharmed in another room. She was alone in the house over the weekend until her mother's body was discovered. Investigators were able to locate DNA belonging to the perpetrator at the crime scene. It was tested, but technology at the time was not advanced enough to find a match. In 2019, cold case detectives began working with Parabon Nanolabs, a company in Northern Virginia that specializes in DNA phenotyping and genetic genealogy analysis. The company worked to build a family tree to narrow down who the suspect could be. The company uses processes that predict physical appearance and biological relationships from unidentified DNA evidence. For 3 years, detectives used the family tree to try to put things together, and ultimately they were led to 51-year-old Stephen Smirk of Niskayuna, New York. Once Smirk was identified, police used digital composite sketches from Parabon to estimate what Smirk may have looked like at the time of the crime. That image was compared to photos of Smirk as a younger man. Detectives traveled to New York, spoke to Smirk, and collected a DNA sample. The detectives also left a business card with Smirk. When they returned to their hotel, he called and confessed to the crime. Stephen Smirk said that he is ready to talk. He then went to the local police station and turned himself in. Detectives then had a conversation with him where Smirk confessed to and fully described his slaying and robbing of Robin Lawrence. In September 2023, a news conference was held by the Fairfax County Police Department. They announced that Stephen Smirk had been taken into custody and that he was charged with taking Robin's life. Eli Corey, Deputy Chief of Investigations, said that the crime was a randomly selected act with no connection between Smirk and Robin. It was also noted that Smirk has no criminal history and that this is the first time he was ever arrested. Corey said that Smirk will be extradited from New York to Virginia. He also said that Smirk is not a person of interest or suspect in any other crimes that the department is aware of. Smirk, who is now married with 2 children, was serving as an active duty member of the Army at the time that the crime occurred. After almost 30 years of work, Smirk is behind bars and he is going to be held accountable for his actions, Corey said. Members of Lawrence's family, including her surviving daughter, attended the news conference but did not take any questions. Robin's husband, Ollie Lawrence, did later state that he was flabbergasted to hear a suspect had been arrested. "You could have probably knocked me over with a feather," Ollie said. "After all of this time, you have hope, but you also wonder, will they really find someone after 29 years? On June 5, 1976, in Union, Kentucky, Dr. Gaines Huey, a dentist from Walton, left for work as usual. Driving down Chambers Road, something caught his eye. A lifeless body of a teenage girl by the roadside next to a culvert. Kentucky State Police were called. At around 7:15 a.m., Trooper Jan Wushner and his team from the Walton State Police Department reached the scene. The victim's body had numerous cuts and bruises, but the biggest injury was to the head. The detectives also discovered deep strangulation marks around the neck. They examined the crime scene, discovering broken twigs and flattened grass. It was clear the body was dragged here. There was no blood splatter on the crime scene. The crime happened somewhere else. This was just the dumping ground. The culprit did not bother to hide the body at all. It was left in plain sight, as if he wanted it to be found. Investigators combed the area, but they could not find the lethal weapon, fingerprints, or any other clues. With no witnesses or concrete evidence, Detective Wushner had no leads to follow. With the crime scene investigation yielding no results, investigators turned to the victim's body for answers. Her body was sent to the county's medical examiner's lab for an autopsy. The results of the autopsy revealed she had suffered a vicious assault. A tire iron was used as a weapon with extreme force. Disfigured by extensive bruising and swelling, the victim's face was nearly unrecognizable. A deep laceration on her head was evident. The signs of genital abuse and brutal physical trauma were clear. The cause was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head and asphyxiation by manual strangulation. When all hope was lost, the forensic team made a breakthrough. They discovered foreign DNA on the victim's clothing. But when they ran the DNA sample through the central database, no match was found. With no further leads, the case file started gathering dust and went cold. The girl whose life was ended so brutally was just 16 years old. She was identified as Carol Sue Klaber. Carol Sue Klaber, born and raised in Boone County, Kentucky, came into this world in 1960. She attended Dixie Heights High School, where she was a senior. Carol Sue was known not just as a good student, but for her passion for music. She played the piano and violin. She was deeply involved in the school's band, which became a significant part of her life. Carol was more than just a student and a musician. She was also a loving sister. She had a close relationship with her brothers Charles and Thomas Klaber. Carol Sue was only 10 when her father passed away due to heart failure. Carol Sue led a very normal life in a quiet town, but what truly set Carol Sue apart were her frequent visits to DeVal Park in western Covington, Kentucky. In an era when communication relied on face-to-face interactions, DeVal Park was her sanctuary, her place to unwind, her hub for socializing. Here, she enjoyed riding her bike and engaging in heart-to-heart conversations with friends. Carol's charismatic and outgoing nature made her a popular figure among her friends whom she met at DeVal Park. At around 5:30 p.m. on June 4th, she took a bike ride to the park. The plan was to meet friends for dinner at Z's Hyde Park restaurant. But rather than spending time with her friends, witnesses at the park observed her talking to a stranger. He was approximately 5 foot 10 inches with a slender build and sandy blonde shoulder-length hair. He drove an impressive Pontiac Grand Prix or a Chevy Monte Carlo. They both left the park together. She was seen putting her bicycle into the trunk of the man's car. The man then drove her to her home where her neighbors saw her taking the bicycle out of the car. She went inside, but the car did not leave right away. It stood there idling in the driveway. A few minutes later, Carol Sue came back out with a change of clothes and left with this same man. This was the last time she was seen alive. When her family reported her missing, the police informed them of a body they had discovered, bearing a striking resemblance to Carol Sue. Her brother Thomas bravely stepped into the morgue to confirm the unimaginable truth. It was indeed Carol Sue. As days turned into years, the case of Carol Sue remained unsolved and eventually went cold. With each passing moment, her family and friends could only yearn for the answers and closure that remained agonizingly out of reach. After years of silence, a glimmer of hope appeared in Carol Sue's execution. In 2017, two cold case detectives, Coy Cox and Tina Adams, reopened the case. They teamed up with the original detective, Jerry Keith, who has since retired but was an expert on the Carol Sue case. Together, this trio began to revisit the case file page by page, looking for clues with a new perspective. Cox and Adams began their search, re-examining two suspects Keith had previously identified. The first lead was of a man with a history of car theft, matching the description of Carol's last-seen vehicle. They tracked him down and questioned him. Despite his criminal past, the man was surprisingly cooperative. He did not hide behind a lawyer, but he vehemently denied any role in Carol's slaying. He understood his prior wrongdoings made him a suspect, but he stood firm on his innocence in Carol's incident. Cox and Adams asked for a DNA test, and he willingly provided the sample. After a long wait, the results came back in December 2018. The foreign DNA found on the girl's clothing did not match his DNA. He was not the perpetrator. With their initial suspect eliminated, Cox and Adams shifted their focus to the second suspect in 2020. Their attention honed in on an unknown assailant who had committed a similar crime in the same vicinity just 2 years after Carol's body was discovered on the 1st of October 1978. The only difference is the victim is still alive. The investigators reached out to the victim of the October 1st, 1978 crime. She recounted the chilling events of that fateful night. It was a dark and quiet evening in Park Hills, Kentucky, when she was ambushed in her garage. A man appeared out of nowhere, suddenly grabbing her from behind. What followed was a traumatic ordeal that stretched for 2 agonizing hours. She was tortured and brutally assaulted. First, he had his way with her. Then, the attacker burnt her with a cigarette and relentlessly hit her to keep her subdued. Cox meticulously combed through the archives, carefully reconstructing the evidence. His efforts paid off when he uncovered a critical fingerprint on the victim's car. They ran the fingerprints through their system and, to their surprise, found a match. The attacker was Michael Dean Tate. He was now 77 years old. With this discovery, Michael Dean Tate was arrested for similarly assaulting a woman in 1978. Also, Cox and Adams were now breathing down his neck as a potential suspect in the Carol Sue case. Tate was a frequent traveler to Kentucky for work during the 70s and 80s. He had a questionable past, but he too adamantly refused any involvement in the slaying. Detectives were confident that they had finally found the man responsible, but their optimism fell to pieces as the DNA found on Carol did not match Tate's. Also, court records firmly placed Tate in Cincinnati in 1976, leaving the detectives once again at square one. This decades-old mystery continued to slip through their grasp. In September 2022, detectives Cox and Adams sought help from Othram Labs, a private company with a unique knack for solving the unsolvable. Othram Labs helps police figure out how people are related to each other, even if they are not very closely related. They do this by using special tests on DNA, which look at short tandem repeats, which are like little patterns in the DNA, and single nucleotide polymorphisms, which are tiny changes in the DNA. Using their expertise, the police can determine who the assailant might be related to by using DNA. This task was given to Othram Labs in September 2022. After securing funding, it took less than 2 months. By November 2022, Othram Labs came back with the results. Through the DNA samples left by the perpetrator, a genetic link was identified. He is Thomas Dunaway. The catch was, Thomas Dunaway had already passed away in 1990. This means the police could not test his DNA for a direct match. But he had a child who grew up never knowing his father. This discovery would become the key to unlocking the mystery. Detectives traveled to meet Mr. Dunaway's biological son to collect DNA samples for comparison. When the DNA of Dunaway's son was compared with foreign DNA found 46 years ago on Carol Sue's clothing, the lab came out with an astonishing result. In December 2022, almost 46 years after the crime, justice would finally be served for Carol Sue Klaber and her family. The DNA results proved with 100% certainty that the man they were looking for was indeed Thomas W. Dunaway. Thomas W. Dunaway was 19 years old when he ended the life of Carol Sue. He managed to evade justice for decades, but the tireless efforts of the police eventually caught up to him. Now that they had a name, detectives could delve deep into his past life and the crimes he committed. They found more evidence that he lived near DeVal Park. This was where Carol Sue was last seen with a man resembling Dunaway. As they delved deeper, they found more incriminating evidence. Thomas W. Dunaway was not just a one-time offender. He went on a 6-month crime spree, committing crimes and ditching the cars he used. His criminal streak did not stop after the demise of Carol Sue Klaber. He was also convicted of taking the life of another person in Boone County just 6 months after Carol Sue's tragic end. On a December night in 1976, 19-year-old Ronald Townsend was found lying on the ground, riddled with bullets. He was severely injured and taken to the hospital. 4 days later, he succumbed to his injuries, leaving behind a grieving family. Dunaway had a pattern of committing crimes and abandoning the cars he used to flee the scenes. His love for cars led detectives to his doorstep. In May 1976, Dunaway bought a two-tone 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. It was the same car in which he picked up Carol Sue at the park. After Carol Sue's slaying, he exchanged it for an orange Chevrolet Vega. He left Union, Kentucky and took refuge in Fort Carson. This car swap enabled him to shield himself from Carol Sue's case. But when he shot Ronald Townsend, it was the orange Vega he was driving. Nobody saw who the shooter was, but many witnesses saw the orange Vega he drove off in. The detective issued an attempt to locate for his very prominent orange Vega. This chase culminated in his arrest on Christmas Eve in 1976 in South Carolina, where he faced charges of setting someone else's car on fire and possessing an illegal firearm. He confessed and pled guilty, receiving a life sentence. Unfortunately, his sentence was cut short, and Dunaway was released early on parole in 1984 after serving only 7.5 years behind bars. The gruesome slayings of Carol Sue and Ronald Townsend had disturbing similarities. Both victims were blatantly left in plain sight near the road, almost as if it were a taunt directed at the authorities. It was as if the assailant wanted to send a message. In both cases, nobody saw the actual man responsible, but many saw his flashy car. A deeper investigation revealed that Dunaway was not just a person of interest for the police, but someone else was also looking for him: the United States Army. Interestingly, Dunaway enlisted in the Army just 9 days after he took Carol Sue's life. He was initially stationed at Fort Knox, but then transferred to Fort Carson, Colorado. Thomas Dunaway served the Army for just 6 months and went AWOL after he took the life of Townsend. The connection between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway remains a mystery. All detectives had were theories. There was no concrete evidence as to how they both knew each other. There was a possibility that they were childhood friends or schoolmates in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District, as they both attended the same schools. But if that would have been the case, someone would have identified Dunaway at the park. Detective Cox believes that DeVoe Park holds a crucial clue. Carol was known for her social nature, and it is possible she met Dunaway there for the first time. Maybe she went on her first date with Dunaway that evening. Detectives had concrete DNA evidence against Dunaway, which would have been enough to charge him with the execution of Carol Sue had he still been alive. Yet still, Detective Cox obtained a court order to exhume the body of Dunaway, which was buried in 1990. Not only did this allow for a direct DNA sample to be collected for the Carol Sue case, but more importantly, it would be entered into the combined DNA index system that could link his DNA to other unsolved crimes. Although justice may not have been fully served, the revelation of Dunaway's identity brought some closure to the case. Dunaway's history, his criminal activities, and his release from prison in 1984 raise valid concerns about the true extent of justice served. While there is a degree of closure, it accentuates the complex nature of the criminal justice system. In 1979, an unidentified woman's body was found in a state park, her case unsolved for decades. It was not until 2023 that significant developments, including advances in forensic technology and cross-state collaboration, shed new light on the long-standing mystery, and the person who attacked her was brought to justice. It was September 28, 1979. A woman's body was discovered at Sugar Pine Point State Park campground on Lake Tahoe. She appeared badly beaten and bruised and appeared to have been strangled. In her early 30s, she had some jewelry on her body. She had some rings, a wristwatch, and a deer pendant. The 3 people who discovered her body did not immediately call the police. Instead, they called a local newspaper and snuck off. The reporter then informed law enforcement authorities. Police found that the 3 men had not called their discovery in because they had warrants out for arrest. They were all cleared for this specific crime. An autopsy, shockingly, would reveal that the Jane Doe was likely alive when they discovered her. It appeared that she had been assaulted, and so an SA kit test was conducted on her body. These kits have collection bags, microscopic slides, a comb, sterile containers, etc. to collect evidence. Hairs, saliva, blood, and other bodily fluids are lifted off victims with the help of these kits to prove assault and identify the perpetrator. She was found to have suffered severe blows to her body, and there were defensive wounds that indicated she fought back. There were multiple signs of struggle around the picnic area of the western shore of the lake, and the victim lost one of her flip-flops while trying to escape her assailant. Investigating officers recovered very little evidence, but unknowingly bagged one important item: an empty beer bottle they found near the body. Back in 1979, forensic technology was not as advanced as it is today. The evidence was filed away, and the body was stored in the morgue for a long, long time. Nobody came forward to claim the unknown woman, and so it was decided to bury her in an anonymous grave in a potter's field located in El Dorado County. Lake Tahoe has always been a popular tourist destination, and was so back then as well. The beaches and campsites always attract people from all over, and it was hard to trace this woman. She could be from anywhere. At the time, police did not recover a vehicle or any other belongings, so there was no way of knowing who she was and how she got there. Limited by technology, it was considered a cold case and was taken off priority. Years later, when DNA testing came out in 1986, the DNA lifted off the beer bottle and the victim were analyzed. It was clear the bottle belonged to the assailant, but there was no further progress until decades later. Almost 36 years later, investigating officer John Gaines took over this case in 2014. He reopened the Lake Tahoe Jane Doe's files. It was a part of the El Dorado County's Cold Case Unit, opening cases from the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. In the Lake Tahoe Jane Doe case, he exhumed the body. Accompanied by a forensic anthropologist from California State University, Chico, he printed photos of her jewelry to be released to the public in an attempt to identify her. The pictures were published in local newspapers without many leads. Gaines noticed the necklace and realized the deer necklace was actually a high pendant, which represents the Jewish symbol for life. He said it was the kind of pendant Elvis Presley used to wear on stage. With the high pendant as a lead, Gaines tried his luck with the local Jewish community. Lake Tahoe's local rabbi, Rabbi Morty Rickler, who had opened a Chabad, was surprised to have officers contact him. A Chabad is considered a Jewish community center, and one does not often come across police in these centers. It is a holy place of peace and sanctity. When they explained the case, Rabbi Rickler was happy to help and spread the word in the community. In 1979, when the body was discovered, the Jewish community was just settling in the Lake Tahoe area, with very few families. Now the area had 2 synagogues and over 1,000 Jewish members. In September 2015, Rabbi Yossi Grossbaum had a visit from 3 detectives, in plain clothes but with guns and badges. Gaines had reached the city of Folsom, California, in an attempt to connect with any surviving relatives of the victim. Rabbi Grossbaum spread the word in Northern California and throughout the state. One family finally came forward after identifying the pendant in the newspapers. A DNA test was conducted on the remains and the alleged victim's daughter, and there was a match. The body was then finally identified as Patricia Carnahan, who would have been 35 years old at the time that she lost her life. Originally from Virginia, Patricia had gone off on a solo road trip around California. She was driving a red Volkswagen bus. She had contacted her family to tell them she was on her way back home, but never arrived. A month later, in October of 1979, the family reported her missing. Her car was recovered from a dealership in Venice, California. Apparently, someone had abandoned the car in the lot. Unfortunately, she was a missing persons case in Virginia, so no connection was made. Additionally, Patricia's DNA profile was uploaded into CODIS, FBI's combined DNA system, as well as the DNA from the perpetrator. But for many more years, there was no match. Her body was then handed over to the family for a proper burial, and she was laid to rest 26 years after her unfortunate demise. The perpetrator, however, remained free. Years later, a completely unrelated chain of events led to the arrest of the assailant. In 2023, the state of Washington provided funding to the Washington State SA Kit Initiative, a movement aimed at reopening abuse probe tests from the 70s onwards, in an attempt to put the perpetrators behind bars. The Spokane Police Department was one of the few that had officers assigned to work full-time on abuse probe test cases. The SPD had over 1,500 kits, and among those, over 250 kits got matches on the combined DNA index system. This led to a huge breakthrough. In 1994, a man had been accused of having his way with a homeless woman in Spokane. She reported the incident to the police, got tested for verification of her accusation, and identified her assailant as a man named Harold Carpenter. He was booked on second-degree charges for forcing her against her will, but never prosecuted because the woman did not press charges. Harold Carpenter claimed that they had consensual relations and he did not defile her, so it was just his word against hers. The test kit had been filed away, but was now uploaded into CODIS. The woman who had logged the complaint had long since passed away. But the DNA on the system matched the DNA on the empty beer bottles and Patricia Carnahan's body. Further investigation placed Carpenter in the vicinity of the crime on September 29, 1979, when he was arrested in Susanville, California for driving under the influence. Carpenter had various misdemeanor arrests between 1990 and 1993, as well as being charged for another non-consensual incident regarding a woman in 1994. He was married and lived in Sandpoint until his divorce in 1998, after she filed charges against him for domestic battery. There were charges against him from 1998 to 2018 in Bonner County for possession of illegal substances, reckless driving, more DUI, and disturbing the peace. There was not much on his record in Washington except one DUI in the year 2000. Carpenter was living on Spokane streets since 2016, rendered homeless. In 2018, he was arrested as a suspect in another non-consensual case in Spokane County, but it was not proven. He was quoted in an article published in the Inlander in 2020 regarding his homeless situation. You just tough it. You just go outside and you try to get out of the rain or the snow or whatever. In 2022, he was a suspect for a groping incident, but again, he was not arrested. He moved into Park Tower Apartments in downtown Spokane. Investigators of El Dorado County now had probable cause to arrest him, and Spokane Police Department helped in locating Carpenter. Thanks to multi-state agencies working together, the 63-year-old was brought to justice when he was arrested on March 1, 2023, for taking the life of Patricia Carnahan. Due to the statute of limitations, the Spokane case could not be pursued, and there were no charges filed against him in that particular case. He is currently held without bond in Spokane County Jail, awaiting extradition process for El Dorado so he can be prosecuted for his crimes. The decades-long cold case was finally cracked. Patricia Carnahan's assailant has been identified 44 years later, thanks to advances in forensic technology and agencies working together across states. The mystery of the 1979 Lake Tahoe Jane Doe solved almost half a century later. Natasha Alex Carter was born on December 22, 1989, to mother Susan Gale Carter. Known to her loved ones by her middle name, Alex, her life was marked by a complex family history that would be tragically altered on August 8, 2000. when she mysteriously vanished alongside her 41-year-old mother, Susan. Born into a world marked by impending turmoil and uncertainty, Natasha's formative years were overshadowed by the tumultuous custody battle between her parents, Ricky Lafferty and Susan Gale Carter. The couple's relationship was marred by discord, exacerbated by Susan's bipolar diagnosis, for which she declined medication. However, the relationship reached its breaking point when Susan was found in the company of other men, eventually establishing a romantic connection with the couple's landlord, Larry Dell Webb. In 1998, Susan and Larry decided to get married, and thanks to Larry's influential connections, Susan managed to secure custody of Natasha, despite her ongoing mental health challenges. What followed was a contentious and heated legal dispute between Susan and Ricky over the custody of their daughter, Natasha. The custody battle took a darker turn when, during a mediation meeting, Susan allegedly made ominous threats to Ricky Lafferty, promising that he would never see Natasha again. Susan failed to appear for the next hearing, and custody was granted to Ricky. On August 8, 2000, the course of Susan and Natasha's lives took an inexplicable turn when they vanished without leaving a trace. Natasha, who was a mere 10 years old at the time, had not been in contact with her father Ricky for several months leading up to her disappearance. When Ricky grew increasingly concerned and decided to reach out to Larry, Susan's new husband, to inquire about his daughter's whereabouts, he was met with a perplexing response. Larry, in his initial response, claimed that Susan and Natasha had left in the company of a man named Jose, with the assurance that they would return shortly. However, just a few days later, Ricky made another anxious call to Larry, only to be told a different story. This time, Larry stated that Susan and Natasha had left with a man named Manuel. The ever-changing names of the individuals added another layer of confusion to the mystery. Given Susan's remarks about making sure Ricky never sees his daughter again, investigators suspected that Susan had kidnapped Natasha herself. This suspicion was validated by Natasha's grandmother, who believed that she was afraid of her mother and did not want to live with her. In the wake of their disappearance, a felony warrant was issued for Susan Gale Carter on November 13, 2000. Charging her with the kidnapping. The initial narrative categorized Natasha as the victim of a family abduction, speculating that she might be in the company of her mother and an adult male. There were also concerns that they might have crossed state lines, compounding the challenge of locating them. Over the years, the case has remained shrouded in mystery, with no concrete leads or significant breakthroughs. Natasha's father, Ricky Lafferty, continued to hold on to hope that he would one day be reunited with his daughter. Despite the passage of 2 decades, the case was far from being forgotten or deemed unsolvable. Though the case received very little media attention, authorities remained committed to finding answers and ensuring justice for Natasha and her family. In 2021, the FBI elevated the reward offered for vital information that could potentially unveil the whereabouts of either Natasha or her mother Susan. That same year, law enforcement authorities revealed that Susan might also be operating under the alias Susan Gale Carter Webb. But with no progress in the case, investigators began to look at the possibility that what they once believed was a family abduction could have been a case of foul play. Susan Gale Carter, who was the prime suspect in Natasha's disappearance, was no longer the focus of the investigation. West Virginia State Police uncovered new evidence that indicated both Susan and Natasha mysteriously disappeared simultaneously. In a statement, West Virginia State Police said, "This case was originally reported as Susan Carter kidnapping Natasha Carter, but over the course of this investigation, it has been determined that both Susan Carter and Natasha Carter are and have been missing since August 8, 2000. This revelation reshaped the entire narrative surrounding their disappearance. There was an unexpected twist in the case when West Virginia police zeroed in on Larry Del Webb's residence, 100 block of Kyle Lane, where Susan and Natasha were living during the time of their disappearances. In August 2023, the FBI initiated a thorough search of the property with the aim of uncovering evidence related to Natasha and Susan's disappearances. Webb, who is now in his 80s, claimed to suffer from dementia and memory loss. During a press conference held at the time of the FBI's inquiry, Webb appeared bewildered by the sudden intrusion into his home. He claimed to have no understanding as to why the authorities were combing through his property. However, when the name Natasha was mentioned, he did acknowledge some degree of familiarity, and when Susan was brought up, he expressed that he believed they were married. In a rather fragmented recollection, he also mentioned that he was away on a trip when the mother and daughter mysteriously disappeared. The FBI search yielded an unexpected discovery, as reported by Webb's live-in caretaker, Terry Lilly. It was stated that law enforcement found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, allegedly with Natasha's DNA on it, though that has yet to be confirmed. Authorities also removed tiles from the basement floor. In October 2023, Larry Del Webb was charged with taking Natasha's life in the first degree. This marked a significant breakthrough in the case. It is worth noting that Webb has not been charged in connection with Susan's disappearance, leaving that part of the mystery unresolved. Despite these developments, the fact remains that both Natasha and Susan continue to be missing, leaving an air of uncertainty surrounding their ultimate fate. The investigation remains active, and Webb is awaiting trial. Natalie Cochran, a licensed pharmacist, originally hails from West Virginia, a state known for its stunning natural beauty and tight-knit communities. She carved a place for herself there, living a seemingly ordinary life with her husband, Michael Cochran. Natalie and Michael seemed to be enjoying a life of tranquility, but that peaceful existence was abruptly shattered when Michael suddenly and mysteriously passed away on February 11, 2019. Later that same year, Natalie was thrust into the spotlight due to the unraveling of a Ponzi scheme and mounting allegations that suggested her involvement in her husband's demise might be deeper and more sinister than initially believed. In July 2019, federal prosecutors filed a civil lawsuit against Natalie Cochran, alleging that she and her late husband Michael operated a financial scam. The Cochrans were the owners of two companies, Tactical Solutions Group and Technological Management Studios. They purportedly led investors to believe that Tactical held government contracts to supply semi-automatic weapons to various defense agencies, including the U.S. Department of Defense. These allegations marked the start of a complex legal saga. According to the civil lawsuit, the Cochrans deceived investors by making them believe in the legitimacy of their government contracts. In total, both companies raised at least $2.5 million from 11 investors. Investors were promised significant returns on their investments, but the truth was vastly different. U.S. Attorney Mike Stewart revealed that Tactical did not possess any government contracts for semi-automatic weapons. Instead, the Cochrans allegedly spent investors' money on lavish living, expensive dining, and other personal expenses. Tactical made donations to various local organizations, including Shady Spring Middle School's football department and the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League. They also donated semi-automatic weapons as bingo prizes at a fundraiser held at Shady Spring High School. This fundraiser raised over $32,000, with half of the proceeds going to Shady Spring High Volleyball and the other half to the Shady Spring Youth Baseball League, for which Natalie served as treasurer. Despite the significant donations, questions began to emerge about the legitimacy of the funds. The League board member, James Quesenberry, revealed that Tactical's check for $16,680 bounced, and numerous unauthorized withdrawals were made from the League account. An internal audit was conducted to investigate financial records. As the legal scrutiny intensified, Natalie filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in July. Her bankruptcy filings revealed that she had minimal income and assets. She claimed to have less than $600 in bank accounts and a staggering $1.4 million in liabilities. The allegations against the Cochrans prompted federal and state investigations into their business dealings. It was reported that investors received letters on a U.S. Department of Defense letterhead, assuring them that their returns on investment would be available at a later date. Natalie maintained that much of the information related to the investments was classified and could not be discussed. Natalie claimed in a creditors' meeting that federal agents and West Virginia State Police had frozen her bank accounts, rendering her unable to pay her creditors. On February 11, 2019, Natalie's husband and business partner, Michael Cochran, passed away at Bowers Hospice House 5 days after supposedly hitting his head during a seizure. The circumstances surrounding Michael's end prompted authorities to investigate further. Reports emerged that Michael had been hospitalized multiple times in the months preceding due to an unspecified illness. A government official in Raleigh County disclosed that West Virginia State Police were looking into the case. In a startling development, a judicial order was executed in early September, leading to the exhumation of Michael Cochran's body from Sunset Memorial Gardens. The copy of the judicial order was reportedly sealed, pending the close of both federal and state investigations into the circumstances surrounding his tragic fate. Natalie maintained that her husband's passing was a result of an accidental fall that caused him to hit his head during a seizure. She asserted that Michael was transported to the hospital 20 minutes after his fall, and denied any involvement in what had happened to him. However, there were conflicting reports regarding the timeline of events and the presence of other adults in the house during the critical hours preceding Michael's hospitalization. In November 2021, Natalie found herself facing a first-degree charge for taking the life of her husband. By then, Natalie was already serving an 11-year federal prison sentence related to the Ponzi scheme, which further fueled speculation about her involvement in Michael's end. The proceedings took an unexpected turn during a hearing in a Raleigh County courtroom. Natalie appeared in the courtroom wearing a brown skirt, khaki-colored pants, and shackles on her hands. Members of her family, including her 2 teenage children, were present. In a surprising move, the prosecution decided to drop the charge against Natalie. The reason cited was the need for more time to gather evidence. The prosecution's decision was a strategic one, aimed at allowing for a re-examination of Michael's body. Raleigh County Prosecuting Attorney Ben Hatfield made the motion to dismiss the charge, stating how vital the re-examining of the body would be to the case. Hatfield further clarified that he had consulted Michael's family before formally requesting the exhumation. The decision to re-exhume the body was not taken lightly, as Hatfield sought an expert's opinion to ensure that the examination would yield viable scientific evidence. Hatfield's request was rooted in the need for a specialized test that could detect insulin levels in tissue samples. This test had not been conducted during the initial autopsy, which took place when Michael's body was first exhumed in September 2019. The absence of this specific test left room for uncertainty. According to Hatfield, it was extremely likely that he would re-indict Natalie for the slaying of her husband once the examination was complete. Natalie's defense attorneys did not object to the prosecution's motions, which raised curiosity about their strategy. Matthew Victor, one of Cochran's attorneys, revealed that this move would provide them with an opportunity to gather more evidence from the federal investigation. Their aim was to prove that Michael was aware of the Ponzi scheme, a revelation that, if true, could significantly impact the state's case. Despite the charge being dropped, Natalie still had several more years to serve in her federal sentence. This fact weighed into the decision to dismiss the charge. The goal was to conduct the necessary tests and gather more evidence while she served her federal sentence. Following the hearing, as she was escorted out of the courtroom by police, Natalie had a brief moment to speak with her family. In a poignant exchange, she expressed her love and bid farewell to her children. The parents of Michael Cochran were also present during the hearing. The latest development in the case of Natalie Cochran happened on October 24, 2023, when Raleigh County Prosecuting Attorney Ben Hatfield announced that a special grand jury had re-indicted Natalie and charged her with taking Michael's life. After the body was exhumed, a renowned forensic pathologist from Texas confirmed that someone had taken Michael's life, attributing it to the unprescribed exogenous insulin in Michael's system. Due to the special grand jury session being so late in its term, it is expected that Natalie Cochran will go to trial in 2024, where it is expected that she will be found guilty of all the charges against her. In the 1990s, Huntsville, Arkansas was a small, close-knit rural town situated in the Ozark Mountains of northwestern Arkansas. The town's character was deeply rooted in its historical and agricultural traditions, and it was a place where community bonds were strong and life moved at a slower pace compared to larger urban areas. The community life in Huntsville during the 1990s was marked by the strong sense of togetherness. Residents often knew each other well, and the town's social fabric was woven through various community events. Huntsville was a place where locals looked forward to annual fairs, parades, and local festivals. These gatherings not only provided entertainment, but also served as opportunities for people to come together and strengthen their community bonds. It is against this rural backdrop that the tragic case of Sabrina Underwood unfolded. Sabrina Underwood, a 19-year-old at the time, disappeared on January 20th, 1991, after her mother dropped her off at the U.S. Highway 412 and 62 near Bear Creek in Boone County. Sabrina was on her way to Calico Rock to visit her boyfriend, who was incarcerated at the time. Sabrina's mother never saw her again, and Sabrina's disappearance sent shockwaves through the community. Months of anxious waiting followed Sabrina's disappearance. Then, on April 8, 1991, the town was rocked by a grim discovery. A hunter stumbled upon human bones, hair, a pair of panties, and an earring stud near the Gum Springs Cemetery northwest of Little Rock. The remains were identified as those of Sabrina Underwood, her fate far from the destination she had hoped to reach. Sabrina's demise was initially classified as undetermined at the time, marking the beginning of a painstaking and heart-wrenching investigation. Law enforcement officials worked tirelessly, conducting interviews, exploring leads, and attempting to unravel the circumstances surrounding her case. Despite their dedicated efforts, no arrests were made, and the case eventually went cold, casting a shadow of unsolved mystery over Huntsville for years to come. It would take more than 3 decades for the darkness to recede. In July 2022, a pivotal tip emerged, reigniting the investigation. A local attorney with a client incarcerated at an Arkansas state prison possessed a confession letter that was both shocking and chilling. The client, Rick Allen Headley, was already serving a life sentence for the 2018 slaying of his estranged wife, Kirsty Headley. The confession letter contained graphic details of Sabrina Underwood's brutal end, breathing new life into the long-dormant case. Detectives wasted no time in interviewing Rick Allen Headley about the contents of the confession letter. The chilling details he provided would shed light on the brutal crime that had remained shrouded in mystery for more than 30 years. Headley admitted to the crime, and his confession read like a nightmarish scenario that had unfolded in the quiet town of Huntsville. According to the affidavit, Headley's confession painted a grim picture of Sabrina's final hours. He claimed that Sabrina approached him at a gas station and requested a ride. What transpired during that ride would go on to haunt Headley for years to come. In an astonishing turn of events, Sabrina made advances and shockingly demanded money, threatening to accuse Headley of harming her if he did not comply. Headley recounted the moments that would lead to Sabrina's brutal demise in a chilling narrative. After the intimate encounter in his truck, Sabrina informed him that she needed a significant sum of money, or she would reveal that he had harmed her. This revelation shocked Headley, and he sensed that there was going to be problems. The events that followed were nothing short of horrifying. Headley decided to drive away, leaving Sabrina behind, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He believed that he could not let her ruin his life. It was at this point that he launched a violent attack on her outside the truck. In a shocking and gruesome act, he dragged her into a small cemetery, hidden from the prying eyes of any passerby. The description of the slaying itself is nothing short of chilling. Headley confessed to using a Rambo-style knife, complete with a compass at the end, to cut through Sabrina's neck. He described in graphic detail how he used a rock to hammer on the knife blade until it broke the bone and severed her head from her body. His intention, he admitted, was to eliminate any chance that Sabrina could ever reveal what had happened to her. Following this horrifying act, Headley covered Sabrina's body with sticks and leaves to hide it from view. He then gathered her belongings and placed them near her remains. The knife and rock used in the gruesome crime were disposed of several miles away, thrown into a patch of woods. At his apartment in Mountain Home, Headley removed his blood-stained clothes, placed them in a trash bag, and took a shower to cleanse himself of Sabrina's blood. The trash bag containing his clothes was discarded in a dumpster behind a mall, after which Headley left the area. Headley's confession not only sent shockwaves through Huntsville, but also brought a measure of hope and closure to Sabrina's family, who had endured decades of pain and uncertainty. The arrest of Rick Allen Headley marks a long-awaited milestone in the quest for justice in the cold case of Sabrina Lynn Underwood. He now faces charges in connection with Sabrina's case, and his upcoming court appearance in Fulton County Circuit Court in late November 2023 is awaited with bated breath by the community. The case serves as a stark reminder of the enduring dedication of law enforcement and the indomitable spirit of small-town communities who will never give up on finding justice for families like the Underwoods. It was February 1988. Petra Nohl was only 24 years old and a good-looking blonde, recently separated from her husband. She had a 1-year-old toddler and was living with her parents in the town of Cologne, Germany. She had been single for a few months now. She was described as a happy-go-lucky person, a charming young mother. On Saturday night, February 13, 1988, Petra was on her way to the Cologne Carnival. Cologne is a 2,000-year-old city, the oldest in Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. The carnival has been celebrated for centuries, and it is typically the second week of February. It transforms the sober town of Cologne into a party place, with parties everywhere. It is the festival of all festivals. The costumes are not even about a theme or look. They are mostly to keep a person warm and show the spirit of the festival. There is a lot of drinking, a lot of music, and a lot of dancing. The entire week is dedicated to the Crazy Days, which are 7 days of festivities. For Petra, it was time to let her hair down, so to speak. Accompanied by 2 friends, she was out to party all evening at an area known as the Beer Village. The trio spent most of their time at a popular disco called Charivari. The girls were having a great time until Petra got bored. She suggested they attend another party at a different restaurant, but her friends did not want to leave. She did not bring a car, they were her ride. Then around 4 a.m., Petra Nohl borrowed 100 Deutschmarks from a friend and intended to go to another disco by herself. But she would never make it to her destination. On her way there, a life was taken in a brutal fashion. Petra was approximately 600 meters away from the club on Albertostrasse when she was attacked, beaten, and ultimately strangled by an unknown assailant. The incident occurred behind a beer stand, essentially a food truck that had been set up in preparation for the upcoming Carnival Sunday parade. Her lifeless body was hidden under the truck as the preparations for the parade continued. Clad in a jacket and fishnet stockings, the body lay under the potato pancake cart that also served beer, while the procession passed by just a few meters away, till a local resident noticed Petra's body. A 23-year-old woman discovered the body when she was walking with her dog Gossie. It was now Sunday, February 14th, Valentine's Day for many, but a terrible morning for Petra's loved ones. Photos taken at the time show bizarre scenes. Hours after the crime, the participants of the carnival marched past the crime scene in their costumes, while police officers in white overalls secured evidence behind a grill and tape. Spectators were not allowed in the area, recalled Officer Volker Lange, who was the police officer responsible for that section of the route at the time. The motive behind this brutal act remained unknown, but the perpetrator did take off with Petra Nohl's handbag, so it seemed like a mugging gone wrong. While investigators continued, days passed by, and Petra's case was filed away as a cold case. The case was reopened after more than 34 years in cooperation with the Special Organization for Cold Cases Unit of the North Rhine-Westphalia State Criminal Police Office, known as BAO. It was dedicated to solving cold cases with new technology, working arm in arm with the district police authorities. An employee reinvestigated the case and, among other things, suggested a DNA analysis. One of the experts reanalyzed the case and urged a new molecular genetic examination and a public investigation, which subsequently led to a suspect. Petra's case was aired on a German program that can be translated to File Number XY, Unsolved. This program, dedicated to exploring unsolved criminal cases, featured the cold case of Petra Nohl on December 7, 2022. The episode struck a chord with a man. It had been over 3 decades, but he trusted his memory, prompting him to share his long-buried suspicions with the police. The man recalled celebrating the carnival at the Disco Charivari with his friend Norbert K. In Germany, the last names of suspects are kept private to avoid recognition or harassment for the families. He remembered seeing the blonde girl and how Norbert was eyeing her. They had not brought a car that night, so they stepped out, waiting for a cab at a taxi rank about 4 a.m. That is when they saw her again, waiting to get a ride. The 3 of them were unable to find a cab this late, so they started walking their separate ways. He went one way while Petra and his friend Norbert walked in the other direction. The next day, he noticed Norbert had a different hairstyle. That was all fine, except they saw the girl from the taxi stand on the news. Norbert convinced his friend not to go to the police, as their testimony would hold no value. They were both young and did not know much about the law. The whistleblower was in his teens, and Norbert was around 21 years old at the time. They did not go forward with any details of what happened that night. Years passed. The 2 friends went out of touch, but when he saw the episode, the now 54-year-old knew he had to say something. The arrest warrant for Norbert K. was issued by the Cologne District Court. All these years had passed, and Norbert K., now 56 years old, was married with children and well settled. The unemployed construction worker was a loving father with 2 grown children, an adult daughter, and a foster child. Very few neighbors had any complaints about him. When police showed up at his doorstep, it was shocking, but they had probable cause because they had analyzed the DNA found on Petra's body, and Norbert was a match. Surprisingly, Norbert reacted quite calmly to the allegations and claimed he had no knowledge of Petra's case and did not recall her face. He also had a spotless criminal record, not even a speeding ticket. Petra Nohl's daughter, Natalie Nohl, who was only 20 months old when her mother was taken from her, faced him in court. What stuns me is that the man has lived here all these years. I always thought it was someone from outside who came to Cologne just for the carnival. 35-year-old Natalie finally has a face and a name for the man who robbed her of a mother. The defense lawyers Uwe Kretschel and Mark Peel claimed that they are convinced of their client's innocence. They doubt that the DNA traces can prove his guilt. The traces were found on the sleeves of the jacket, and since the two were together in a disco, it could have easily happened by dancing. If a transmission of DNA had happened regularly at the disco or at the carnival, then there would be traces of dozens of people on Petra Nohl's clothes. The investigators would then have a pool of DNA samples, and you would never know if the DNA was transferred in the disco or at the scene of the crime. However, Petra did not have any foreign DNA except Norbert K's, and so, with the witness testimony, there is still plenty to charge him with. Since the crime was not related to other forms of assault than physical, it is not unusual that DNA is only found on clothes. The localization of the areas suggests a fighting stance as opposed to dancing in a disco. The trial started on Monday, September 4, 2023, and Norbert chose to plead not guilty. On November 11, 2023, it was revealed at the trial that Norbert's DNA was also found inside of Petra's tights, further incriminating him. The result of the trial has not been made public yet, but Norbert is expected to be found guilty of all the charges against him. On December 2, 1988, in Three Rivers, St. Joseph County, Michigan, 19-year-old Mike Warner left home at 5 a.m. to work at the local market. Almost 10 hours later, at 3:30 p.m., after a long day of work, he headed back home. But when he reached his front porch, he sensed something was wrong. The front door was ajar. He entered the house, and the first thing he heard was the sound of a baby crying. To check on the baby, he started to climb the stairs, but before he could see the baby, he saw a trail of blood on the stairwell railing. Panicked, he raced to the baby's room to find his fiancée's 9-month-old daughter alone but unharmed in her crib with a fresh diaper. Deep down, he knew his fiancée would not leave her baby crying without a reason. He climbed back down the stairs and entered their bedroom on the ground floor. Inside, what he witnessed was a horrifying sight. The room was drenched in blood, staining the floor and the walls. Laying lifeless on the bedroom floor was his 19-year-old fiancée, Cathy Sue Swartz. Terrified that the person who did this might still be there, Mike sprinted to the neighbor's apartment and dialed 911. The first to respond to the gruesome scene were Officer Tom Brinkman and Deputy Sergeant Stark. Officer Brinkman, with 14 years of experience, had never witnessed such a blood-soaked crime scene in his entire career. There was no other word to put it in a nutshell but brutal. Deputy Sergeant Stark wasted no time. He contacted the Michigan State Police Crime Lab in Grand Rapids to request a forensic team to collect vital evidence. Simultaneously, he asked Mike Warner to sign a consent card, granting permission for a thorough search of his home. Mike signed the consent card without hesitation. Officer Tom Brinkman and Deputy Sergeant Stark secured the crime scene. A few minutes later, Deputy Sergeant Stark received a call from Lieutenant Stone from the crime lab, confirming that a team was being assembled and would be on their way soon. A little while later, the state police arrived with their forensic team, officially transferring the case to the Michigan State Police. In the aftermath of the crime lab meticulously scoured the scene, gathering critical evidence. Among the items seized as evidence was a pink GTE telephone found on the waterbed. One fingerprint on the phone was confirmed to be Cathy Swartz's, but a second fingerprint on the phone, stained with a reddish-brown hue, turned out to be human blood. The bloody fingerprint's identity was a mystery, but it was good enough for the FBI database. They ran the print through the AFIS database, but no match was found. The forensic team combed through the house, uncovering a trail of Cathy's blood, which stained every corner of the house. They also stumbled upon the assailant's blood, marked in various spots throughout the scene. To make matters even more disturbing, they found writings made in blood in the house, and also found one on Cathy's leg. The full text and all locations were never disclosed, but one message read, "I was here." Mike Warner recalled the horror. It was smeared all over, walls, everywhere. I mean, it was like painted on. The darkness of the crime seemed to know no bounds. The investigation took a sinister turn as they discovered a bloody footprint of the invader on the bathroom's tiled floor. What struck them as peculiar was that it was December, and their perpetrator was barefoot in such frigid weather. Why would someone remove their shoes in such cold weather? The detectives could only speculate, and the most chilling possibility was that the invader had washed away the blood right there in the victim's bathroom, leaving behind a morbid clue to the horrific events that had transpired. The police reached out to Cathy's neighbors in the residential complex. Remarkably, a few recalled witnessing a man and a woman lingering around her house on that day. Composite sketches were created, but the duo remained unknown, leaving the investigators with more questions than answers. With no signs of forced entry, the detectives concluded that the culprit must be someone Cathy knew. Their suspicion turned toward Mike Warner. Mike was summoned for questioning, and he endured relentless scrutiny from the detectives. Mike was even followed by law enforcement officers in unmarked cars. Their presence became a constant source of pressure. Mike's fingerprints were discovered at the scene, but it was his own home, so it did not indicate that he was involved. In the interrogation room, Mike recounted his whereabouts on that tragic day. He had left the apartment early in the morning around 5 a.m., leaving behind his fiancée, Cathy Sue Swartz, and their daughter. Cathy had stayed home to do her laundry. When he returned in the afternoon, he heard the baby crying and discovered his fiancée's body. Terrified, he believed the culprit might still be in their home and fled to call the police. His alibi was corroborated from his workplace, and eventually he was cleared as the suspect in the case. His relationship with Cathy was harmonious, with no known issues between them. Mike shared how they had decorated a Christmas tree the evening before. Cathy and Mike's love story had recently taken a significant step as they got engaged and planned to marry in 6 months. Mike had already purchased the rings. Cathy was a gentle, kind soul who devoted her days to caring for her daughter at home. She had a unique blend of interests, enjoying tomboyish activities like hunting, fishing, and camping. Her character was without blemish, with no history of drinking or drug use. According to everyone who knew her, she had no known enemies. Mike Warner was not the sole member of the family under the suspicion lens. In fact, their entire circle of close relatives and friends found themselves on the suspect list. Each of them was required to provide fingerprints and footprints. Methodically, one by one, the investigators collected these prints, subjecting everyone to scrutiny and systematically eliminating potential suspects. The medical examiners made a chilling discovery. Cathy bore multiple stab wounds, 3 deep gashes on her throat, and signs of manual strangulation. The cause of her passing was due to loss of blood and asphyxiation. The medical examiner also found defensive wounds with cuts on both hands, proving she fought back bravely. The motive behind this savage attack was clear. An unknown man wanted to assault her. The analysis of blood spatter told a chilling story. The struggle began in the downstairs kitchen, moved to the baby's room upstairs, then it returned downstairs. All led to the bedroom, where Cathy's life met its tragic end. Cathy had fought bravely, but her fate was inescapable. 2 days after finding Cathy's body, detectives got a lead. On December 4th, the police apprehended a suspect, 18-year-old Troy Schultes, who happened to be Cathy's ex-boyfriend. Troy denied any involvement in the crime, insisting that he had been at work that day and later went dancing with his new girlfriend. Multiple witnesses confirmed his alibi, and he even passed a polygraph test. Yet he was not released from custody and remained confined behind bars. On December 8th, they compared the blood from the crime scene with Troy's blood that he gave willingly. The test yielded a big revelation. Troy's blood did not match the blood discovered at the crime scene. A week later, he was released, finally cleared of all suspicions. After his exoneration, Schultes filed a lawsuit for wrongful imprisonment. Detectives exhausted every possible lead. They tested and questioned over 5,000 individuals, but everyone was a no match for the blood they found on the crime scene. The weight of time bore heavily on the police department. Thousands of footprints and fingerprints were meticulously collected, yet not a single match. The FBI chipped in with their experts at the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, where a profile of the likely perpetrator was created. According to FBI profilers, the culprit lived nearby and perhaps even had some connection to the victim. It was an unforgettable and gruesome scene that continued to haunt every police officer on the force. A lot of officers' careers were spent trying to figure it out, but the case went cold and remained so for 35 years. Then, in 2022, this cold case was handed over to Detective Sam Smallcombe. The investigation took a big step forward when Detective Smallcombe decided to employ forensic genetic genealogy to find a lead. In 2022, the culprit's DNA was given to Othram Lab for cutting-edge analysis. With modern technology, the quest for closure was reignited. Othram Lab's DNA analysis led them to a family with 4 sons. One of them was already in the National Criminal Database, but he was not a match. The second and third brothers volunteered that they too were not a match. Just when it seemed like the case had gone cold once more, there was a breakthrough. The DNA analysis of the fourth brother, 53-year-old Robert Odell Waters, was an exact match. On April 30, 2023, Robert Waters' DNA was obtained through a search warrant, which matched the bloody fingerprint on Cathy's pink phone from the crime scene. He was arrested the same day by the Beaufort Police Department. It turned out that Waters was no stranger to Mike Warner. They were childhood friends with a shared history that included countless memories, shared classes, and even Waters spending numerous nights at Mike Warner's house during their school days. Cathy attended a different school, but a month before her tragic end, Mike and Robert Waters ran into each other after a very long time. Mike invited Waters into his home, where he saw Cathy for the first time. The trio spent several hours together, completely unaware of the horror that would soon engulf their lives. The name Robert Odell Waters was already present in the case files. Mike had mentioned Waters as one of their recent house guests before the bloodbath, But Waters was not on the police's radar. According to the FBI profile, the culprit would be someone who lived nearby, and this is what the police were looking for. As per the records, Waters moved to South Carolina in September 1988, 3 months before the crime took place. Waters had a clean criminal record and had relocated to Beaufort County in South Carolina, a considerable distance from the crime scene. The investigators never suspected him. The reason for this oversight became clear. His name appeared once on just one page among the 10,000 pages in the case files. As far as records show, Waters had not committed any known offenses either before or after his attack on Cathy. When Robert Odell Waters was identified as the criminal, he was happily married. He was cherished by his family, regarded as a respected figure within the local community, and had achieved substantial success in life. He resided in a $500,000 home and co-managed a successful plumbing company with his wife. Now he found himself in Beaufort County Detention Center in South Carolina, where he was waiting for extradition to Michigan to face the consequences of his actions. However, less than a week after his incarceration, on the morning of May 6, 2023, something happened at Beaufort County Detention Center. Bradley, an experienced corrections officer with about 18 years of service at various detention centers, had been working at the Beaufort County Detention Center for the past 2 years. On May 5, 2023, her shift began around 11:45 p.m., and she initiated the inmate count at 12:08 a.m. during the shift change. While conducting her rounds, Bradley climbed the stairs, reaching cell A240. When she turned on the light, she discovered inmate Waters with a sheet wrapped around his neck, sitting on the floor, slumped over. She promptly alerted other BCDC personnel, declaring a code blue for a medical emergency. Together with CO Larry Shaw, Bradley entered cell A240 and removed the sheet from around Waters' neck, laying him flat on his back. They initiated CPR until the nursing staff arrived. Bradley and Shaw were then instructed to leave the cell. According to CO Shaw, the last time Waters had been checked on was at approximately 11:24 p.m. during a security watch. When Bradley discovered Waters during her count, his face had turned red and he felt cold to the touch. Mike Warner said that he believes Waters took an easy way out. Mike suffered deeply from the loss. He frequently visited Cathy's grave, bringing roses, her favorite flowers. Mike never married, grappled with alcoholism, struggled to maintain steady employment, and at 53 still lives with his mother. It was his sister who told him they found the man responsible. "I woke him up and I told him," his sister said. "He just looked at me like dumbfounded. He could not believe it." Cathy's parents, Audrey and David, gained custody of their granddaughter, Courtney, following their daughter's tragic demise. Now, Courtney is 35 years old and a mother of 4. In 2012, Audrey passed away without ever discovering the identity of the assailant, and in 2022, David also departed, carrying his unanswered questions with him to the grave. Waters' demise emerges as an unspoken admission of guilt, a chilling echo of his dark secret. He had lived with the knowledge of his crime, and the weight of it must have become unbearable. For his wife and family, he was the provider, the father, the husband they had known all their lives. Suddenly, he was gone, and with him, the facade of normalcy shattered. The burden of snuffing out a life proved too heavy to bear, and in an attempt to spare his loved ones the shame and humiliation, he chose the easy way out. 27-year-old Firozeh Deghanpour was an Iranian exchange student at the University of Nebraska in Omaha. She was a brilliant math student, admired by her peers and her family in Iran. In fact, it was her math skills that got her so far in life. Firozeh's friends were in awe of her math skill set and described her as a person with a grand presence. She would entertain her guests with Persian delights and serve Persian tea. Firozeh had an important appearance, and it was clear that this girl was destined for great things in life. She was set to graduate with an engineering degree with a double major from the university. Firozeh lived with a Jordanian girl sharing an apartment on 517 North 88th Plaza. The roommate last spoke to Firozeh on August 13, 1983. Firozeh had called her while working in the computer center. She did not have a plan on how she would get home from the center, since she did not have a ride back. Firozeh's roommate was not worried, as Firozeh said that she will call back later. But by 11:45 p.m., Firozeh had not called back. It had been raining earlier, so her roommate got a bit worried and set out to look for her. There were not cell phones back then, so she could not just simply call her. Shortly after midnight, she went to the University Computer Center but did not find Firozeh there. According to another friend, Parand Kia, perhaps Firozeh had sought a metro train or intended to hitchhike. But those who knew her well knew Firozeh would never hitchhike. It was just not like her. Another friend had seen Firozeh around 6:30 p.m. that night when he drove her to the computer center. She had told him to pick her up when she was free, but since he was unable to return after midnight, Firozeh assured him she would find a way home. Her friends grew increasingly concerned when she did not return by 3 a.m., but they went to sleep. Finally, by 8 a.m., there was still no sign of Firozeh, and they knew something had gone horribly wrong. A missing persons report was officially filed on the morning of August 14, 1983, by another acquaintance, Abu Hassan, who lived nearby. A few hours later, fishermen were walking along a gravel road called the River Road when they came across something unusual and horrifying. They discovered Firozeh's undressed body disposed of under a bridge over Pigeon Creek, north of Council Bluffs, Iowa. She appeared to have been severely beaten. Her personal belongings and papers were found with her body, suggesting she may have lost her life at the hands of someone she knew. Had she been kidnapped or grabbed randomly, she would have probably dropped some of her things. There was evidence that suggested she had lost her life elsewhere and was brought to the bridge. According to the chief deputy at the time, Sheriff Steve Troga, an autopsy revealed that she lost too much blood from several cuts to her throat and had suffered 4 abdominal stab wounds. She had been physically and intimately assaulted. Officers recovered blood and hair found on the bridge railing where Firozeh was found. The blood and hair found at the crime scene were tested, and while some of the blood did not belong to Firozeh, the hair was hers. Interestingly, the blood type was different on the items, type O and type A. Type O matched Firozeh, but type A did not render a match. It was another person's blood. But that was all you could determine in the 80s. Investigators initially interviewed her acquaintances and took fingerprints and hair samples from over 100 UNO students in the month following the slaying, but these efforts brought about no results. It was determined that Firozeh had last been seen around 9:30 p.m. when she left the UNO campus, but nobody saw anything suspicious. Firozeh's roommate informed Firozeh's family in England about her tragic passing. who subsequently informed her parents who were in Tehran, Iran. At the time, there was political unrest in Iran. The Shah of Iran had been recently exiled, and Ayatollah Khomeini had taken to run the country. There were protests, problems, and reforms. The director of International Student Services at UNO, Ms. Kia, revealed that Firozeh was a member of a leftist Iranian political group called Fashion, but was not known to be extremely politically active. Additionally, Ms. Kia remarked that Firozeh was a quiet, sober individual, well-liked by her peers. Nobody had any motive to harm her. She was not the sort of girl to wander off with strangers or take any illegal substances. Many people believed Firozeh's incident had a political agenda behind it. However, at least one official denied the possibility. Ultimately, her case drew the attention of the FBI, with Herb Hawkins Jr. serving as the agent in charge for Nebraska and Iowa. They initiated an investigation to determine if a federal kidnapping statute had been breached. A pivotal element of their inquiry revolved around the location of the slaying and the uncertainty of Firozeh's state when she crossed from Nebraska into Iowa. Basically, was she alive when she crossed the state line? The investigation into Firozeh's demise spanned several months in 1983 and involved collaboration with multiple law enforcement agencies. However, despite their dedicated efforts, the case eventually went cold. Decades passed as Firozeh's case was shelved away. The real breakthrough came when, decades later, Sergeant Jim Doty of the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office was contacted by UNO graduate Stephen Martin. Martin traveled around the world for his career, but he never stopped thinking about Firozeh. In fact, in November of 2020, he remembered an individual who had been cleared of any charge in her case thanks to a dependable alibi. He contacted Sergeant Doty. While the suspect was still in the clear, Sergeant Doty realized that items could be re-examined. He insisted Firozeh's case be reopened in light of recent advances in forensics. Sergeant Doty conducted a DNA analysis on the evidence gathered years and years ago, on items including her undergarments, the left-hand glove, computer papers, and a beer can. In March 2021, the test results shed new light on the case. The glove had bloodstains, with Firozeh's DNA profile, as well as a new person's genetic material. The computer papers near her body had 4 fingerprints. 2 of them were identified. One belonged to Firozeh, the other to a computer consultant at UNO. Surprisingly, there was a match on the combined DNA index system, CODIS, database. The match? A seasoned felon called Bud Leroy Christensen. Christensen was on an offenders list. He had a history of serious offenses, with at least 3 convictions that found him guilty of having assaulted a minor in 1972. 2 offenses were similar in nature involving adults, and they were more recent in 2014. He was also charged with possession of a firearm by a felon in 1999. In the most recent assault case, Christensen pled guilty to attempted second-degree assault and first-degree false imprisonment. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Listed as a permanent offender, the streets were safe from Christensen until his release in May of 2018. Sergeant Doty informed Stephen Martin of the news. Martin had moved to Nevada after graduation, where the 62-year-old lives to this day. The fact that the decades-old mystery was finally going to be solved was incredible. Sergeant Doty spoke to Firozeh's brother for over an hour. Her brother was in London when he got the news of the DNA match. The family finally had answers. Her brother was so stunned he was unable to speak or process the information. It was time for some closure after 37 years. Christensen was arrested in Omaha on April 30, 2021, and held on a $1 million bond. He waived his right to resist extradition to Iowa, where his trial was going to take place. 67-year-old Christensen was held in the Douglas County Jail, awaiting transport to Pottawatomie County on a first-degree charge of taking an innocent life. He confessed to his crimes. At the time of Firozeh's heartless slaying, he would have been 30 years old. On April 6, 2023, Bud Leroy Christensen was sentenced to 50 years in prison for taking Firozeh's life. Stephen Martin and some of Firozeh's old friends are petitioning for a posthumous degree for Firozeh, 38 years after her slaying, to honor her memory and accomplishments. She is said to have been one of the brightest minds of UNO. Thanks to the officers and friends who never gave up, they were able to put a monster behind bars. Born in 1983, Megan McDonald was only 7 months old when her parents moved to Middletown, New York. She had a sister named Karen and 2 younger brothers. From Little League games to movies, Karen and Megan were best friends. Megan would often rescue strays and be incredibly compassionate, even with grown-ups. In college, Karen met the love of her life, James Whalen. When James was nervous about meeting Karen's family for the first time, 16-year-old Megan put him at ease immediately, incredibly warm and welcoming, so he would feel like a member of the family. Megan had a creative imagination. She named their cat Pumpkin James Whalen to include him in the family too. Megan graduated from Burke Catholic High School with the class of the year 2000. Then she went on to attend SUNY Orange in Middletown. It is a community college, and Megan was happy to be close to home. Megan loved children and considered working in a field where she would be in contact with them. In 2002, Megan's family suffered a devastating blow when she lost her father, Dennis McDonald. At only 47 years old, Officer McDonald was a retired detective from the New York Police Department and unexpectedly passed away due to a heart attack. But they never stopped being a family and still got together for Christmas in 2002, not knowing it would be the last Christmas Megan would spend with the family. A family video shows Megan opening a box of sweaters and gushing over it, sticking the bow on her head, revealing just how warm and gracious she was. Around the same time was when Megan got her first job. It was the first step in getting her life back together after the loss of her father. Karen recalled the first time Megan got her coffee with her own money. She was incredibly proud of herself for having earned money from her first job. Megan realized she could make it. A year after her father's passing, Megan decided it was time to make a big step forward in her life. In March 2003, Megan signed a lease for an apartment near Middletown, a small town of Wallkill, New York. Megan looked forward to starting her life as an adult, completely independent, but that would be sadly short-lived. Megan worked at the American Cafe in Galleria Mall and was waiting tables from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on March 13, 2003. After that, she walked to a Closeby Bank's ATM to withdraw cash at exactly 3:10 p.m. She was later spotted in Greenway Terrace in Wallkill, New York. 2 acquaintances were throwing a birthday party, and they invited her in, but Megan refused. They went back inside and told everyone that Megan had plans with some other friends in Middletown. Next, Megan was at a friend's house from 7:30 p.m. to 12 a.m., watching the TV show Friends. Then Megan headed home, telling her friend she had to get some sleep or she would be late for work the next day. Little did the friend know it would be the last time she would see Megan alive. Instead of going straight home, Megan stopped at the birthday party in the Greenway Terrace area in Wallkill. Two friends who were leaving the party spotted her in her car. They exchanged a few words, and Megan told them she was waiting to meet someone. It was 12:30 a.m., just after midnight, the last time anyone saw Megan McDonald alive. Megan did not show up for her afternoon shift at the American Cafe later in the day. They left voicemails on her phone. Her friends and family realized she was not in touch or taking any calls, not responding to any text messages. Her mother asked Karen to check on her as she was not answering. At first, Karen and James Whalen were a little annoyed at Megan being so irresponsible. However, as the day progressed, they grew increasingly worried. They lived 2 hours from where Megan was last seen, and they could not trace her. Daylight burnt into night, and then the next day, they were met with terrible news. The next morning, a man and his nephew came across something shocking. The owners of 229 Bowser Road in the town of Wallkill saw something lying at an odd angle. To their horror, they realized it was a body. The body of a young woman, and they called 911, reaching the state police. New York State Police were able to identify the body through the driver's license and ID'd her as Megan McDonald, the missing 20-year-old. An autopsy revealed she had been struck with a blunt object, which proved to be fatal. Detective Brad Natalizio detailed that the area adjacent to Bowser Road was a slender dirt trail that ended in a cul-de-sac, nestled within an isolated field. The area was isolated, and the detective deduced that she would have known the person who led her there, as it would be dangerous to drive all alone out so far at night. Someone was with Megan as she drove there, someone she trusted, and then the person took her life. State police found out that Megan owned a 1991 Mercury Sable, but it was not at the scene of the crime, so a search ensued to recover her car. Local police were able to get media coverage to help solve Megan's mystery. Some days later, police received a tip that the car was parked at the Kensington Manor apartment complex. The investigation revealed that the car had been parked there since early morning around 8 on March 14th, so it had been there for some time. It was evident that the driver left in a hurry. Investigators got a lot of evidence and lifted many things that would help get a proper DNA analysis. Over 700 items were bagged and kept in storage. Officers deduced that someone was sitting in the driver's seat of Megan's car and had struck her with a fatal blow. Frustratingly, after no further leads, Megan's case unfortunately went cold for quite a while. Detectives Brad Natalizio and Michael Carletta grew up in the area and knew about the missing woman. Megan's case was the biggest local mystery for a long time. 20 years later, on the 20th anniversary of Megan's unfortunate demise, her case was featured on a popular TV show called Dateline. Her case was highlighted and subsequently efforts were doubled. In 2018, the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit took on the case, aiming to profile the suspect and devise a theory. After going through the crime scene and autopsy photos along with exhaustive case files containing over 800 leads and interviews, their theory aligned with the conclusions reached at Troop F Barracks on Crystal Run Road in the town of Wallkill. They determined that the perpetrator exhibited all the hallmarks of narcissistic personality disorder, as defined by the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a pervasive pattern of grandiosity in fantasy or behavior, a constant need for admiration, and a lack of empathy, beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts. Detective Natalizio and Carletta were assigned to the case in 2017, and since they were aware of the local stories they had heard growing up, they had a lot of insight. Natalizio never stopped working on Megan's case, even when he switched jobs, so her case went across departments and the community. Natalizio was Megan's age and grew up in Orange County. When he began working for the NYPD in 2006, his wife urged him to solve Megan's case if he ever got promoted. The detective's wife was a registered nurse who worked alongside Megan's mother, so there was a personal connection. The officers began with re-interviewing all witnesses and suspects. They went back to Kensington Manor Apartments and found some interesting information. Around 12:30 a.m., the night Megan lost her life, a witness spotted her car. Megan's car was white with a black stripe on the side, so it was something you would notice, but that is not what caught the witness's attention. There was loud music blaring from the system in the car, so loud that she had to look outside and check. There was another car trailing Megan's vehicle, a dark Honda Civic hatchback. The complex has a big loop, so both of the cars circled back, the music still loud. It provided a timeline. Megan was alive at 12:30 a.m., which means the crime occurred sometime between 12:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. The main theory was that two people followed Megan in the car, somehow got into her back seat, and took her to Bowser Road, where her body was recovered. The assailant was in the back seat, and they had a friend in the passenger seat while Megan drove. Whoever this person was, they had some control over Megan, possibly psychologically. They drove to a secluded field off Bowser Road, a place where teenagers and young people would hang out to drink. The entrance was so tricky that a person would normally miss it, but the assailant knew exactly where he was taking them, and possibly knew that any confrontation would not be heard because the area was isolated. It was so quiet that one could hear a far-off train engine simply standing on the spot. Megan possibly got into an argument with this person, which resulted in the perpetrator flying into a rage, hitting her repeatedly with a blunt object. The passenger sitting beside Megan was possibly in shock, but whatever it was, the assailant managed to convince them not to go to the police. After disposing of her body, the two individuals brought her car back and parked it, thereafter running off. Investigators analyzed all the objects lifted from Megan's car, and a private lab called Cybergenetics was tasked with re-examining the DNA in 2023 to put to test the advances in forensic technology. A company by the name of Lamar Advertising has been providing free exposure for Megan for many years. They funded 7 billboards for Megan along State Route 17 in Orange and Sullivan counties, as well as on Interstate 84 in Orange County. They urged people with any information to come forward. The NYP Detective Union offered $10,000 for any information regarding Megan, and the FBI also offered $10,000, amounting to a total of $20,000. Surprisingly, before DNA could bring about something conclusive, the Honda Civic with a loud system was identified. They marked it down to 2 suspects, one of whom was Megan's ex-boyfriend, Edward Hawley. Suspect number 2 has never been publicly identified. It was revealed that he passed away in 2010. He left a voicemail on Megan's phone on March 9, 2003 at 1:24 a.m., with loud music in the background. Investigators discovered that Megan had $21.92 in her account at the time after she deposited $1,158.33 into her HSBC account. Then, on March 10th, she overdrafted it by $869.92. In 3 of Holly's interviews, he admitted that he owed her $300 because she helped him buy a purple 1990 Honda Civic hatchback. Yes, the very car they had been looking for. On the day that the crime took place, Megan had an altercation with Edward Hawley, which he admitted in all of his police interviews. Megan's landlord came forward to give additional information. On March 13, 2003, around 9 a.m., Megan's landlord saw a man in her apartment on Karen Drive. The man was her new boyfriend, whose name has been withheld in documents. An hour later, she dropped him off at his house on Sheffield Drive in Wallkill and headed to work. Interestingly, the reason Megan did not go to the party on Greenway Terrace was because Edward Hawley was at the party. Through witness accounts and police records, it was deduced that Megan tried to buy marijuana from various sources. She called someone at 10:57 p.m., then contacted the person again at 11:25, but he could not get any for her. Again, at 12:05 a.m., a witness spotted her at the ATK gas station on 152 Wisner Avenue in the city of Middletown, where she was asking the clerk for a Dutch, which is slang for a marijuana cigarette. That witness also saw her car outside but did not see anyone in it. Suspect number 2 was contacted by Megan several times during the night, the last call at 12:25 a.m., when she went to pick him up at his house on Cindy Lane in Wallkill. He was sitting in the passenger seat and told her he did not have any marijuana. She finally said she would get some from Edward Hawley. Witnesses saw Hawley leave the party just before midnight on March 13th. Just after midnight, that would be March 14th, Hawley and Megan's phones pinged off the towers in the Scotchtown area in the town of Wallkill, which was the time frame officers had for Megan picking up her assailant. Hawley admitted he knew Megan was outside the party, but that he went straight home to 66 Sandburg Court in the town of Wallkill. However, the cell phone tower and witnesses placed him in the vicinity of the crime scene. Hawley had a history of domestic violence, and he had ample motive to hurt Megan since he owed her a lot of money. The FBI helped put the final pieces of this intricate puzzle together, thanks to their behavioral analysis unit. It was possible that Hawley had a disagreement with Megan. Known for being opinionated, her sister Karen admits this theory held ground for them. It was indeed possible that Megan had a disagreement with her ex, and he struck her in a moment of rage. Megan's last outgoing call at 12:30 a.m. was to Hawley, which he claims was simply to get marijuana. However, this makes Hawley the last person to see her alive, and given his history, locations, and the fact that he never came clean about being with her in the time frame of her demise, he is definitely a prime suspect. On April 20th, 2023, the New York State Police arrested Edward Hawley and charged him with taking Megan's life in the second degree. Hawley was involved in a car crash in 2007, after which he lost use of his legs. He was already in jail for violating probation while involved in a narcotics case in October of 2021. Now 42 years old, Hawley would have been 22 when he took Megan's life. As officers wheeled him away, clad in an orange jumpsuit, he screamed at the cameras that he was innocent and that he loved Megan. His two daughters rushed to his side in an attempt to show support, while the McDonalds shouted, "Justice for Megan." The second suspect in the case allegedly took his own life and has still not been named by the police. Unfortunately, Holly was released without bail because the prosecutors made a small mistake. They failed to present the case to a grand jury in time. However, Edward Holly had to appear in court in June and August. His next court date will be after Thanksgiving. When convicted, he faces 25 years to life in prison. Megan's family sought comfort in the fact that the man who mercilessly slayed her has finally been identified, while Karen says her little sister will never get to see the series finale of her favorite show, Friends. The family is grateful for the opportunity to give her a proper goodbye. As in many such cases, the body is not recovered as quickly. Tanya van Cuylenborg, a free-spirited and adventurous young woman, was born on March 7, 1969 in Saanich, British Columbia, Canada. Growing up, she exhibited a rebellious streak, as evidenced by her audacious act of wearing a man's tuxedo to her high school prom. An early glimpse into her independent and unconventional nature. Tanya's passion for exploration and curiosity about the world were evident in her decision to embark on a trip across Europe with her best friend, May Robeson, shortly before meeting her eventual boyfriend, Jay Cook. This experience left a lasting impression on her, shaping her desire to continue traveling and avoiding commitments that might tie her down. Despite her inclination toward a nomadic lifestyle, Tanya was not without responsibility. To fund her adventures, she worked part-time as both a dog walker and a waitress at Pickwick's, a British-themed restaurant in Vancouver City. Her decision to skip college and work towards her goal of traveling reflected her determination to chart her own path. Born on December 16, 1966, J. Roland Cook hailed from Saanich, British Columbia. By the time 1987 rolled around, Jay, at 20 years old, was grappling with a sense of directionlessness. Uncertain about his future, he faced the pressures of adulthood without a clear vision of his goals. Raised in a family with a strong work ethic instilled by his father Gordon, Jay, along with his two sisters, contributed to the family business, Cook and Talbot Limited Heating Specialists, a small family-run company specializing in furnace installations. Although Jay was contemplating a shift toward marine biology, he engaged in the family business to occupy his time. Jay's reputation as a responsible and reliable individual stretched back to his high school days. At social gatherings, he demonstrated his caring nature by intervening when a friend faced potential harm due to excessive drinking. He once abandoned his job at a pizza parlor to cycle through rain for 3 hours to join friends, showcasing his spontaneous and lively side. Jay's life took a significant turn when he met Tanya through a mutual friend in July of the same year. Tanya was drawn to Jay's caring and responsible demeanor, and their relationship quickly blossomed. Despite uncertainties about his own future, Jay's willingness to take on challenges and his dynamic personality endeared him to those around him. Tanya and Jay's relationship, though relatively short-lived, was marked by a sense of adventure. Tanya's initial hesitance towards settling down was juxtaposed with Jay's eagerness to carve out a future together. Their decision to embark on a work-related trip to Seattle reflected not only their commitment to each other, but also their shared enthusiasm for new experiences. Unfortunately, this trip would take a dark turn that would cost both Tanya and Jay their lives. The plan involved a scenic route starting with a ferry from Victoria to Port Angeles, Washington, followed by a drive through various highways to eventually reach Seattle. Initially, Tanya tried to invite her best friend May to join them on the trip, but May had to decline due to illness. Reflecting later, May could not shake off the guilt, wondering if her presence might have altered the tragic events that unfolded. The young couple embarked on their journey on November 18, 1987, in Jay's father's 1977 Ford Club van. The purpose of the trip was for Jay to pick up the furnace from a supplier in Seattle. Despite a minor detour and a missed turnoff, the first leg of their journey seemed uneventful. However, the last confirmed sighting of Jay and Tanya was at a ferry terminal in Bremerton at 10:16 p.m., where they purchased a ticket to Seattle. The following morning, when the supplier waited in vain for them to collect the furnace, concerns set in. The Van Cuylenborgs and Cooks, both families linked by the missing couple, reported them missing on November 20th. Despite mounting worry, law enforcement hesitated to open a full-scale investigation, citing the lack of evidence of foul play. As the families anxiously waited, Bill Van Cuylenborg, a lawyer, took matters into his own hands. Frustrated by the lack of progress, he organized a helicopter search, but the vastness of Washington state thwarted his efforts. On November 24th, a devastating discovery was made when Tanya's half-naked body was found in a ditch near Parson Creek Road in Skagit County. She had been assaulted and bound with plastic ties and an execution-style shot in the head. Tanya's father, Bill Van Cuylenborg, was called in to identify his daughter. Following the gruesome discovery of Tanya Van Cuylenborg's lifeless body near Parson Creek Road, investigators uncovered several crucial pieces of evidence that further deepened the mystery and horror surrounding the case. A bartender at Essie's Tavern in Bellingham reported finding Tanya's wallet and a set of keys behind the bar. Initially considered lost property, the bartender's realization, prompted by news of Tanya's case, led to him contacting the police. The wallet's contents were identified as belonging to Tanya, sparking a closer examination of the area. As investigators delved into the surroundings, additional clues began to surface. Zip ties similar to the ones used to bind Tanya were discovered, linking the crime scene to the one at Essie's Tavern. This detail suggested a potential connection between the location where her belongings were found and her slaying. The investigation took a pivotal turn when the team located a van matching the description given by Bill Van Cuylenborg. Jay Cook had been driving this van, and it was found in proximity to Tanya's body. Upon inspection, the inside of the van revealed a grim reality. It was covered in blood belonging to both Tanya and Jay. The state of the van, coupled with the blood evidence, raised immediate concerns about Jay's well-being. Initially considered a potential suspect due to his unknown whereabouts, Jay Cook was now viewed as another victim. The evidence strongly suggested that he too had met a tragic end, dispelling earlier suspicions that he was involved and perhaps responsible for what had happened to Tanya. On November 26th, a man named Scott Walker stumbled upon Jay Cook's lifeless body during a hunting trip in Snohomish County, just 50 miles from where Tanya had been found. If Tanya's crime scene had been gruesome, Jay's discovery was arguably even more chilling. The scene was grim, with dog collars and twine tightly wound around Jay's neck. Disturbingly, tissues and a pack of cigarettes had been shoved down his throat, causing asphyxiation. Severe head wounds and bloodstains on his clothes suggested he had been subjected to brutal violence, possibly even torture. The timeline of events surrounding Jay's end became a critical aspect of the investigation. Given that the couple's van was found closer to Tanya's body than to Jay's, it was reasoned that Jay's life might have been taken first. The disturbing implication was that the perpetrator might have eliminated Jay to facilitate the assault on Tanya without any hindrance. The grisly details of Jay's demise painted a horrifying picture, leaving investigators grappling with the enormity of the crimes committed against the young couple. As law enforcement worked tirelessly to piece together the sequence of events, the haunting question of who was responsible for such brutal acts loomed large. While Jay's discovery provided some closure to his family, it intensified the urgency of solving the case. With both victims now confirmed to not be alive anymore, the focus shifted to unraveling the identity of the perpetrator responsible. In the aftermath of the brutal slayings of Tanya van Cuylenborg and Jay Cook, their families faced a new wave of torment in December 1987. An anonymous letter writer claiming to be the men responsible sent threatening letters to both families. As investigators delved into the letters, the anonymous writer was eventually eliminated as a suspect, leaving the families with more questions than answers. Detective Jim Scharf, deeply affected by the heinous nature of the unsolved case, played a pivotal role in seeking justice. In 1995, he helped form a cold case team, and the case of Tanya and Jay became one of their earliest assignments. The quest for answers took a significant turn in May 2003 when investigators examined the van belonging to the victims. Among the critical pieces of evidence found were Tanya's black pants, on which male DNA was discovered. The DNA did not match Jay Cook. This unidentified DNA, labeled Individual A, became a crucial focus for investigators. Despite uploading the profile to CODIS, the FBI's National Offender Database, in 2003, there were no hits, leaving the case in a frustrating standstill. Over the years, Detective Scharf faced numerous theories and false leads, with over 200 names crossing his desk. In 2015, a woman named Chelsea Rustard, who was unrelated to the victims, uploaded her DNA to a public database to explore her family tree. Little did she know that her DNA would become a crucial piece in unlocking the mystery of what had happened to Tanya and Jay. The breakthrough finally came on April 25, 2018. Inspired by the Golden State Offender's arrest, Detective Scharf, eager to leverage the same technology, collaborated with Parabon Nanolabs and genetic genealogist C.C. Moore. Individual A's DNA was uploaded to GED Match, and within hours, Moore identified second cousins, enabling her to construct a detailed family tree. The name that came up was William Earl Talbot II. To confirm the match, investigators trailed Talbot, a trucker, until they were able to retrieve a discarded paper coffee cup. Forensic scientist Lisa Collins subsequently confirmed the match between the DNA on Talbot's cup and individual A. On May 17, 2018, after over 3 decades of searching for answers, William Earl Talbot II was arrested. The families of Tanya van Cuylenborg and Jay Cook, who had endured years of uncertainty, were notified of this significant development. For Detective Scharf, it was a momentous occasion, bringing a sense of closure and justice to one of the most perplexing unsolved cases he had encountered. In June 2019, William Earl Talbot II was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole for taking the lives of Tanya van Cuylenborg and Jay Cook. However, on December 7, 2021, an appellate court overturned the conviction due to juror bias. This decision led to the possibility of a second trial. On December 22, 2022, the appellate court rejected the notion of a retrial. Nevertheless, the Washington State Supreme Court stepped in on the same date, reinstating the guilty verdict. The court emphasized the defense's choice not to use peremptory challenges to dismiss the juror in question. As of December 22, 2022, Talbot remains in custody. J.B. Beasley and Tracie Hawlett, two vivacious 17-year-olds from Dothan, Alabama, shared a profound friendship and promising aspirations that were tragically cut short on the fateful summer night of July 31, 1999. Born J.B. Hilton Green Beasley in the summer of 1982, J.B.'s name was a composite of her father, Hilton Lanier Beasley, and his friend, J.B. Green. In her early years, J.B. was characterized as a lively and rambunctious child, unafraid to engage and interact with those around her. As J.B. entered adolescence, she transformed into a beautiful and intelligent young woman. Popular at Northview High School in Dothan, she was not only a gifted dancer with aspirations of securing a dance scholarship for college, but also harbored dreams of becoming a pediatrician. Despite facing challenges, including a temporary falling out with her mother and a custody dispute, J.B. navigated her teenage years with resilience. Tracie Jean Hawlett was the oldest child in her family. Known for her caring nature, Tracie earned the nickname Dee Dee for often serving as the designated driver for her friends. Academically exceptional, she was a majorette at Northview High School, consistently making the presidential honor roll. Since the age of 3, Tracie harbored a steadfast dream of becoming a doctor, and she and a friend had already applied to Florida State University. Both young women shared a close bond that extended beyond their school activities. J.B. invited Tracie to a birthday party planned in her honor on the last Saturday before the start of her senior year. The tragic events of that night began when the girls, navigating in J.B.'s Mazda 929, got lost on the way to the party in Headland. Seeking directions in Ozark marked the beginning of an inexplicable and devastating series of events. The night of July 31, 1999 was an evening intended for celebration as the two teenagers set out in J.B.'s car to attend a field party in Headland in honor of J.B.'s upcoming birthday. Their journey began at 10:05 p.m. as J.B. and Tracie embarked on the route to the neighboring town. Navigating the curvy back roads, they found themselves lost, ultimately ending up in Ozark, 20 miles north of Dothan. At 11:30 p.m., they stopped at a closed Big Little store in Ozark seeking directions. A woman and her daughter provided guidance, and Tracie used the payphone to inform her parents of their situation, expressing confidence that they would be home soon. Sadly, that call would be the last communication from the two girls. Tracie's mother, Carol Roberts, fell asleep, only to awaken at 4:45 a.m. to find no sign of the girls. Discovered crammed unceremoniously into the trunk of a car, the lifeless bodies of J.B. Beasley and Tracie Hawlett bore witness to the brutality of their execution-style slayings, each felled by a single 9mm gunshot to the head. Police ruled out robbery as a motive, given the untouched belongings in the car. The missing car keys, bearing the distinctive block-lettered keychain spelling "hard to get," became a significant puzzle piece. The investigation that ensued was marked by intensity and thoroughness, with law enforcement initially grappling with scant leads. The girls, fully clothed and covered in mud, displayed no clear signs of struggle, adding to the mystery surrounding their demise. Weeks later, a pivotal breakthrough emerged when the state lab revealed traces of male DNA on JB's bra, underwear, and skin, a crucial piece of DNA evidence that would later become the linchpin in solving the case. Despite initial leads leading nowhere, a twist occurred a month after the crime was committed. A man named Johnny Barentine came forward with a confession and claimed to have witnessed a black truck speeding away from the crime scene. Barentine lived in close proximity to where the bodies were found, and inconsistencies arose, casting doubt on his confession. A neighbor he implicated had an alibi, and the male DNA found at the crime scene did not match. Barentine soon found himself arrested as the prime suspect. He would later tell a grand jury that he fabricated the entire thing to get the reward money. The case stagnated for 2 decades, with various speculations circulating about the perpetrators. In 2018, spurred by the success in capturing the Golden State offender, investigators renewed their efforts. The evidence was submitted to Parabon Nanolabs, leading to the development of a genetic profile and a groundbreaking identification. Ozark Chief of Police Marlos Walker found himself in a pivotal moment when he decided to submit the collected evidence from the crime scene of J.B. Beasley and Tracie Hawlett to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based forensic technology company. The objective was clear: find the suspect responsible for the case that had haunted the community since July 31, 1999. Utilizing advanced genetic analysis, Parabon Nanolabs developed a comprehensive genetic profile and employed the public DNA database GED Match to trace family connections leading to a potential suspect. Months later, the breakthrough came. A match was found. The name attached to the DNA profile was none other than 45-year-old Coley McCraney, a revelation that added a layer of complexity to the case. Strikingly, Police Chief Marlos Walker recognized the name from his high school days, a former classmate with whom he had shared the basketball court. On March 17, 2019, the culmination of the investigation led to McCraney's arrest during a routine traffic stop. The shocking twist lay in the fact that, for all appearances, McCraney had led a quiet and unassuming life. A truck driver with a brief military stint and a role as a bishop in a local church, he seemed worlds away from the heinous crimes with which he was charged. The anticipated trial faced its own set of challenges. Originally scheduled for September 2020, the onset of the global pandemic forced a delay. The ensuing months brought additional heartache for the families, as the trial, scheduled for August 2022, was hindered by a lack of suitable jurors. The setback intensified the emotional burden carried by those seeking justice for JB and Tracie. Finally, on April 17, 2023, at the Dale County Courthouse, the trial commenced. The courtroom witnessed a procession of forensic scientists offering crucial testimony. Among the damning evidence was a revelation from a forensic scientist who confirmed the presence of McCraney's DNA in Beasley's body that was collected in 1999, leaving no room for doubt regarding the perpetrator's guilt. McCraney, who had steadfastly maintained his innocence since his arrest, underwent a surprising transformation during the trial. In a turn of events, he presented a different version of the night's events. He testified that he and J.B. Beasley had arranged to meet at an Ozark gas station at 10 p.m. on July 31, 1999, a claim that contradicted the prosecution's narrative. According to McCraney, Beasley failed to appear at the designated meeting spot, leading him to encounter her and Tracie Hawlett later that night when they were lost. Offering assistance, he proposed to guide them back to Highway 231, leading to an unexpected scenario. McCraney's testimony described consensual intercourse between him and Beasley inside his long-haul truck, while Tracie remained in the car. This account sharply contrasted with the state's theory, alleging that McCraney had threatened the girls with a 9mm handgun, leading them into a marshy area where he allegedly assaulted Beasley before executing both girls and concealing their bodies in the car trunk. Despite the conflicting narratives, the jury, after brief deliberation, reached a verdict on April 26, 2023. Coley McCraney was found guilty of all the charges against him. The swift decision led to a life sentence without the possibility of parole. As McCraney heard his fate, he was placed in handcuffs and escorted out of the courtroom, closing a chapter in the prolonged saga of J.B. Beasley and Tracie Hawlett's tragic demises. In the vibrant community of College Station, Texas, Virginia Ginger Freeman, a 40-year-old wife, mother, and dedicated real estate agent, was known for her energetic personality and strong ties to her community. However, the tranquility of this tight-knit town was shattered on December 1, 1981, when Virginia's life took a tragic turn. Virginia's usual routine of showing a vacant Brazos County residence to a potential buyer ended in a horrifying discovery for her husband, Charles Freeman. Concerned when Virginia failed to return home from work, Charles found her lifeless body in the vacant property. The scene was marked by extreme violence, with signs of head trauma and stabbing to the neck. It was a crime that investigators would later describe as an act using excessive force, emphasizing the brutality inflicted upon this unsuspecting woman. The investigation commenced with Charles Freeman as a primary focus, a routine step in such cases. However, thorough examination ruled out any indications of trouble within the marriage, and Charles provided a solid alibi, eliminating him as a suspect. Early leads emerged when a local brick mason reported seeing a man and a vehicle near the crime scene, prompting forensic hypnosis to generate a composite sketch and a partial license plate. Unfortunately, this avenue yielded no firm leads. 2 years passed with the case going cold, until a potential connection to another case emerged. Henry Lee Lucas, already convicted of a slaying in Ringgold, Texas, about 250 miles away, shocked the court by claiming responsibility for numerous additional cold cases. Investigators, hoping for a breakthrough, showed Lucas a picture of Virginia, and he confessed to stabbing her in the neck. However, when Lucas failed to identify the crime scene, it became evident that this was a false confession, a desperate attempt to delay his fate. The case remained stagnant until 1997, when advances in DNA technology provided a glimmer of hope. DNA found under Virginia's fingernails suggested a struggle, and the Brazos County Sheriff's Department, in collaboration with the Texas Rangers Cold Case Task Force, decided to reopen the investigation. Suspects were tested for DNA, including Charles Freeman, whose DNA did not match the evidence found. Despite initial setbacks, investigators honed in on James Otto Earhart, a former appliance repairman who 6 years after Virginia's slaying had been convicted of taking the life of a 9-year-old girl less than 10 miles away. The challenge lay in obtaining Earhart's DNA posthumously, as he had been executed in 1999. Through a meticulous process involving genealogy records and cooperation from Earhart's son, the team obtained permission to exhume his body in June 2018. The shocking state of Earhart's remains, exposed to the elements in a cardboard box, presented a formidable obstacle. Nevertheless, a DNA sample was successfully collected from a femur bone and analyzed. On August 30, 2019, the results conclusively matched the DNA profile from Virginia's fingernail clippings. James Otto Earhart was posthumously identified as the perpetrator, providing closure to a decades-old mystery. While Charles Freeman did not live to witness justice being served, his children found solace in the resolution of their mother's case. The investigators, despite their regret at being unable to apprehend Earhart, celebrated the closure of a case that had haunted the community for nearly 4 decades. The journey from a brutal slaying to posthumous conviction showcased the tenacity of law enforcement and the evolving role of forensic technology in solving cold cases. In the quiet town of Stillwater, Minnesota, Pamela Cahanes was born in 1958 into the warmth of a tight-knit family on a dairy farm. The second youngest of 8 siblings, Pamela grew up surrounded by love and the simple pleasures of farm life. As she matured, Pamela felt a yearning for adventure beyond the boundaries of her familiar surroundings. At the age of 25, fueled by a desire to explore the world and serve her country, she made a life-altering decision to join the United States Navy. Pamela's journey led her from the heart of Minnesota to Central Florida, where she embarked on a new chapter at the Orlando Naval Training Center in May 1984. Her upbringing on the family farm had instilled in her a strong work ethic and a sense of discipline that proved invaluable during the rigorous Navy training. Pamela successfully completed 2 months of training, and on August 3, 1984, she proudly graduated from the Naval Training Center. However, the celebration of her achievement was short-lived. The next day, on August 4, 1984, Pamela's promising future took a tragic turn. She was last seen at the Fashion Square Mall in Orlando, where she purchased makeup and toiletries from a Kmart. A receipt discovered later by investigators bore the timestamp of 3:18 p.m., providing a crucial piece of evidence regarding her last known activities. Later that evening, Pamela was observed walking near the Naval Training Center with an unidentified man between 6:30 and 7 p.m. Their presence at Club Mariner, a bar on the Navy base, was documented. The details surrounding the unidentified man remained a puzzle for investigators, adding complexity to the unfolding tragedy. Pamela Cahanes' body was discovered lifeless and partially nude in front of a vacant home on Riverview Avenue in Sanford on August 5, 1984. The brutal nature of her end suggested that her life had been taken elsewhere before being callously discarded. The investigation took a harrowing turn when a generic receipt, void of any identifying information, was found at the crime scene. This mysterious receipt indicated a purchase at 1:09 a.m., believed to be from a Chinese restaurant. Pamela Cahanes' untimely demise shook her family to the core, leaving them grappling with grief and unanswered questions for 34 long years. The initial investigation proved challenging, with authorities struggling to identify a suspect or discern the motive behind the heinous crime. The geographical proximity to the Naval Training Center led investigators to believe that the perpetrator might have had connections to the military base. Despite diligent efforts by the Seminole County Sheriff's Department, crucial leads were elusive, and the case remained unsolved for decades. The passage of time did not diminish the determination of Pamela's family to seek justice for their beloved sister. In their quest for closure, they endured false leads and moments of despair, yet their hope endured. A breakthrough finally came in the form of advancements in forensic technology. In a stunning turn of events, a detective from the Seminole County Sheriff's Department contacted Pamela's family, arranging an in-person meeting in Minnesota. The family, anticipating routine updates on the case, gathered, unaware of the monumental revelation that awaited them. The investigator showed the family a video capturing the arrest of a suspect, Thomas Lewis Garner. The 59-year-old dental hygienist who had worked at the Orlando Naval Training Center concurrently with Pamela Cahanes was taken into custody on a first-degree homicide charge. The arrest unfolded in Jacksonville, where Garner had been residing for several years. The arrest marked the beginning of a new chapter for Pamela Cahanes' family, but it also opened a floodgate of questions. The motive behind the crime remained undisclosed, and the circumstances linking Garner and Pamela within the naval training context remained unclear. Garner, having appeared in court, faced the gravity of the charges against him, with the potential for spending the remainder of his life behind bars. The breakthrough in the case was achieved through the innovative use of DNA analysis and genealogy databases. Investigators, utilizing the public genealogy database GED Match, constructed a DNA family tree, leading them to Thomas Lewis Garner. A subsequent surveillance of Garner and the acquisition of a personal item enabled detectives to match his DNA with evidence preserved from the crime scene in 1984. Thomas Garner's arrest in 2019 marked a turning point in the cold investigation and brought a renewed sense of hope to the Cahanes family after enduring decades of uncertainty. During the trial, Thomas Garner took the stand in his own defense. He admitted to the possibility of a casual, intimate encounter with Pamela several years prior, but vehemently denied any involvement in her brutal demise. Garner's defense strategy aimed to cast doubt on the prosecution's case, presenting an alternative narrative that sought to distance him from the crime. In a long-awaited conclusion to the cold case, a jury delivered a verdict of guilt against Thomas Garner. Following the conviction, Garner was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, marking the end of a protracted legal process that spanned nearly 4 decades. Pamela Cahanes' sister, representing the family, read an impactful statement in open court immediately after the verdict was announced. She expressed a mix of emotions, emphasizing the hope that Garner would reflect on the time he spent free while her family endured the pain of loss. The sentencing, though, providing a sense of closure, could never fully erase the years of suffering the family endured in the absence of justice. Detectives later disclosed that Thomas Garner is under investigation as a potential suspect in another cold case. His DNA reportedly matched evidence found at the scene of a 1982 slaying in Honolulu involving a 25-year-old woman. While Garner has not been formally charged in this case, prosecutors hinted at the possibility that he may have additional victims. Speculation arose that Garner could be a serial offender, prompting further scrutiny into his potential involvement in other unsolved cases. The arrest and conviction of Thomas Lewis Garner in connection with Pamela Cahanes' violent case is a testament to the resilience of those seeking justice and the evolving landscape of forensic technology. Pamela's story, which began with a young woman's pursuit of adventure and service to her country, took a tragic turn, leaving an indelible mark on her family. The tragic case is a reminder that even after the passage of time, dedicated investigators and advancements in forensic science can bring resolution to the most perplexing cold cases. Pamela Cahanes' legacy may yet become a symbol of resilience and determination in the face of darkness. Sophie Sergie, born in 1973, hailed from the small and remote village of Pitkas Point in western Alaska, situated on the Yukon River. Pitkas Point, with a population of less than 200 people at the time, was predominantly inhabited by indigenous people, and Sophie belonged to the Yupik tribe. Growing up in this close-knit community, Sophie's childhood was shaped by the unique challenges and beauties of rural Alaska. The village, marked by its isolation and small population, instilled in Sophie a sense of community, family values, and a connection to her indigenous roots. Life in Pitkas Point was likely characterized by the close bond between community members who shared a common way of life in the remote Alaskan wilderness. Sophie was described as a wonderful daughter and an exemplary individual. Her character was marked by qualities such as brightness, hard work, and a strong determination to pursue her dreams. In the eyes of the community, she became a role model, particularly for the younger generation. Sophie's aspirations reached beyond the boundaries of her small village, and she harbored dreams of achieving more significant accomplishments in her life. Despite the challenges posed by the remote location and limited resources, Sophie's dedication to education shone through. She managed to secure a full scholarship to the University of Alaska, a prestigious opportunity that required her to relocate approximately 500 miles away from her hometown. This move represented a significant transition from the tight-knit indigenous community to the bustling and culturally diverse environment of the university. Sophie's academic pursuits at the university were centered around marine biology, a field that reflected her fascination with the wonders of the ocean. As Sophie excelled in her studies, she faced a critical juncture in her life that prompted her to take a temporary hiatus from college. The reasons for this decision were twofold. Firstly, Sophie felt a profound sense of responsibility towards her family, especially her aging mother, and wanted to return home to provide care and support. Secondly, she recognized the financial constraints associated with her educational journey and decided to work and save money for necessary dental surgery. During her time away from the university, Sophie took on the role of a teacher's assistant at a school in her hometown village. This choice exemplified her commitment to contributing to the community and reflected her strong work ethic. Her decision to take control of her financial situation, working towards saving money for her dental surgery rather than burdening her family, underscored Sophie's independence and sense of responsibility. After completing 2 years of marine biology studies, she intended to re-enroll in college, signifying her unwavering commitment to achieving her academic goals. However, the trajectory of Sophie's life took a tragic turn during a weekend trip to Fairbanks in April 1993. April 25, 1993 started as a seemingly ordinary day filled with routine activities. On this day, Sophie had flown into Fairbanks for a dental appointment. Her plans included staying with her friend Shirley, who was enrolled at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and residing in Bartlett Hall, a dormitory. Sophie went out with friends that evening, enjoying a movie and some food, engaging in activities that mirrored the lives of many college students. The last known photograph of Sophie captured her in a moment of happiness, arms spread as if ready to embrace the world during a sunset-watching excursion. Returning to her friend Shirley's room in Bartlett Hall, Sophie spent the night in a casual setting, watching movies and hanging out with Shirley and her boyfriend Noah. As the night progressed, Sophie went down to the common area for a drink and later decided to have a cigarette. Given the freezing Alaskan temperatures, Shirley suggested that Sophie smoke in the second-floor bathroom to avoid the cold. Sophie agreed, and while she was away, Shirley and Noah decided to leave, leaving a note on the door to inform Sophie. Unbeknownst to them, this decision would inadvertently contribute to the mystery surrounding Sophie's disappearance. The next morning, Shirley, returning to her dorm room, discovered that Sophie had not returned. Concerned and unable to find any sign of her friend, Shirley reported Sophie missing to the police. Simultaneously, Sophie's family, unaware of the tragedy unfolding in Fairbanks, received a call from Sophie's orthodontist reporting her absence from the scheduled appointment. As the day unfolded, a janitor cleaning the second-floor bathroom in Bartlett Hall made a horrifying discovery. Sophie Sergie's body was found in the bathtub, having endured a brutal assault that included binding, gagging, tasering, beating, stabbing, and ultimately a gunshot to the back of her head. The crime scene reflected the heinous nature of the act, with Sophie's pants and underwear pulled down, her sweater and bra pushed up, and her body damp from the running water. The discovery sent shockwaves through the University of Alaska Fairbanks community, prompting an urgent investigation by local authorities. Sophie's brutal slaying, committed in a college dormitory, struck a chord of fear and disbelief, leading to heightened security measures and emotional support services for students. Immediately following the discovery of Sophie's body on April 26, 1993, local police, forensic experts, and detectives descended upon the dormitory to meticulously examine and document every inch of the crime scene. The severity and brutality of the crime demanded a thorough and exhaustive investigation to bring the perpetrator to justice. Authorities collected evidence painstakingly, combing the bathroom tile by tile, securing fingerprints, hair samples, and any potential DNA from the scene. Despite the limitations of forensic technology in 1993, investigators recognized the importance of preserving these samples for future advancements in DNA analysis. Sophie's autopsy revealed no illegal substances or alcohol in her system, further emphasizing the gravity of the crime committed against her. Eyewitness testimonies played a crucial role in piecing together the events leading up to Sophie's end. Two students, Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy, would later provide valuable information. Vanessa, who lived in the dormitory during the semester, described feeling uneasy on the night of April 25th as she entered the rarely used East Side bathroom. She noticed a light on in the tub room, an unusual occurrence that raised her suspicions. Vanessa heard disturbing noises likened to firecrackers emanating from the adjacent room. Similarly, Jennifer Roy, a graduating senior, was up late studying on the west side of the dormitory. She heard distinct noises through the shared wall with the other bathroom around 1:30 a.m. on Monday. Jennifer perceived an unidentifiable rustling sound, a loud thud against the wall, and murmuring, speculating that it might involve a male and a female. The culmination of witness testimonies, forensic evidence, and the gruesome details of Sophie's assault prompted an intensified effort to identify and apprehend the perpetrator. The investigation faced challenges due to the transient nature of college campuses, with students leaving for the semester and some never returning. Tracking down individuals for questioning proved difficult, as room assignments often changed and the dormitory roster did not always reflect accurate residency. As investigators conducted interviews and pursued leads, they aimed to reconstruct the timeline of events on the night of the attack, narrowing down the window between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. when Sophie's life was taken. As the years passed, the Sophie Sergie case became a cold case, one that investigators revisited periodically. With the evolution of forensic techniques, especially in DNA analysis, authorities seized the opportunity to reevaluate the evidence. The focus shifted to unlocking the potential of the preserved DNA samples, hoping to identify the person responsible for Sophie's heinous slaying. The breakthrough came in 2018 with advancements in DNA testing capabilities. The preserved samples were subjected to modern DNA analysis, allowing investigators to create a genetic profile of the suspect. This profile could then be compared to DNA databases, increasing the chances of finding a match. The relentless pursuit of justice and the commitment to leveraging emerging forensic technologies were crucial in bringing closure to Sophie's case. Genealogical DNA analysis, a technique that gained prominence in solving cold cases, played a pivotal role. This method involves comparing crime scene DNA with publicly available genetic databases, potentially leading to the identification of familial connections. Genealogical DNA analysis has been instrumental in unmasking suspects in cases that have remained unresolved for decades. The investigation reached a turning point when Stephen Downs, a man residing in Maine, became a prime suspect. Further investigation revealed that, at the time of the violent attack, Downs was attending UAF and residing in the dorm where Sophie's life was taken. Downs, who had denied any connection with Sergie during his 2019 interview, was arrested when his DNA definitively matched the sample collected decades ago on Sergie's body. He was extradited from Maine, where he worked as a nurse. During the trial, prosecutors gathered evidence linking Downs to the crime scene, presenting a compelling case against him. Witnesses such as Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy provided crucial testimony, recounting their experiences on the night of the attack and contributing valuable insights into the events that transpired. The trial focused on reconstructing the events leading up to Sophie's untimely demise, relying on the memories of those who were present in Bartlett Hall during that fateful night. The testimony of witnesses, combined with advancements in forensic technology, served as a powerful force in the pursuit of justice for Sophie Sergie and her grieving family. In the end, the trial concluded and Stephen Downes was sentenced to 75 years in prison for the assault, as well as taking the life of Sophie Sergie. The devastating impact of Sophie's tragic demise lingers even after justice has been served. While closure for her friends and family came after almost 30 years, their lives remain forever altered by the tragic events from 1993. The journey from an unsolved cold case to the arrest and conviction of Stephen H. Downes showcases the transformative role of genetic genealogy in bringing justice to victims and closure to grieving families. Jody Loomis, born on June 5, 1952 in Salt Lake City, Utah, was a vibrant and compassionate individual within her family dynamic. As the middle child positioned between her elder brother John and a younger sister, Jody's upbringing was characterized by love and shared experiences. Standing at a modest 5 foot 2 inches, she defied physical expectations with a robust personality, striking blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes that reflected the beauty of her compassionate soul. Her love for animals and the outdoors further defined her vibrant spirit. In a character-defining moment, Jody confronted hunters callously shooting pigeons, displaying an unyielding adherence to her principles. Her act of kindness, nursing a wounded pigeon back to health, showcased a tender side that contrasted with the tragedy that would ultimately take her life. The evening of August 23, 1972, marked an ordinary bike ride for Jody, headed to visit her horse at a stable 6 miles from her family home in Snohomish County. Around 5:30 p.m., a couple stumbled upon her fighting for her life along a secluded dirt track. The discovery revealed a horrifying scene. Jody, partially nude and critically wounded from a gunshot to the head. Rushed to the hospital by the couple who found her, Jody tragically succumbed to her injuries upon arrival. An autopsy later confirmed the additional horror that she had been assaulted, casting an even darker shadow over the tragedy and the serene town of Bothell. In the aftermath of Jody's case, investigators faced the daunting task of unraveling a crime that would haunt the community for decades. The customary approach involved scrutinizing those closest to the victim. Initial suspicions fell on Jody's fiancé, Jim, who had been living at the Loomis home just before the tragedy. However, alibis quickly exonerated him, placing him at work in the hospital during the unfolding tragedy. The focus then shifted to the Rice family, particularly Ken and his son Alan, who were chopping wood near the crime scene. Despite initial suspicions, the family's proximity did not yield conclusive evidence. Frustration mounted as the investigation stalled for nearly 2 years until a tip injected hope. Information surfaced about a group associated with the Reapers Roadmen biker gang, allegedly boasting about assaulting and taking the life of a young woman. The lead tied back to a .22 caliber pistol, the same caliber as the weapon. However, an FBI ballistics test debunked the connection, leading investigators grappling with the mystery. Fear enveloped the community as young women continued to vanish, prompting concerns of a serial offender. The emergence of this man as a prime suspect intensified the unease. During the initial stages of the investigation, as fear gripped Snohomish County due to a series of disappearances of young women, he emerged as a notorious figure in the region's criminal landscape. He operated in the Pacific Northwest during the same time frame as Jody's slaying, raising concerns about his potential involvement. The geographical proximity of his criminal activities to Snohomish County triggered fears of a connection. While the age and physical characteristics of Jody bore some resemblance to his known victims, the specifics of her case did not align perfectly with his known methods. The fear of a serial offender operating in the area prompted investigators to explore potential links, despite inconsistencies. Decades later, despite the initial focus on this man, investigators concluded that the details of Jody's violent end did not align with his established modus operandi. The absence of concrete evidence linking him to the crime led to a shift in focus, but the case sadly went cold. In a renewed effort to find justice for Jody, the Cold Case Unit from Snohomish County reignited its investigation, leveraging advancements in DNA technology. However, crucial pieces of evidence, including swabs, the victim's underwear, and the bullet, had mysteriously gone missing over the years, presenting a formidable challenge in reconstructing the narrative. A glimmer of hope emerged from an unexpected source: the left boot that Jody had been wearing at the time of her slaying. In a twist of fate, this seemingly inconspicuous item revealed the presence of male DNA. In 2008, the crime laboratory successfully developed a DNA profile from this crucial piece of evidence, breathing new life into the stagnant investigation. The profile was entered into CODIS, the National DNA Database, but no matches were found at the time. Around a decade later, in July 2018, a breakthrough arrived in the form of forensic genealogy. The DNA profile from the sample on the boot was submitted to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company specializing in DNA matching. Through a meticulous comparison with a public genealogy database, investigators honed in on potential suspects by identifying matches with family members. The investigation eventually narrowed down to the Miller family, with Terrence Miller emerging as the prime suspect. Terrence Miller, a retired heavy equipment operator residing just miles away from the crime scene, became a person of interest. His troubled past, marked by convictions for lewd conduct in 1968 and assaulting a preteen girl in the 1970s, painted a grim picture. Allegations of abuse against children further intensified the gravity of the accusations. In a meticulously planned operation, undercover police officers discreetly followed Terrence Miller, collecting a discarded coffee cup he left outside a local casino. The DNA profile derived from the cup yielded a chilling revelation. It was an exact match to the male DNA found on Jody's boot. Arrested in April 2019, Terrence Miller, now 78 years old, faced charges related to the assault and demise of Jody Loomis. Despite pleading not guilty to the charges, he faced a trial in late 2020. The courtroom witnessed 2 weeks of intense testimonies and evidence presentations. Tragedy struck one final time on November 9, 2020, just before the jury could deliver a verdict. Terrence Miller took his own life at his home, leaving behind unanswered questions and a community grappling with the abrupt end to a long-awaited trial. Unaware of Terence's passing, the jury later found him guilty of the charges against him. The irony of the posthumous verdict echoed through the courtroom, symbolizing a form of justice, albeit a bittersweet one. In December 2020, attempts to vacate the guilty verdict failed, closing a chapter that spanned nearly 5 decades. The case of Jody Loomis, with its twists and turns, serves as a sobering reminder of the enduring impact of violent crimes on communities and the tireless efforts of law enforcement to seek justice, even after the passage of many years. While the resolution of the case brought closure to some extent, the scars left by the tragic events of August 23, 1972, will forever linger in the collective memory of Bothell, Washington. Located in the small town of Sanford in the state of Maine, Emerson's school had seen many good years. Over 100 years old, Emerson's school was scheduled to be replaced after seeing its run of students. Generations passed through its system and moved on. In 2017, the school property was sold to be replaced with a gas station and convenience store belonging to the Cumberland Farms chain. Children had run happily in the playground, played football, maybe even baseball, not knowing what lay deep beneath the soil, sleeping undisturbed. On May 4, 2017, construction workers were digging for a water line for the gas station when they unearthed a collapsed casket. On further digging, they found human remains and were surprised because the site had been near a school property for years. Who could bury someone so close to the school? Authorities recovered finger bones, a jawbone, teeth, and ribs. As the pelvic bone was missing, it was hard to know whether the remains were male or female, but medical examiners speculated it to be a 10-year-old female child. Officers also found the crumbling pieces of a beautiful antique wooden casket, along with several nickel-plated handles and the coffin's keys. Major Matt Gagne from the Sanford Police Department treated the area as a potential crime scene, but it was later confirmed to be an old gravesite. This was not the first time the people of Sanford came across old bones. In the 1980s, while digging for an elevator shaft of the town hall, they found a leg bone, which turned out to be very old. Experts revealed the casket dates back to the Victorian era, which meant this body was over 100 years old. Upon discovering something so unique and mysterious, the construction of the gas station was halted. Then came the meticulous task of carefully excavating the grave. The city manager at the time, Stephen Buck, was accompanied by the construction workers' foreman, Peter Smith, as he sifted through the dirt carefully by hand. They were also joined by Paul Auger, who was a teacher as well as a local historian, a member of the Sanford Springvale Historical Society's Board of Directors. Auger was an enthusiast, and as soon as the coffin was discovered, he declared the site to be an historical excavation. The mayor at the time allowed them an extension to properly dig out all the invaluable pieces of evidence. His son, Andrew Auger, helped recover all the pieces carefully without damaging anything, as time had rendered them fragile. Everything was documented as they painstakingly removed shards of glass, pieces of metal and bones covered with dirt and mud. The top of the coffin had a single-pane glass window, which was quite common in the Victorian era, according to the Sanford Springvale Historical Society. The roots of a nearby oak tree framed the coffin as if out of a fairy tale. The root's hairs grown into the casket and remains. They labeled each bone, each artifact such as the 2 coffin keys and a piece of gingham cloth. A gingham cloth is a sort of plaid check cloth, probably once belonging to a dress. Before reburying the remnants of the coffin, officials felt it was only appropriate to identify the person who was laid to rest there. Some of the proceeds from the sale of Emerson School were used to finance the DNA tests that would be conducted in an attempt to give a name to the deceased. Paul Auger was a high school history teacher, and his students volunteered to help with the identification process. With more hands on deck, the process did not get any easier. The state medical examiner's office had no use for identifying the remains, but Paul Auger championed the cause. Mayor Tom Coate prioritized the digging in the local city council's agenda, and the council approved funding. Later on, Mayor Becky Brink would continue to support the cause. The excavation process was lengthy. Paul and his son Andrew looked for more bones with a special sifter that the owner of a nearby Shaw's hardware store customized for this purpose. They were able to find parts of a skull, pieces of vertebrae, ribs, and a mandible with teeth. Teeth typically help identify victims easily, but back then there were no dental records. Still, it is good for DNA evidence. Dirt and root hairs that covered the bones were cleaned with soft, bristled toothbrushes and chopsticks and washed gently with water. After the cleaning, the human remains were laid out on an examination table at the Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home. By this point, it became public knowledge that the school grounds had previously been Woodlawn Cemetery, as could be seen in photos, maps, and documents from 1889. The land where the new Cumberland Farm store was under construction had been purchased prior to 1889 by Thomas Goodall. Thomas Goodall was the founder of Goodall Mills in the 1860s, who owned the Goodall Mansion across the street. Emerson School, formerly Sanford's High School, was constructed adjacent to the cemetery. The town began relocating graves out of the cemetery around 1900 to make space for the Emerson School, which was built in 1901 and opened to students in 1902. When Willard School was erected in the 1920s, it transitioned to become a high school, while Emerson assumed the role of an elementary school. Sometime in the early 1900s, due to neglect and changing climate, the graves were deteriorating, so they were relocated to Oakdale Cemetery, creating space for a playground at Emerson School. According to the city records, 77 bodies were exhumed on record and reburied at Oakdale. The site was clear enough by 1933 for Emerson School to purchase the grounds. The front page from Sanford Tribune and Advocate newspaper of 17 September 1971 ran a headline that read, "300 Emerson School children cheer as Woodlawn Cemetery is converted into playground by town officials." Paul Auger could recall stories of kids bragging about how they used gravestones as third base for baseball. Except they were not just stories. While the remains were laid out at Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home, they could only deduce they were the bones of a little girl. But it took 6 long years to identify the Woodlawn Cemetery Doe, as she was dubbed. Initial DNA tests only confirmed the medical examiner's observation. The bones belonged to a woman, but not a little girl, as they had initially assumed. The teeth of the deceased would hopefully provide enough DNA signatures to identify the family this person belonged to. Major Gagne helped upload a genetic profile to the public database known back then as GED Match. Years passed, and finally, Paul Auger contacted the DNA Doe Project in the spring of 2022. The DNA Doe Project helped identify nameless bodies in an attempt to lay the deceased to rest with consent from their loved ones, possibly solving mysteries or reuniting relatives with the bodies of their own kin. Jennifer Randolph of the DNA Doe Project became actively involved in the search for the missing link. This speeded up the entire process. They handed the DNA samples to Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia had recently started a forensic genealogy wing, which was relatively new at the time. There were many matches, but most of them were inconclusive. Finally, through bioinformatics, the lab's investigative genetic genealogists were able to identify the nameless body by building a family tree from her great-great-niece and nephew. There were 3 promising leads: a paternal half-great-great-niece, a paternal half-great-great-nephew, and a maternal third cousin 3 times removed. Linking together their family and putting up a family tree, the DNA Doe Project was able to trace the daughters of Ferdinand and Lois Patten. The real puzzle piece that helped figure it all out was the obituary of one Edith Patten in the Biddeford Daily Journal on November 12, 1891. And that is when it all fell into place. Ferdinand and Lois Patten were residents of Fairfield in Somerset County in the state of Maine, as recorded by an 1870 census. It listed down 2 of their daughters, 3-year-old Edith and 2-month-old Elfrida, born in 1867. Edith spent her toddler years in Fairfield. By 1872, her brother Lendell was born as well. In the 1880 census, 13-year-old Edith was employed as a live-in housekeeper in Lewiston, while her father worked at a sawmill. Court records revealed that Lois and Ferdinand Patten divorced after an accusation of adultery in October of 1880. Ferdinand Patten got married again, twice. His second wife was Emma Dinsmore, whom he married in October of 1880. Possibly right after his divorce, she passed away soon after their marriage, leading to a third marriage. He married his third wife in 1884, Agnes Avery, who bore him 3 sons. The couple had a daughter in 1899 in Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Ferdinand named his daughter Edith May, which was possibly a tribute to the elder sister Edith. Neither Edith nor her full siblings ever married or had children. Her little brother, Landell Patten, passed away in 1890, and her sister, Elfrida, in 1917. The Biddeford Daily Journal reported Edith's passing. The cause of her ultimate demise was consumption, tuberculosis, which was an epidemic in the 1800s, fatal for 1 in 7 people in the U.S. In 1891, Edith was only 24 years old when she lost her life. To quote the article, she was beloved by a wide circle of friends who sincerely mourn her untimely passing. She was loved enough to be laid to rest in a glass window coffin with nickel-plated handles, dressed in her best. Passing at a young age, Edith Patten did not have many papers to record her life. There is no record of when she moved to Springvale. Her parents also passed away within a few years of Edith losing her life. Nevertheless, Paul Auger deduced she could have been working at a shoe shop, as women commonly did at the time. Many graves in Woodlawn Cemetery had no gravestone or marker to identify the deceased. Many were in ruins because of the weather and time. Thanks to advancements in technology, 132 years after being left behind, Edith was now discovered, named, and laid to rest properly. She was identified on March 1, 2023 by the DNA Doe Project. Her identity was announced in a press conference held by the DNA Doe Project. Jennifer Randolph of the DNA Doe Project observed that there had been a larger turnout at the Sanford press conference than at a 2021 press conference that identified a victim of Chicago serial offender John Wayne Gacy. Randolph mentioned that Edith's identification was a tribute to how caring people of Sanford were. She explained the advanced process that led to identifying Edith. This involved working with DNA in a database, analyzing strong matches, and examining various documents like censuses, newspapers, and diaries. While going through a local person's diary, Randolph found a crucial line. Edith Patten passed away today. This discovery boosted the investigation. All Auger found the confirming obituary at the MacArthur Library in Biddeford. The notice from November 25, 1891 in the Biddeford Journal mentioned Edith's friends but omitted family details. According to Auger, none of Edith's family members are buried in Sanford. They are all laid to rest in the same cemetery in Auburn, Maine. The city announced Edith was to be buried with the rest of her family at Oak Hill Cemetery in Auburn, with a marker to bear her name. And so, 132 years after she had been laid to rest, Edith Patten was to be reunited with her family, all thanks to advances in DNA technology. The town of Sanford solved the biggest mystery to hit them. Christina Renee King was nicknamed Cricket by her family because she was a small woman. Born in 1972, she was a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. Christina was married to Christopher Wayne Goodall, a roofer by profession. He was a loving husband. In 1988, the couple welcomed their first child, whom they named April. 3 years later, she was followed by a baby sister, Ashley. Christopher's job could not sustain the family, so Christine decided that she would look for ways to provide. According to sources, she started soliciting clients for money in an area called Central Street, offering escort services. At some point, Christopher went to prison, and Christina seemed to lose hope. Despite her societal label, the consensus among those who knew her was that she was in fact a good person. Yet circumstances had led her to a life on the streets, where she navigated the harsh realities of a world that often overlooked the humanity behind the labels. Christina was jailed briefly, but her recent release from prison marked a somber twist in her story. The day following her release proved to be her last. In 1998, April was in 5th grade, celebrating her 10th Christmas when the family received tragic news. 25th December, Christmas morning. Some boys were scavenging for metal in an attempt to sell off any scrap pieces to the junkyard to make a quick buck. They were looking for salvageable pieces in the driveway of an abandoned nursing home. Then, in the cold silence of the winter morning, they came across a partially naked body, beaten, bruised, and discarded like trash. There was blunt force trauma to the head, her pants half pulled down. The victim's bra, shoes, and various other belongings were scattered nearby. In a gruesome tragedy, The victim's face was smashed in. KCPD informed the family and life changed forever. This was the body of 26-year-old Christina King, and a mystery as to who might have taken her life and why ensued. Penny Barnett, Christina's mother, followed up with the KCPD regularly in an attempt to find out whether there was any information. What police failed to convey to Barnett was that they did have a lead: a used condom recovered at the scene of the crime next to Christina's body. In fact, there was quite a bit of neglect and incompetence on their end, but more on that later. Once, while on call, police detective Terry Mast was so harsh with Penny Barnett that she hung up the phone sobbing. When her husband asked the reason, she told him Detective Mast had been insensitive and called Christina inappropriate names. There was severe prejudice shown against Christina, where at various points officers told the family that, being a streetwalker as they put it, she was a normal casualty, hinting that she was not exactly a priority. April would later on in life view the autopsy photos of her mother and was shocked to see so many injuries, various abrasions, and bruises on her mother's body. In 2010, Christopher Goodall passed away, leaving the two girls orphaned. But their family was already fractured after Christina's demise. They had been living on their own for 5 years when Ashley was only 14 and April was 17. Ashley shared that in the past, she used to walk up and down Quindaro searching for the person responsible for her mother's demise. Quindaro was an abandoned settlement, a ghost town in the 90s. It was unsafe. She found herself in risky situations, desperate for closure. Eventually, Ashley got into a truck with someone she believed had a connection to her mother's slaying. The man was supposedly a suspect because Christina King's cousin and 2 other women stole a large amount of his illegal substances. But that was just a rumor on the street. He was not the person Ashley was looking for, and thankfully he did not harm her. 2 decades passed, and there were no further developments. In December 2021, the family gathered on North 27th Street and Sewell Avenue for a prayer vigil and balloon release. The vigil had been arranged by Justice for Wyandotte, an advocacy group dedicated to fighting for transparency in law enforcement. It helped the loved ones of those wronged by the law itself, and so they agreed to help Christina King's investigation. Khadija Hardaway from the Justice of Wyandotte group organized the entire event. While addressing the people, she emphasized the importance of cases like this, stating that it underscored the necessity for the Kansas Police Department to establish a cold case unit. She requested the new police chief to allocate existing funds for the establishment of a cold case unit. According to Hardaway, this move would enhance transparency in addressing both cold cases and recent investigations. This ignited something in the KCPD that would finally lead to solving Christina's case. The new chief of police, Carl Oakman, would take this request seriously, and right after being sworn in on the 1st of January 2021, he vowed to open up a cold case unit for the force. A year later, true to his word, he managed to establish Kansas City's first cold case, which was operational by January 2022. Employing 3 full-time detectives, it would help solve decades-old cold cases. The reason why Justice for Wyandotte was established in the first place is important to know. It all started with a 43-year-old mother named Pearl Davis. Born in 1953, Pearl Davis was the cousin to Khadija Hardaway and niece to Imam Hanif Khalil. Mother to two small children, Cordria and Aish Musavir, Pearl was also known as Samimah Musavir. A member of the Kansas City Islamic community, she was a hard worker and provided for her children in any way possible. An expert seamstress, she sewed clothes as a service and ran a transportation business providing rides to Chillicothe Correctional. Additionally, she served as an SRS driver, ran a daycare, sold dinners and bean pies, and actively participated in her family's lives, handling a diverse range of responsibilities. Since Pearl was so actively involved socially, everyone immediately noticed her missing. Unfortunately, on 22 November 1996, Pearl's lifeless body was found in a vacant house on the 700 block of Lafayette Avenue in Kansas City. The house belonged to her late mother. Pearl's autopsy revealed she had been brutally stabbed over 40 times, her clothes stripped away and strewn nearby. The case was in the hands of KCPD Detective Roger Golubski. Detective Golubski was accused of various offenses. He misused his position of authority numerous times. From 1983 to 2008, KCPD failed to investigate various women, all similar in age and mostly working women, whose lives were taken in a similar fashion. Frequently, these women found themselves struggling with homelessness, substance addiction, or engaged in offering escort services. Their tragic fates often involved brutal methods such as strangulation, other forms of asphyxiation, blunt force trauma, or stabbing. Their lifeless bodies were callously abandoned in remote areas or isolated structures. In a disturbing pattern, all of these women were discovered either partially or fully unclothed, with their pants pulled off or shirts pulled down. Lastly, the articles of clothing worn by the victims were typically found nearby. Christina King tragically experienced all these harrowing circumstances. With the passage of time, while the cases went cold, it became more and more apparent that something was wrong with Golubski. Although Roger Golubski was acquainted with most, if not all, of the women who were mercilessly slain, none of the case files reflected his provision of knowledge about these women. Despite the abundance of potential physical evidence available for analysis, most of these particular cases received inadequate forensic attention. This resulted in either limited evidence collection or insufficient efforts to identify potential assailants whose DNA or other forensic results could be compared. The incompetence was remarkable. In fact, in the case of Christina King, the KCPD received a DNA match with a potential suspect, but failed to conduct a follow-up investigation. Khadija Hardaway, moved by the prolonged neglect of Golubski's victims' pleas for justice, found inspiration to collaborate with the community in organizing rallies and demonstrations. The goal was to ensure that the unsolved cases, the faces of the affected women and their stories would not fade into oblivion. Motivated by Pearl's case, she joined forces with like-minded women to establish a nonprofit called Justice for Wyandotte in 2020. The organization worked hard in an attempt to fight against the department's corrupt individuals. Officers were noticed using too much force, bullying, scaring, making up evidence, wrongly arresting people, and making individuals give false testimony to avoid getting falsely accused and imprisoned. Thanks to Justice for Wyandotte highlighting the crimes, they exposed the systematic corruption. They highlighted the case of a falsely accused and imprisoned Lamont McIntyre, who served 23 years for a crime he did not commit. He was arrested on the watch of Roger Golubski. While exonerated in 2017, he never got justice. Golubski roamed free. Still, there was a lot left regarding Golubski where women were often victimized by him. In the course of her work with the organization, Hardaway initiated a meeting with Carl Oakman, who was a candidate for chief of police back then. During this meeting, she addressed the evident and unacceptable apathy surrounding unsolved cold cases in the community, emphasizing the lasting impact on Kansas City families and loved ones. She strongly advocated for the establishment of a cold case unit within the Kansas City Police Department. Following the meeting with Oakman, Justice for Wyandotte launched an awareness campaign and petitioned for the creation of a dedicated cold case unit, aiming to address the numerous unsolved cases that had occurred in Kansas City since 1965. Back in 2003, police got a DNA hit on the condom found near Christina's battered body. The suspect was identified, Gary Davis, yet shockingly, he was not immediately brought in for questioning. It took 14 months to question Gary Davis, despite his being under intensive supervision by Wyandotte County Community Corrections. 52-year-old Gary Davis was a Kansas City resident, but at the time of the alleged incidents of Christina and Pearl, he was a 23 to 25-year-old truck driver. It made sense why, back then, he would have escaped any type of connections, because the nature of his job would send him miles away from the scene of the crime. Police knew his whereabouts at all times, yet it took a whole 20 years to arrest Davis. It was a slow process where everyone seemed to drag their feet. It would take the department 14 months to interrogate the suspect, and then everything went silent for 20 years. Then, after the public appeal of Justice for Wyandotte in 2021, it took another 18 months to process the DNA, assign a team, and subsequently arrest the perpetrator. In 2022, the cold case unit made the connections, and it immediately popped up. The DNA from both the crime scenes matched their initial suspect, Gary Davis Sr. Officers further found a Facebook page matching the name and description of Davis. The page had various controversial and offensive posts, but most were focused on truck driving and society's double standards regarding men and women. Officers trying to reach him realized out of the 3 listed phone numbers he had, only one was operational, and it was not taking messages because the voicemail box was full. In September 2023, Davis was finally arrested and charged with taking Christina King's life. His bail was set to be $500,000. Additionally, there was no statute of limitations, which meant the cases could be pursued and he would be charged, tried, and convicted, regardless of how long ago the crime was. If convicted, he would face life in prison. In an unexpected move, Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupre and Kansas City Police Chief Carl Oakman held a news conference praising their investigative work. Dupre claimed the detectives had worked tirelessly, while Oakman downplayed the significance of the DNA hit, emphasizing the need for a thorough investigation. In fact, they minimized the role of a DNA hit, claiming it took effort to analyze and ensure the right suspect was put behind bars. As for Golubsky, in March of 2022, attorney Sherald Taylor, representing Kansas City, drew attention to the corrupt culture within the KCPD. She filed a statement intending to indict not just disgraced detective Roger Golubsky, but the entire culture in which he thrived. Golubsky, in charge of a wrongful arrest, was charged with federal crimes, including kidnapping, intimate assault, and trafficking. Currently, the KCPD is working with other law enforcement agencies to determine whether Davis was responsible for other slayings in the area, or perhaps since he was a long-haul driver thousands of miles away. Davis is currently a suspect or person of interest in at least 8 more cases. The cold case unit, established thanks to Justice for Wyandotte, would go on to solve 11 more cases. It is safe to assume that the KCPD is liable for allowing nearly 30 years to pass before making an arrest that would have been possible years ago. The department owed the victims' families an apology and a good explanation. The traumatized loved ones, especially Christina's daughters, who spent years looking for closure, were all victims of an incompetent department. On a cold December evening in 1955, 16-year-old Patricia, a high school junior, attended her cousin's wedding. That is where she first laid eyes on 18-year-old airman Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. The instant attraction between them was undeniable. It was like a bolt of lightning. Their connection was deeper than just physical. Within a month of dating, they were talking about marriage. They seemed inseparable, spending a significant amount of time together, going on numerous dates and sharing dreams of a future together. Then, on the night of January 2nd, 1956, almost a month after they first met, the young couple went on a date to Pete's Drive-In restaurant for a romantic dinner in the Great Falls area in Montana. Witnesses saw them leaving the drive-in around 9 p.m., heading west out of Central Avenue toward a well-known lover's lane close to Wadsworth Park. That was the last anyone saw of them. Neither Patricia nor Dwayne returned home, leaving a mystery in their wake. At precisely 9 p.m., Patricia and Dwayne departed Pete's Drive-In, their final sighting. When Patricia did not arrive home that night, her family concluded she had run away with Dwayne. Familiarity struck her parents. Patricia's oldest sister had similarly eloped at her age, and her parents assumed Patricia had also eloped with Dwayne. The question swirled in Patricia's parents' minds. Why would she elope? Concern grew as they thought it over. Patricia was not the eloping type. She held an unwavering commitment to her studies, attending high school religiously. College dreams bloomed in her future. Moreover, she valued her curfew, never staying out late. This made her sudden absence even more confounding. And when they thought about Dwayne, he was more than just a passing acquaintance. He was embraced as family by them. He was wholeheartedly accepted in the family. There was no reason for them to elope. Dwayne's stature as a rising sergeant second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base added to the perplexity. Assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, he held a stable position. Together, the couple seemed to lack motives for running away. That same night, 2 women and 2 airmen crossed paths with a man sprawled between a car and a tree. Untroubled, they brushed it off, assuming the man was too drunk to drive and had collapsed beside his vehicle. A moment overlooked, a life ignored. The next morning, January 3, 1956, 3 young boys exploring the Great Falls area stumbled upon a grim sight. They uncovered the remains of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. His body lay twisted, partially concealed beneath the car, a chilling discovery etched in the morning light. Dwayne's wrists were bound by his own belt. A fatal wound pierced his skull. His body lay near the car, its ignition still on, headlights piercing the early morning darkness, a grim scene. Authorities, spurred by a coroner's examination, advised an autopsy. The chilling truth emerged. Dwayne had been shot, yet the bullet remained undiscovered. The search to find the missing bullet continued. It was a very important clue to catch the perpetrator. In a haunting revelation during the autopsy, it emerged that Dwayne was alive for several hours after being shot, adding layers to the tragedy. Patricia was nowhere to be found. The search for Patricia became paramount. A day passed, the 5th of January, 1956. Patricia's remains were discovered in a rocky ravine not too far from Dwayne's. Fully clothed, perched at the edge of a steep embankment off an isolated highway in northwest Montana, 8 miles from Dwayne. No signs of robbery or assault were noticed in the initial investigation. A puzzling scene, an expensive camera in Dwayne's car, a $5 bill in his wallet. Patricia was not indecently assaulted. Motives questioned, motives unclear. There were no apparent signs suggesting Patricia was forcefully subjected to any forms of inappropriate violation when her remains were initially examined. However, during her autopsy, it became apparent that she had likely faced a distressing ordeal by an animalistic abuser. The news reports on the incident merely hinted at this, perhaps due to the sensitivity surrounding the matter during that era. Remember, it was the 1950s. Although DNA analysis was unavailable then, examiners carefully stored a swab for future investigation. Additionally, evidence of multiple injuries implied a vicious struggle between Patricia and her assailant. On that very day, investigators formally questioned a potential suspect. This suspect, an airman who was friends with Dwayne, had their identity kept confidential. Patricia's mother had sensed Dwayne's distress a few days earlier, prompting a conversation where he expressed feeling troubled and unable to rid himself of constant grief. He confided about a recent disagreement with a friend. Many believed it was he whom the authorities questioned as a potential suspect. However, this suspect eventually fell out of suspicion. For more than 3 decades, the case remained unsolved without any substantial leads. In November of 1989, investigators made a pivotal decision to search for the bullet, turning their attention to a nearby tree. Cascade County Sheriff Barry Michelotti revealed the tree's significance, as this cottonwood potentially holds the bullet inside it, highlighting the tree's central role in the case. The recovery of this bullet held immense importance, aiming to uncover the weapon's caliber and possibly connect it to firearms seized in other incidents over the years, offering a potential breakthrough in the investigation. Sergeant Dick Duncan knew about the prior unsuccessful attempts to X-ray the tree because of the challenges posed by its immense size and bark density. Towering at approximately 80 feet, With a trunk diameter of around 4.5 feet, this tree stood as an obstacle. But this time, they had an audacious plan: to shave off approximately 33 growth rings from the lower portion, anticipating that this action might reveal traces of the bullet's path within the tree, a potential opening or tunnel, a silent witness to the past. Their plan paid off, and the authorities recovered the 33-year-old evidence. Optimism surged when investigators retrieved bullets from the cottonwood tree, reigniting hopes of uncovering the perpetrator. Yet these hopes were quickly dashed as the bullets failed to match with any firearm linked to other criminal activities. Despite the absence of significant breakthroughs, the investigation remained in motion, unwavering in its pursuit of every lead. A staggering 35 individuals were interrogated in connection to the case, showcasing the exhaustive efforts invested in seeking justice. Among the potential suspects in the case stood Edward Wayne Edwards, who had a criminal history dating back to 1956 when he was arrested in Montana for burglary. His criminal escapades intensified when he escaped from Akron Prison in 1955, embarking on a spree of gas station robberies nationwide. By 1961, Edwards had secured a spot on the FBI's Most Wanted list, an honor he held until his capture in 1962. Following his release on parole in 1967, decades passed before he resurfaced in the legal spotlight. In 2009, he faced arrest once more, subsequently confessing in 2010 to brutally taking away the lives of Billy LaVaca, Judith Straub, Tim Hack, Kelly Drew, and Danny Law Glockner. All the victims were young adults close to the age of Dwayne and Patricia. His dark deeds extended further as he admitted to influencing a U.S. Army soldier, Danny Boy, to go AWOL, before ending his life too and burying him in a shallow grave. Although sentenced to be executed in March 2011 for his involvement in Danny Boy's demise, Edward Wayne Edwards passed away in prison merely a month later due to natural causes, evading the full extent of justice for his string of heinous crimes. The link between Edwards and the Dwayne-Patricia tragedy resided in his M.O. Edwards had a chilling tendency to target couples in lovers' lanes, the same location where Patricia and Dwayne met their untimely end. This disturbing similarity heightened suspicion surrounding Edwards and his potential involvement in the tragic fates of Patricia and Dwayne. Another suspect under investigation in the Dwayne-Patricia case was James Joseph Whitey Bulger, a well-known and infamous criminal within the vicinity. Bulger's criminal history dates back to 1951, marked by an arrest linked to a case of misconduct involving a similar assault as inflicted on Patricia. During the period when the tragic end of Patricia and Dwayne transpired, Bulger was documented to have been present in the area. However, despite his proximity to the crime scenes, no substantial evidence surfaced to conclusively implicate him in the incidents. As the passage of time dimmed any hope for fresh leads, the pursuit of the elusive perpetrator hit an impasse. However, in 2012, a glimmer of renewed hope emerged when Sergeant John Cadner, taking control as the head of detectives for the CCSO, was tasked with resurrecting this cold case. Sergeant Cadner knew the crucial importance of the DNA evidence extracted from a swab 56 years ago. This key sample, originally sent to the State Crime Lab in 2001 by Detective Phil Madison during his tenure, only proved the DNA did not match Duane's genetic profile. Therefore, it was cataloged in CODIS, Combined DNA Index System. The database, unfortunately, it failed to yield any promising matches, leaving the case to go cold again. Sergeant Cadner teamed up with Bode Technology to recreate the DNA sample when he got the case. By 2019, they had successfully made the sample again. This time, they did not just compare it with the samples in CODIS. They also checked it against DNA from regular people in open-source DNA databases. These databases are used by people who want to learn about their family history. Just a year before, in 2018, the Golden State offender was caught because some of his family members had given their DNA to a similar open-source DNA database. This helped identify and arrest him. The sample Sergeant Cadner uploaded matched 3 individuals. Investigators reached out to them and their families. They collected DNA samples and found that an individual named Kenneth Gould was the closest match to the foreign DNA obtained from Patricia's swab. Sergeant Cadner expressed, "This was amazing because after 65 years, we finally had a lead and a location to explore. Everything was just theories before this. Now we had a solid lead and a name. It completely shifted the case's dynamics." Authorities encountered a new hurdle. Kenneth Gould had passed away in 2007, and authorities could not exhume his remains to get a DNA sample. Kenneth Gould was cremated in 2007. This presented a challenge. Yet they contacted Kenneth Gould's children, explaining the situation and the case. Surprisingly, the children agreed to provide their DNA for comparison. Initially unsure of their response, investigators were pleasantly surprised by their full cooperation. Sergeant Cadner shared, "I was not certain how they would react when I approached them about their dad being a suspect in this case, but they were incredibly helpful." Upon comparing their DNA with the sample found at the crime scene, it turned out to be a match. Kenneth Gould hailed from Great Falls and was recognized for riding his horses around the Vineyard Road area where Patricia's remains were discovered. Intriguingly, he had resided close to Patricia's parents at one point, yet there was no apparent link between him and either Patricia or Duane. Notably, when Gould was 25 years old, he married a 16-year-old, the same age Patricia was at the time of the slayings. A month after Patricia and Duane's tragic end, Gould abruptly altered the course of his life. He uprooted his entire existence, relocating his family first to Tracie, then to Geraldine, and later to Hamilton, before eventually leaving the state of Montana entirely, settling in Missouri without any intention of returning. Kenneth Gould was deemed the most likely suspect in the slayings. However, because he had passed away, his culpability could not be conclusively established without a proper trial. Sergeant Cadner conveyed his perspective, emphasizing that while they could not definitively prove Gould's guilt as he was no longer alive, the collective evidence strongly pointed toward him as the prime suspect. He highlighted that while they could not physically place the weapon in Gould's hand, considering all the gathered information and circumstances, there was a high level of certainty in his mind regarding Gould's involvement in the crime. Kenneth Gould's daughter mentioned to Sergeant Cadner that some individuals harbor hidden secrets, implying that her father might have had secrets unknown to anyone else. Following the identification of Kenneth Gould as the suspect, the families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were finally approached, offering them the closure they had sought for over 6 decades. While relieved to have closure and answers after such a prolonged period, the revelation also resurfaced painful memories for the families, especially for those who had personal connections with the couple. Sergeant Cadner empathetically noted, "The families are experiencing a mix of emotions. It is a bittersweet moment. Dwayne and Patricia were vibrant and well-liked by many. Investigators invested deeply in this case, leaving a part of themselves in the pursuit of justice, which makes this closure heartfelt yet challenging." Patricia Kalitsky's sister, the sole surviving member of her family, had succumbed to advanced dementia by the time the identity of the perpetrator was revealed. The Bogle family had endured years of turmoil, with speculations about Dwayne's fate, including unverified rumors linking him to the mob. Dwayne's niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, who was 54 at the time of the revelation, reflected on the impact of modern technology on their generation. She acknowledged that while technological advancements had their merits, they also reignited deeply buried wounds that had started to heal. In an interview, Edgar Wilson, Kenneth Gould's neighbor for a decade in Missouri, expressed utter disbelief about the accusations against Gould. Wilson described Gould as mild-mannered, non-confrontational, and inherently good, portraying him as a genuinely good person who did not engage in vices like drinking or causing trouble. During his time in Missouri, Gould resided on a farm with his family, earning respect as an exceptional horse trainer. He also tended to sheep and goats at his farm. An unsubstantiated theory is that Kenneth Gould secretly loved Patricia, and when all of a sudden Patricia fell for Dwayne, and only after a month of dating they were thinking of marrying, is when Kenneth decided to take the matters into his own hands. He confronted the couple on the lover's lane, and when he saw the couple involved in intimacy in the car, it enraged Kenneth Gould, and he held the couple at gunpoint. He tied up Dwayne with his own belt and threatened him to leave Patricia. When Dwayne disagreed, he took his life right next to his car. He then kidnapped Patricia, took her 8 miles away into the wilderness, and had his way with her before taking her life as well. However, there are some irregularities in his theory. There was a big age difference between Kenneth and Patricia of almost 13 years. But many argued that Kenneth actually married his wife when she was the same age as Patricia, 16 years old, and he was 25 years old at his wedding. More so, this incident happened only 4 years after Kenneth's marriage. Did the words of Kenneth Gould's daughter that everyone has hidden secrets mean something more? Could it be the daughter knew about her father's infatuation with Patricia somehow, or was it just a passing statement? The motive behind the crime remains unknown, as 3 individuals who could shed light on it have all passed away. Was it a brutal end to a love triangle, or a moment of weakness where by and large a benign human being became an animal for a night? Was it the doing of a single perpetrator, or were there more than one assailant? Those who could have answered these questions have passed away. Darlene Zetterauer, born to Wilma Joyce and Robert Charles Zetterauer of Savannah, Georgia, shared an unbreakable bond with Barbara Susan Schreiber, lovingly known as Barbie. Both girls, born just months apart in 1961, were the epitome of friendship. They both finished 8th grade at Attucks Middle School and were excited to start their much-awaited summer in Hollywood, Florida. On the fateful evening of June 18, 1975, the teenagers, Barbara and Darlene, left Barbara's Hollywood home, assuring Barbara's mother that they were headed to spend the night at their friend Valerie's house. The details of their movements that night are shrouded in conflicting reports. However, most accounts suggest they stopped by the home of a friend, Gail, a close friend of Darlene. It was a sunny June day in 1975 when Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterauer, both 14 years old, strolled down the streets of their Hollywood neighborhood. They paused on a bench at the corner of Sterling Road and Northwest 40th Street. Gail, the last verified person to see the best friends alive, vividly recalls spotting them sitting together on a busy street bench in Hollywood, near the intersection of Route 441 and Hollywood Boulevard. Her memories of Darlene paint a picture of a lively, fun-loving girl with a unique way of pulling back her hair with her fingers. Like many other youngsters of their time, neither of the girls owned a car or knew how to drive. Lacking transportation of their own, they often relied on hitchhiking to reach their destinations. The trio enjoyed the carefree summer days before high school, where laughter filled the air. But on that fateful day, Gail recalls a white van suddenly pulling up near the bench. Gail witnessed both girls willingly getting into the white van. Once the door closed, their fate was sealed. Unlike Gail, Darlene and Barbara were bold and outgoing girls. Gail wanted to join them on their escapades, but she had a strict father who would not have approved of her entering a stranger's van. Gail ultimately decided to stay back. It was this keen parental guidance that ultimately saved Gail's life, as it was the last time Darlene and Barbara were seen alive. Barbara and Darlene vanished without a trace. The reason behind this appalling abduction became a haunting mystery. Then, on the morning of June 19, 1975, a family on a fishing trip stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of two teenage girls. It was Darlene and Barbara. They lay side by side along the canal, a shocking scene paralleling Highway 27, approximately 4 miles north of Andytown, an outpost for truckers that has long faded into history. Investigators revealed a chilling truth. Both victims had suffered a fatal gunshot wound, likely from a large caliber bullet, perhaps a .45, evident from the substantial amount of blood at the scene. Blood splatter analysis indicated that both the girls met their untimely demise where their bodies were found. Conflicting reports emerged regarding their state of clothes, with some suggesting they were fully clothed, while others hinted at the possibility of something even more sinister. They were both brutally forced before the fatal massacre. Following the discovery of the girls' bodies, Gail, the last person to have seen them alive, expressed her apprehension to the media. "I was scared for them," she recounted. "I did not understand what was happening. I am grateful that I did not follow them into that unknown situation. I think the person behind this was just a sick individual," Gail remarked solemnly. The overwhelming uncertainty surrounding the events leading to the tragic end of Barbara and Darlene cast a shadow over the community. The initial investigation led the detectives to Valerie, the supposed host of the planned sleepover, which revealed a stark truth. The teens had never arranged to spend the night. It was a ploy often used by Barbara and Darlene when they sought to venture out without their parents' knowledge. According to investigators from Broward County, witness interviews suggested the girls might have been attempting to hitch a ride north, possibly in pursuit of illicit substances. Despite the immense community and media support drawn by the innocence and youth of the victims, the lack of modern technology posed insurmountable barriers for investigators in capturing the elusive perpetrator. There were no leads, no technology to trace their steps, making it an immensely challenging case from the start. The case went cold. Broward County Sheriff Detective Andrew Giannino bore the weight of the cold case for decades. A relentless pursuit of justice that consumed dozens of detectives, deputies, crime scene investigators, and forensic specialists from the Broward Sheriff's Office. Their unwavering dedication to unveil the truth behind the cold case eventually reaped fruit decades later. In early 2023, the Broward Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit took charge. They were met with stacks of reports, numerous crime scene photos, boxes of evidence, and the clothing worn by Barbara and Darlene. Detective Roberto Caceres from the BSO Crime Scene Unit meticulously examined Darlene's clothing, isolating DNA trapped within the garment fibers. This meticulous process finally yielded what the detectives had been waiting for nearly 50 years. The cold case unit managed to extract a complete DNA profile of the suspect after nearly half a century of fruitless actions. Equipped with this breakthrough, investigators conducted extensive searches through databases, finally yielding a match. The cold case unit made a definitive link, identifying a man named Robert Clark Keebler as the primary suspect in the case, established through his biological artifacts. The revelation offered a beacon of progress after years of tormenting uncertainty, moving closer toward justice for Barbara and Darlene. The exploration into Robert Clark Keebler's history uncovered a troubling record of armed robbery, forced intercourse, and aggravated assault spanning from California to South Florida. Authorities confirmed Keebler passed away in 2019 in South Florida, closing the door on the chance for direct accountability. Yet the pursuit of answers for the victims' families persisted. Detective Giannino's investigation led him to believe that Robert Clark Keebler drove Barbara and Darlene to the isolated Everglades, where he subjected them to horrific assault before shooting them. Before the DNA testing, there had been no evidence linking him to the case. As the case concluded with a sense of closure, a new chapter of inquiry unfolds. Investigators now scrutinize the possibility of Keebler's involvement in the flat tire slaying, unsolved cases in South Florida. The quest for DNA evidence linking these crimes with Barbara and Darlene's tragedy persists as detectives tirelessly sift through the past for clues. Barbara and Darlene were denied the chance to embrace life's fullness and remain mourned by their families and those who cherished them. Their stories serve as a poignant reminder of lives cut short, their potential forever unrealized, a tragedy etched into the annals of history, yearning for answers and justice that may yet be found in the collective remembrance and contributions of the community. It was a chilling morning on January 3, 1991, when Seaside City Police arrived at Sabado Park, California. The sun had barely risen when they stumbled upon the lifeless body of 34-year-old Vicky Johnson, sprawled across the sandy playground. Vicky had met a ghastly end right in the center of the park. Her brutalized body bore the tormenting signs of a monstrous mutilation. She had been suffocated and strangled, her airways blocked with a significant amount of sand. The culprit had left bite marks all along her body, evidence of the unspeakable cruelty inflicted upon her. Her clothes were torn, and the upper part of her torso and part of her clothing had been set on fire. The scene painted a haunting picture of a woman subjected to unimaginable torment, her life cruelly snuffed out in a manner that defied comprehension. The brutality of the attack left investigators horrified and the community gripped by shock and fear. Seaside City, California had earned an ugly reputation as a hostile community in the 90s, gripped by the overwhelming wave of an illegal substance epidemic, drowning in crime up until the early 2000s. This particular case only magnified the town's unfriendly reputation. Amidst the out-of-control gang violence, this incident stood out of the ordinary. Vicky Johnson, unlike many others affected by the fighting, had no ties to any gangs. Vicky Johnson's body was discovered lying openly in the park frequented by many. The culprit did not bother to hide the body in any way. Yet no one had called the authorities, no witnesses had come forward. The silence surrounding the crime scene highlighted the chilling culture of fear that pervaded the community. Calling the police seemed like an overwhelming act of courage for a witness back then. Despite the overwhelming wounds and pain, Vicky Johnson had valiantly fought for her life. Her skin beneath her fingernails was full of blood, not her blood, but that of the perpetrator. Detectives, recognizing the potential evidence, collected her fingernail clippings in the hopes of uncovering vital clues. A substantial amount of foreign DNA was discovered beneath her nails. But running it through the criminal database of the 90s, no match was found. Leads were scarce, and justice seemed elusive. For over 32 agonizing years, the case faded away in the cold shadows of uncertainty. However, a glimmer of hope emerged in 2021 when the skin from under Vicky Johnson's fingernails underwent DNA testing at the California Department of Justice. The path to justice proved incredibly slow. There were systemic challenges of backlogs and inadequate staffing within the forensic system, a frustrating reality associated with handling cold cases. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the Justice Crime Laboratory made a crucial discovery: a DNA match linked to a man named Frank Louis McClure. He is a former convict whose profile was logged into the CODIS national database. The relation of this DNA match breathed new life into the case. While McClure's DNA linked him to the crime scene, the motive behind Vicky's demise remained a mystery. McClure's history, however, told a chilling story of violence. Frank Louis McClure's criminal record traces back to 1990, involving crimes such as causing severe bodily harm and resisting police. This history continued in 1994 when the suspect breached probation by committing battery with a fatal weapon and engaging in domestic fighting, resulting in a 4-year prison sentence. During the same year as the incident, in 1991, McClure was involved in battering with a fatal weapon and domestic fighting. Specifically, instances of domestic fighting comprised the most frequent charges against him, occurring in 1990, the aforementioned 1991 case, the 1994 case, then another case in 1999, and most recently in 2011. The nature of his relationship with Vicky Johnson remained unclear, leaving a critical piece of the puzzle unresolved. The reason for the connection between the two would remain a mystery, because McClure passed away of natural causes in 2021 at the age of 77. His passing meant he would never face accountability for the crime. Police believed he passed away peacefully in his seaside residence, evading the consequences altogether. The DNA technology in question is not new. This testing could have been done 10 years ago, and he could have been apprehended alive. By the time the law caught up to him, he had already passed away. Frank Lewis McClure hailed from a prominent family in the community. He, however, was not celebrated for his character. His connection to the crime struck a chord of surprise among seaside residents. Mark Vaughn, a long-standing resident of Seaside, voiced the collective sentiment of shock and sorrow. Vaughn, who had known Vicky from their school days at Fremont Junior High, reminisced about her kind nature and the once beautiful aura of her family. In her final years, Vicky grappled with addiction, a heart-rending struggle that added complexity to her story. There is a strong likelihood that Vicky Johnson and McClure might have known each other. Their primary connection seems to revolve around their involvement in illicit substances activities. The situation is particularly challenging since the suspect is deceased, leaving us with uncertainties about the full extent of their connection. The investigation continues, leaving the door open for someone close to McClure to provide crucial information. There remains a hope that someone McClure confided in about his actions might come forward and share the truth with law enforcement. Seaside Police issued a plea to the community, urging anyone with information about unsolved cold cases in the area to come forward. They implore individuals to reach out to the department at 831-899-6748. Solving cold cases is not merely about closure. It is a crucial step in preventing future tragedies. By solving these cases, the local police create a formidable deterrent. Potential suspects are bound to think again about their actions if they realize that the local law enforcement agencies have a history of successfully solving even old crimes. Vicky Johnson's legacy endures through her 3 sons, the youngest being former NBA player Orlando Johnson. He was just a year old when his mother was taken away from them. We hope that this pivotal discovery will grant her family the closure they have yearned for. On October 7, 1992, young Nikki Allan walked home from her grandpa's apartment. It was around 8:30 in the evening. When her mother, Sharon Henderson, got home, Nikki Allan was gone. She could not be found anywhere. Over 100 neighbors came together to look for her. Nikki, a 7-year-old girl who lived with her family in West Garth, Sunderland, England, was missing. After a day's search, they discovered Nikki's red shoes and purple coat outside an old, abandoned exchange building near her apartment. The search party decided to comb through the derelict building. Soon after, a teenager rushed out of the building in a state of panic. He discovered a body inside. It was Nikki Allan, found inside the exchange building's basement. She had suffered 37 stab wounds and her head was brutally hit with a brick. The Northumbria police thoroughly traced Nikki's path from her grandpa's apartment to her home, combing the streets for evidence. They found an eyewitness who had been at the Boar's Head pub on that crucial night. While playing dominoes and having a beer, this witness saw Nikki walking alongside a man in a white shirt. It seemed she knew him, joyfully skipping to catch up with him. The unexpected tragedy deeply affected everyone in West Garth, including police officers who were accustomed to difficult circumstances. There was a large turnout at Nikki Allan's funeral, and the funeral procession was lengthy and heart-wrenching. Following the burial, the quest to find Nikki's attacker continued. An artist's rendering of the man in the white shirt became a crucial aspect of the investigation. Numerous officers were dedicated to the case. The detectives conducted door-to-door inquiries in West Garth to gather leads and seek potential eyewitnesses. Despite the community's familiarity with Nikki, there were no eyewitnesses except for one neighbor. This individual informed the detectives that he knew Nikki and had seen her that night too. He recalled being at the old Exchange building a few days earlier with a young boy searching for pigeons. The police fixated their efforts on finding the man in the white shirt, but they were unable to find any leads for almost a year. Then, in late 1993, George Herron, a young man residing near Nikki Allan's home, was arrested on the suspicion of taking her life. A knife matching the stab wounds was discovered in Herron's home. Blood spatters were also found on his shoes and clothing. Herron's sister informed the police that on the night of the incident, he had an unusual half-hour in the bathroom, which was out of character for him. It appears he was washing himself and his clothes. Initially denying being out that evening, 4 witnesses claimed they saw a man resembling Herron at local pubs where he was seen buying Nikki Allan's favorite, cheese and onion crisps, which police believed he used to entice Nikki into the building. George Herron repeatedly denied any involvement in Nikki's demise over 120 times during questioning. However, as pressure mounted on him, he gradually started making partial admissions. What stood out as particularly shocking was the method by which the police guided him to provide an account that aligned with what they needed to hear. They dropped clues and essentially manipulated him into describing the events in a manner they already knew. There were evident aspects Herron did not know about, yet the police steered him toward those details. After 3 days of questioning, the police got Herron's confession. Although the evidence against Herron was largely circumstantial, the police were confident in securing a conviction. However, the handling of George Herron became notorious as a significant low point in Northumbria police operations. The case against Herron fell apart when the judge deemed his taped confession inadmissible in court, citing heavy-handed police tactics. Due to this ruling, Herron was found not guilty. He was granted a change of identity and relocated away from Sunderland, England. In 1994, Sharon Henderson, the heartbroken mother, initiated a civil lawsuit against Herron, accusing him of battery on a child, resulting in her demise. Surprisingly, the court ruled in her favor and instructed Herron to pay her over £7,000. But since Herron's identity and location were changed, he could not be found, leading to the money never being paid. Encountering initial setbacks, the Northumbria police felt embarrassed and reluctant to prosecute anyone without substantial evidence. With this mindset, no additional leads surfaced, and the case went cold for 21 years. In February 2014, cold case detectives revisited the case upon discovering resemblance to the crimes committed by Stephen John Grieveson, a serial offender already behind bars. Known as the Sunderland Strangler, Grieveson was convicted of strangling 4 teenage boys in a series of bloodbaths between 1990 and 1994 in Sunderland, England. Even though Nikki Allan was a girl and her cause of demise involved stabbing, the severe blunt force trauma to her head resembled injuries inflicted by Grieveson on his victim, Simon Martin, in 1990. Grieveson was questioned regarding potential involvement, but detectives later confirmed he would not face immediate action in connection to their ongoing investigation. The Nikki Allan case went cold again for 2 more years. Then, in May 2016, Nikki's mother, Sharon Henderson, demanded a comprehensive reinvestigation of the crime. She initiated an online petition urging Northumbria police to conduct a thorough review of the case. Within less than 24 hours, the petition garnered over 500 signatures. Then, in April 2017, Henderson met with Northumbria Police Chief Constable Steve Ashman and Detective Chief Inspector Lisa Thieker. They reaffirmed their commitment to bring Nikki's culprit to justice. By October 2017, the police finally got a breakthrough. They recovered a DNA sample of an unidentified male from Nikki's clothing. They ran the DNA through their criminal record, but it took them 8 months to find a match. On April 7, 2018, Northumbria police conducted a raid on a house located in the Stockton area of Teesside. They arrested a man suspected of Nikki's slaying. The police built their case for 4 years before bringing forward the charges against the suspect arrested in 2018. On May 24, 2022, the suspect, identified as 54-year-old David Thomas Boyd, appeared at Newcastle Crown Court. Then, on June 20, 2022, Boyd pled not guilty. Before proceeding with Boyd's trial, the police needed to rectify their slip-up from 28 years ago. In May 2023, Northumbria police apologized to George Heron for bringing forward the civil lawsuit of £7,000 in 1994. On April 20, 2023, Boyd's trial commenced at Newcastle Crown Court. The prosecution alleged that Boyd lured Nikki Allan to a wasteland near the River Ware. Witnesses mentioned seeing Nikki skipping to catch up with a man, but they never saw her abduction. According to the prosecution, Boyd lured Nikki through a boarded-up window of the old Exchange building. There, he brutally hit her with a brick, causing severe head injuries, and then inflicted multiple stab wounds to her chest, heart, and lungs. The post-mortem examination revealed she had experienced blunt force trauma to her head, likely rendering her unconscious before the stabbing. A witness recalled hearing a loud scream around 10 p.m., pinpointing the timing of the attack. Nikki's body was discovered the following day in the building's basement by volunteers aiding in the search for her. During the trial, it was revealed that at the time of Nikki's demise, Boyd went by the name David Smith or David Bell and was 25 years old. The case relied on circumstantial evidence, but was described as compelling, given Boyd's DNA found on Nikki's clothing. Boyd suggested to the police that Nikki might have transferred his DNA by wiping her hands on his saliva, which he claimed had accidentally landed on her clothes after he spat from his balcony that night. Additionally, it was reported that Boyd was familiar with the old Exchange building's layout and had previously used the same window a few days earlier when he took a boy there to search for pigeons. Yes, David Boyd is the same neighbor who told the detectives 30 years ago that he knew Nikki Allan. He saw Nikki that night. He even admitted back then he had gone to the Exchange building a few days before with a boy, but the police were fixated on finding the man in the white shirt, and they never followed up on him. It turns out that back in those days, David Boyd's girlfriend used to babysit Nikki Allan. More surprisingly, David Boyd's past included child violation convictions that surfaced during the trial. In March 2000, he was convicted of indecently assaulting a young girl at a park in Stockton, an incident that occurred on April 8, 1999. Additionally, in 1986, Boyd was convicted of breaching the peace for approaching 4 children in Sacriston County, Durham, and grabbing a 10-year-old girl. 30 years ago, police completely ignored the connection of a known abuser with Nikki Allan. During the trial, the defense argued that the various pieces of evidence presented did not completely prove Boyd's guilt in this case and suggested that these were merely coincidences. Mrs. Justice Christina Lambert informed the jury that the case relied on circumstantial evidence and emphasized the absence of direct evidence pointing to Boyd's guilt. As the trial progressed, it was reported that Boyd opted not to testify or provide evidence in his defense. On May 12, 2023, Boyd was declared guilty of Nikki's demise after a jury comprising 10 women and 2 men deliberated for 2.5 hours before reaching a verdict. On May 23, 2023, Boyd received a life sentence with a minimum term of 29 years before he could be considered for parole. His eligibility for parole will commence on August 16, 2049. Boyd intends to appeal both his conviction and the sentence handed down to him. In August 2023, Sharon Henderson intended to file a lawsuit against Northumbria Police due to the extensive 30-year duration it took to find the culprit. Following this, in September 2023, news surfaced regarding a review of the police investigation that spanned 30 years. This review was scheduled to be conducted by either the Independent Office for Police Conduct, IOPC, or another police force. In the Nikki Allan case, the police had a difficult case with very little evidence. However, they failed Sharon and Nikki profoundly from the start and continuously over the years. Despite having an ideal suspect, they repeatedly missed identifying him. Ultimately, what shifted the course was the advancements in forensics and DNA technology. They finally pinpointed DNA on Nikki's body, unequivocally linking it to David Boyd. Shelly-Ann Warner, just 15 years old, lived with her mother, Kathleen Warner, in Mishawaka, Indiana. She was a student at Mishawaka High School, active in sports and part of the school band. On June 16, 1980, she bid farewell to her mother, heading to Wilt Supermarket in her 1973 orange Volkswagen, a mere 2 miles away. But as the day waned, she did not return home. Her mother got worried and contacted the police. Initially, the authorities thought she might be a runaway, a missing person. But as the clock ticked past 24 hours, the case took a chilling turn. The investigators shifted gears, labeling the case as a possible abduction. Police rushed to Wilt Supermarket, interrogating employees who distinctly remembered Shelly-Ann purchasing groceries around 1:30 p.m. the day before. Eyewitness accounts painted an unsettling scene of Shelly-Ann's disappearance from the store. Witnesses vividly remembered seeing Shelly-Ann leaving the store around 2 p.m., heading towards her car parked a mere 50 feet from the entrance. However, an unsettling occurrence transpired. A man approached her vehicle, swiftly pulling open the driver's side door while Shelly-Ann was in the driver's seat. Witnesses remembered her expression, surprised, almost alarmed. The man brashly got into the driver's seat, causing Shelly-Ann to shift to the passenger side. Unfortunately, with his back turned, the witnesses could not tell if he was holding a weapon or not. The orange Volkswagen Beetle drove off, heading east on Lincoln Way. And just like that, Shelly-Ann Warner vanished into the unknown, leaving behind a perplexed community and investigators scrambling to unravel the unsettling sequence of events. Eyewitnesses recalled the man as possibly aged between 16 and 18, standing at about 5 foot 7 inches tall and weighing around 130 pounds. Witnesses offered a detailed portrait of the man, describing his unique features: medium-length blonde hair and a matching blonde mustache, making him stand out in a crowd. Before the abduction, the man had been observed lingering around the store, raising suspicion about his intentions. The store employees speculated that the man might have hitchhiked to the store or been dropped off by a friend. Michiana Crime Stoppers and law enforcement diligently reconstructed the scene, releasing a suspect sketch in hopes of generating leads. Despite numerous tips, none provided the crucial breakthrough investigators desperately wanted. A few days later, Shelly-Ann's car was found at a park and shop store in Osceola, Indiana. Oddly, there were no signs of struggle within the vehicle. Investigators deduced that the perpetrator might have abandoned the car there to evade capture and continue his sinister activities. The relentless search for answers continued, but each twist and turn only deepened the haunting mystery surrounding the disappearance of Shelly-Ann Warner. A massive search operation unfolded, involving helicopters, volunteers, and search dogs, scouring every inch of the area. Despite the exhaustive efforts, the search yielded no trace of the missing 15-year-old. 10 agonizing days later, 2 girls walking through a wooded area stumbled upon a grim and heartbreaking sight. They found a decomposing body near abandoned train tracks on Madison Road, roughly 3 miles south of South Bend. Tragically, it was confirmed that the lifeless body belonged to the missing teenager, Shelly-Ann Warner. Her body lay partially clothed, discarded in a ravine. The forensic examination revealed a horrifying truth. Shelly-Ann had been mercilessly shot twice at close range. One devastating shot had pierced her head, and another had ravaged her body. The news of this heinous crime that had claimed the life of a vibrant young girl shattered any remaining hope for her mother, Kathleen Warner. Autopsy findings suggested that Shelly-Ann's body had been discarded roughly 7 to 10 days before its tragic discovery. Despite the advanced state of decomposition, law enforcement suspected the atrocious nature of the crime might have been motivated by the desire to intimately assault her. Police tirelessly pursued numerous leads and interrogated several suspects. They explored unconventional methods, even resorting to hypnosis to extract additional details regarding the abduction and untimely demise of Shelly-Ann Warner. However, these efforts bore no substantial breakthroughs, and the case eventually went cold. Decades later, a hesitant witness finally stepped forward, driven by a sense of responsibility and the courage to break their silence. This person identified 3 individuals linked to Shelly-Ann's case. Detectives revealed that the witness, initially fearful of vengeance against their family, found the courage to speak up only after 2 of the suspects had passed away. Although 2 suspects had already passed away and the third had vanished over time, this newfound information reignited hope for justice. Detectives, fueled by this lead, made the decision to reopen the case, determined to pursue justice for Shelly-Ann Warner, bringing a glimmer of hope to a case long shrouded in darkness. As the investigation progressed, investigators unearthed additional witnesses and a trove of new evidence that substantially supported the witnesses' initial statement. This mounting evidence bolstered the case, strengthening its credibility. During the course of their inquiries, investigators made a startling discovery. The third suspect, who had previously vanished, was confirmed deceased as of 2018. Two other suspects had also passed away, one in 2001 and another in 2010. Dave Dossman, a member of the cold case unit, emphasized how the passing of the suspects prompted an important witness to come forward and reveal crucial information. In 2023, after meticulous analysis of gathered evidence and statements, the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office deemed the proof against the three suspects conclusive. However, due to all three suspects' demise, authorities were unable to pursue criminal charges against them. The names of the suspects were never disclosed as charges could not be filed. With the investigation closed, law enforcement officials disclosed that the assault on Warner was not a random act. Despite her lack of close ties to the suspects, there existed some degree of familiarity between Shelly-Ann Warner and certain family members of the suspects. Dossman's revelation echoed a painful truth. Shelly-Ann Warner knew the suspects, a connection that was not immediately apparent. She would have known who these suspects were, and vice versa, Dossman emphasized, shedding light on the relationship. Reflecting on the prolonged investigation, the lead detective divulged the grim reality behind the delays. Fear and threats exerted by the suspects against potential witnesses paralyzed the progress. Not only did they intimidate the witnesses, but also their families. Despite the offenders never facing the scales of justice, the case was reluctantly closed after an agonizing 43 years. Even the passage of time has brought no closure to the family. Shelly-Ann's parents passed away, leaving her sister as the remaining link to a past marred by tragedy. While her sister found some comfort in the case finally wrapping up, the absence of identifiable DNA on evidence sent to the lab and the unresolved justice served as a haunting reminder of what could never be reclaimed. Today, Shelly-Ann Warner would have turned 58 had the precious life not been taken away so brutally. This tragic story ends without the closure of justice, leaving behind a legacy marked by unanswered questions and a longing for what could have been. Nellie Hicks was a 59-year-old mother of 6 children. She was a 4th-grade teacher at Ashland School in San Lorenzo, California. On May 10, 1972, Nellie was at her home in Newark, California. She lived with her adult son and his wife, as well as her longtime friend. Nellie's friend, also a teacher, briefly spoke with her around 1 a.m. that fateful morning. She was dozing off on a living room sofa. It was the last time she was seen alive. About 4 hours later, Nellie's son discovered her lifeless body in the same room. Her wallet was missing. It was later found a few blocks away, next to a pair of blood-stained underwear. The other occupants were all asleep as the slaying unfolded. That led police to suspect that the intruder knocked her unconscious before assaulting her. Her body was partially naked, and police determined that she had been assaulted and bludgeoned with a brick wrapped in pantyhose. The brutality was immediately apparent, with her head split open by the force of the blows. The perpetrator entered the home through an unlocked sliding glass door and used manicure scissors to cut her dress and bra. Nellie was a well-liked, respected teacher. so everyone who knew her could not think that someone would have a motive to take her life. A decade before, she left an abusive husband. He and other men she dated were interrogated, but it did not lead to finding a possible suspect. Fingerprints were recovered, but it was never tied to a specific person. DNA was collected at the autopsy. However, as DNA technology did not exist at the time, the case went cold despite decades of investigation. Soon, another horrendous crime would take place in the area. Teresa Pica was 48 years old and stayed on Edlow Drive in Hayward, California. On May 15, 1979, one of Teresa's twin 10-year-old daughters discovered her, slumped over her couch, face down. She was last seen alive the night before by her 3 children. Her nightgown had been pulled up, exposing her legs. Her hands were bound behind her back with a rope. A blood-stained rock was found next to her, and a shirt that had been used to gag her. A front room window had been pried open. The only witness account of an intruder came from a neighbor who heard rustling near the home in the middle of the night. Teresa's purse was missing. Her wallet and other contents were later discovered in a neighbor's yard and in a garbage can down the street. As with Nellie's case, DNA was collected, but no technology existed to test it. Several people were investigated in the ensuing decades, but no suspects emerged. 2 very similar cases. Both women were found by family members who woke up in the morning to discover their loved ones' bodies bludgeoned and assaulted. An intruder had quietly entered their homes and attacked them as they slept in their living rooms. In 2023, investigators from the Hayward and Newark police departments consulted with the FBI and contracted Othram and Astria Forensics to reevaluate the DNA. That led to Fred Bernard Farnham being identified as the offender. Hayward and Newark police announced in December 2023 that Farnham was responsible for the slayings of Nellie Ann Hicks in 1972 in Newark and Teresa Pica in Hayward in 1979. Farnham, frustratingly, passed away at the age of 73 in a hospital in Oregon in 2007. He grew up in Central Valley, California, and then moved to the South Bay in the 1950s. There, he was convicted for multiple assaults in the 1970s. There is no indication he ever lived in the East Bay. He also lived in Nevada, Idaho, North Dakota, Alaska, and Oregon, where he lost his life in the town of Cape Junction. The remains of one potential suspect, identified through the same process that found Farnham, were exhumed in 2021. It was later excluded through DNA comparison to the crime scene evidence. That man, however, was on the same genealogical tree, police said. David Hicks, the youngest of Nellie's 6 children and one of 3 still alive, thanked authorities who persisted to find closure in the 52-year-old cold case. Her son Ron, who found her body, passed away 3 months prior to the police solving Nellie's cold case. David called his mother a hero who raised a family of 6 and worked full-time as a teacher. I cannot express my gratitude enough for the police department and their dedication to this case. All of them worked extremely hard to bring closure to our family. In a statement read aloud at the news conference, Teresa's daughters similarly voiced relief at the resolution provided by Farnham's identification. Our mother may now rest peacefully, the statement reads. We have accepted the fact that whoever did this would never come to justice. Nevertheless, we thank God for your diligence and for never giving up. We can now move forward and close this painful chapter in our lives. Teresa's daughter, Jan Whelan, 62, told the San Francisco Chronicle that while it was a good thing to learn the suspect's identity after all these years, it also triggered everything again. For most of my life, I blamed myself because I was not able to stop what happened. And just a few years ago, I was able to finally tell myself that there was nothing I could do. But it still hurts. Now this will help bring me closure. Newark Police Captain Jolie Macias said after Teresa was slain, Newark and Hayward police linked the crimes because of the discernible pattern of behavior shared by the two cases. This drove the belief that figuring out one case would solve the other. She also made a point to reciprocate the sentiments from the victim survivors by saying, "Today is truly about these families and their resiliency for the past 50-plus years." Hayward Police Chief Brian Matthews said at the news conference that 45 years is a long time. It has been a long time for generations of investigators who have worked on this case, and it has been a long time for the families of the victims and our community as they have waited for answers. Officials suspect that Farnham could have been involved in other cases as well, and have alerted law enforcement to look at their other cold cases for possible connections. Anyone with information about criminal cases that could have connections to Farnham can contact Hayward Police Detective Rob Purnell at 510-293-7176. On December 6, 1975, in a field off 100th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard in Westminster, Colorado, a woman's lifeless body was found. She was found by two people riding their motorcycles. Her clothing and personal items were also found at the scene, so she could be identified as Terry Becker. She was 20 years old at the time. Terry grew up in Casper, Wyoming, and moved to the Denver metropolitan area after graduating from high school. Terry was described as a free spirit by her friends and family. She lived life on the edge. Terry enjoyed painting and listening to music. Her favorite bands were Three Dog Night and Steppenwolf. An autopsy was done, and it showed that she was assaulted and strangled. Terry had last been seen 2 days prior when she hitchhiked to visit her boyfriend at the Adams County Detention Center in Brighton, Colorado. Chandra Thurston, senior criminalist with the Westminster Police Department, who was the lead detective on the case, said she had just been dumped there in the field. Officers respond, an investigation begins, and then over time, suspects are looked at and nothing develops. The case went cold. In 1991, a similar crime took place. Sherry Bridgewater was assaulted and slain in her apartment on the 1000 block of West Monroe Avenue near Owens and H Street in Las Vegas, Nevada. She was a 31-year-old mother of 2 boys and was found by 2 women, a friend and a relative. The investigation team worked the case relentlessly over the years to solve it, but unfortunately, the case went cold. In 2003, 12 years later, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was able to extract DNA from a piece of evidence from Terry's case. The sample of an unknown male was uploaded to the CODIS Combined DNA Index System database, but no match was found. 10 years later, in 2013, the Las Vegas Metro Police Department entered DNA into their database from Sherry's perpetrator. The sample matched with Terry's perpetrator, so the 2 cases were connected. Before the DNA breakthrough, both cases were without a suspect. In 2019, technology and genetic genealogy pointed to a possible man. Thomas Martin Elliott, a veteran with an extensive criminal history. He was in prison for committing a burglary in Lakewood, Colorado, and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. He was released in 1981, and then he committed a serious offense against a 13-year-old girl in Carson City, Nevada. He was sent to prison on a life sentence, but with the option of parole. He got out 10 years later and then became the primary suspect in the cold case in Las Vegas. 5 months later, on October 30th, 1991, he took his own life by shooting himself. He was 40 years old. He was buried in the Southern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery due to the short enlistment he had with the military. The Las Vegas police did not have the resources to further investigate Elliott as a possible suspect. In October 2023, after seeking assistance from the Vegas Justice League, an organization who has helped the department solve several cold cases, they were able to receive funding from them, allowing police to exhume Elliott's body for a DNA sample. In 2024, it was confirmed. It was a match for both Terry and Sherry's cases. One challenge in identifying and linking the DNA was the fact that Elliott was adopted by his mother's second husband. His birth mother, Nancy West, had divorced his biological father later to remarry. Elliott's connection to Terry was not known, but the police found out that he and Sherry attended the same Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Chandra Thurston, senior criminalist with the Westminster Police Department, said, "It was almost a huge relief to finally say someone's name did this to Terry. There were definitely times during this where you felt, I am never going to figure this out. We are never going to figure this out. There is a lot of relief, and I hope that she knows we did not give up on her, and we worked until we were able to find justice. Even if it is this way, without being able to prosecute someone, to find justice for her and to know that she mattered, and that we always cared about her." A.C. Stutson, commander in investigations with Westminster Police, said, "There has been a lot of ups and downs in this case. We were so close many times, and it would slip away." David Becker, Terry's brother, is her only living relative. He lives in Texas and said the following, "I cannot say enough how grateful I am. I just really applaud the Westminster Police Department. It is hard to believe after 45 years the DNA can match and bring closure, which I am grateful for. Just knowing that that person is not out there taking away some other sibling's life, to me, there is comfort in that." The case was groundbreaking for Westminster Police. It not only was their oldest cold case, but also the first one they have solved. Westminster Chief Norm Halbert said, "As someone who represents the organization for years, this case started in 1975. And to be able to close it today and represent all the men and women who have worked on this case is an enormous sense of pride and an enormous sense of accomplishment for the agency. And it is also a sense of relief that we were able to close this for the family." Unfortunately, Sherry's parents passed away before her perpetrator was identified. LVMPD Lieutenant Johansson said that the police were able to notify both of her adult sons and bring some closure to her family. He added that the department is backtracking data to see if any additional cases may be connected to the same suspect. Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River perpetrator, was born on February 18, 1949 in Salt Lake City, Utah. The media gave him this nickname after his first 5 victims were found in the Green River in Utah. He was a longtime painter at a truck company. His parents were Mary Rita and Thomas Newton Ridgway, and he had 2 brothers, Gregory and Thomas Edward. He was married to Claudia Craig Barrows from 1970 to 1972, to Marcia Lorene Brown from 1973 to 1981, and Judith Lorraine Lynch from 1988 to 2002. He only had 1 son named Matthew. Ridgway was convicted of 49 separate cases that took place between 1982 to 1998, possibly as recent as 2001. This made him the second most prolific serial offender in United States history, according to confirmed cases. He had been a suspect in the cases since 1982, when he was arrested for prostitution. However, investigators were unable to link him at that time. Detectives were unable to prove his role until 2001, when advances in DNA technology allowed them to link a saliva sample they had obtained from him in 1987 to male DNA found on several victims. He was arrested on November 30, 2001, as he was leaving the Kenworth truck factory where he worked in Renton, Washington. Over 10,000 items of evidence collected and logged and stored were prepared to go to trial when Ridgway was arrested, according to Dave Reichert with the King County Sheriff's Office. At the time, investigators found he was not particularly accurate in associating dump sites with the victims that he placed there. To date, he has led the task force to the remains of 3 other victims, and he was incorrect about the identity of 2 of the 3 victims. In 2003, he pled guilty to 48 cases, and in 2011 to his 49th case. On December 18, 2003, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As part of a plea bargain wherein he agreed to disclose the locations of still missing women, he was spared being executed. He is imprisoned at the Washington State Penitentiary, Walla Walla. Most of Ridgway's victims were alleged to be prostitutes and other women in vulnerable circumstances, including underage runaways. His victims were between the ages of 14 to 38. In one of his confessions, he said he chose prostitutes as victims because he knew they were unlikely to be missed. Patty Eakes, one of the prosecuting attorneys assigned to the case, said the lack of emotion Ridgway showed when he eventually admitted to taking the lives of the women was still troubling to her. She said Ridgway came across as just an average, goofy, middle-aged guy. Some victims may have been comfortable getting into his truck due to his seemingly harmless personality. I think he looked for vulnerable women. He had this strange, underlying need to feel like he had a beautiful woman by his side. Often, the women that he picked up were attractive. He wanted to be one of those guys who is like, I have a beautiful woman with me. He did not necessarily feel like he had that in his personal life. Physical attractiveness was definitely part of it, she said. Ridgway led investigators to the locations where he buried one of his victims by Green River. There, on August 21, 2003, 23 human bones and teeth were uncovered and listed only as Bones 20. After 2 decades, in 2023, Othram was able to identify the victim after examination of DNA extracted from the skeletal remains as Tammy Lyles. David Middleman, Othram's CEO, a molecular biophysicist and genetics expert, said the DNA was in very terrible shape, degraded. The company worked to build a new DNA profile based on the sample. Authorities contacted her mother, and using her reference sample, scientists were able to identify Tammy. Tammy's skull and other remains were found on April 23, 1985, at the Tualatin Golf Course near Tigard, Oregon. It was identified in March 1988 using Tammy's dental records. In 2003, her brother, Jason Lyles, said that when her family buried her in the 1980s, they had to use a baby casket because we could not find all the parts of her body. You live with this for 20 years, wondering what happened. I cannot see myself ever finding closure, but I think it would settle a lot better if the guy would say, "Yeah, I did it." Tammy was a 16-year-old girl whose life was brought to an end in 1983. She stayed in Everett, Washington. She disappeared from downtown Seattle, Washington on June 9, 1983. In 2023, King County Sheriff Patricia Cole Tyndall said that Tammy's family does not want to speak to the media. "We appreciate your support in granting the family the privacy they seek during this time," Cole Tyndall said. This breakthrough in the case comes after 15-year-old Lori Ann Respotnik was identified as another victim of Ridgway's. Lori was born on November 13, 1967, and stayed in Juneau, Alaska. She disappeared in 1982 after a fight with her mother. She wanted a horse. A friend had one. All Lori had to do, she told her mom, was pay for feed and pay rent for the stall. Donna Hurley, her mother, said no. She did not have the money. She did not have the time. Her husband had passed away a decade prior. She was a single mother raising 2 teenagers. It was not practical. Lori's disappearance would remain a mystery, an open wound, an aching phantom limb for more than 4 decades, until her remains were identified as one of at least 49 victims. For 76-year-old Donna, Lori's disappearance, her absence, her demise have been an ever-present void for more than 40 years. "I guess everybody calls it closure, but to me it was just a relief," Donna said of Lori's identification. All of the what-ifs, how come, where has she been, all the questions that go through your mind, you quit trying to fool yourself that she is alive and well, raising a family, and everything is good. It is just a relief that all of that is off your shoulders and off your mind. As a mother, part of me was still in denial. "You build a wall around these things," she said. "The tough thing is those walls start to crumble." Lori, she said, was a firecracker, interested in everything: sports, the outdoors, horses, dogs, and cooking. She played baseball and ran track. She liked to snowmobile. At 7, she trained the family Labrador Retriever, Ebony's Flippy Miss, but known as Flip, and showed her in a dog show. She could get A's without opening her books, Donna said. She did speak with her daughter one time after she ran away. It was Thanksgiving, either 1982 or 83. Lori called her grandparents' home, where the family was gathered. She told them she would be sending Christmas presents. She said she was living in Seattle and she was happy. Lori's remains were discovered on December 30th, 1985, about 3 years after she ran away from home, and was marked as Bones 17. Parabon Nanolab's chief genetic genealogist, Cece Moore, did the genetic genealogy work. She works like a detective, using partial matches across many generations and multiple family trees to try to create a family tree, a lineage, for the unknown person. She knew she was looking for a teenage girl But Lori had left little trace. She was so young when she disappeared. She disappeared before social media, before online people searches, before the internet. She never voted, never bought property, never paid taxes. Moore scoured census records, birth announcements, yearbook photos. She came up empty. Then she stumbled upon an obituary. One paragraph on page 62 of the January 19, 1972 Seattle Times. Razpotnik, William S., of Juneau, Alaska, formerly of Seattle, husband of Donna, father of William George and Lori Ann. Donna she knew about. William George, Lori's brother, she knew about. She wrote a report and sent it to King County. And then, more than a year after Moore started searching, more than 40 years after Lori disappeared, 2 detectives showed up on Donna Hurley's doorstep. DNA was matched to a saliva sample from Donna to identify her. Donna had left Centralia, Pennsylvania and moved to Juneau, Alaska in the 1980s. Her parents lived there, and the job prospects were better. She worked in the hotel business for a decade, at a veterinarian's office for 13 years, then for the Alaska Department of Education. Now retired, she has 2 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. They are Lori's great and great-great-nieces and nephews, although they have never met her. Lori's brother passed away in 2010 of cancer, just like her father. Over the years, Donna saw news coverage of the Green River perpetrator. She thought about it from time to time. "We were in Alaska. We were so far removed," she said. "I was still raising my son. I was trying to push all of it out of my mind." Law enforcement would post pictures and police sketches of victims. "I never saw anyone that I felt looked like Lori," she said. Police posted a composite image of Bones 17, what they imagined she might look like based on DNA. Blondish hair, blue-green eyes, fair complexion. "It took me a long time to admit it looked like her," Donna said. The composite image had straight hair, she thought to herself, but Lori had curly hair. A lot of it was denial. You become numb at a certain point. It is just, she paused, searching for words. It makes me sad that her life ended that way. Makes me angry at the person who did it. Makes me angry at myself that I could not stop it. And at a certain point, you just have to realize that you have another part of your family that you have to keep going forward for. Lori's idol, Donna said, was her dad. She does not think Lori ever got over his passing when she was only 5. She was Daddy's little girl. She had the curly ponytails and the big blue eyes. She plans to bury Lori at Evergreen Washelli Cemetery in Seattle, next to her dad. Dave Reichert with the King County Sheriff's Office said that although the last remains in the medical examiner's office have been identified, there are still more unsolved cases. Ridgway said that he ended the lives of 65 to 70 young women and little girls, and so far he has pled guilty to 49 and we have closed 51 cases. So as I said, there are other unsolved cases out there that may or may not be connected to Ridgway. But there are parents still out there looking for answers about the whereabouts of their daughters. On April 21st, 2023, Washington State Governor Jay Inslee signed legislation removing execution from the state's law. According to the King County Prosecutor's Office, if Ridgway is convicted of additional slayings outside of Washington State, he still could face execution. Some think he was chasing a lost love. Others reckon he was a smuggler. Some say he was a Cold War spy. 60 years later, an electronic engineer professor fell in love with not just this mystery, but a girl. A girl who held the key to what once seemed like the unsolvable mystery. We finally cracked the puzzle after 70 years. This is the story of the Somerton Man. It is November 30th, 1948, about 7:15 p.m., and a couple is out for a leisurely walk along Somerton Park Beach, just outside Adelaide, South Australia. Waves are gently lapping, and that is when they spot a man in a sharp brown suit propped against the seawall. It looks like he is resting. He even gives them a half-hearted wave, but the couple just chuckle, thinking he has had one too many to drink. The next morning, two jockeys doing their usual routine, training their horses on the beach, see the same man, still as a statue, lying there on the sand. Now, that is strange, right? So Neil Day, one of the jockeys, walks over for a closer look. But when he tries to nudge the guy, nothing. And that is how the mystery of the Somerton Man began. Right there on the sunny shores of Adelaide back in December 1948. When authorities arrived on the scene, they transported the body to the Royal Adelaide Hospital for examination. The doctor in charge estimated that the man likely passed away around 2 a.m. that morning. At first glance, he appeared to be your average Joe, mid-40s, 5'11", with gray eyes and reddish-brown hair. He looked sharp, well put together, with clean fingernails, soft hands, and a smooth-shaven face. However, upon closer inspection, a couple of irregularities caught the eye of one of the medical examiners. Firstly, the man had unusually pronounced calf muscles. Another peculiarity, a staggering 16 teeth were missing from his mouth. When they delved into the man's pockets, hoping to uncover some clues about his identity, they came up short. No wallet, no ID. All they found were a pack of cigarettes and matches, 2 combs, a packet of chewing gum, and a couple of travel tickets. An unused stub from Adelaide to Henley Beach, a nearby town, and a bus ticket stub from Adelaide to Somerton. But it was the man's clothing that really deepened the mystery. It was common back then for folks to have their names or initials on their clothes labels for laundry purposes. But all the labels from the man's suit had been snipped off, meticulously removed. Even the name tags from the undervest were also removed. And there was something else peculiar. A tear in his pant pocket had been neatly stitched back together using bright orange thread. The autopsy revealed some troubling findings: an enlarged spleen and a damaged liver. The pathologist suspected heart failure, but oddly enough, the man's heart appeared completely normal. Toxology tests came back negative. No poison found in his system. No signs of violence either. No disturbance in the sand around him, and no scratches on his body. The coroner was stumped. Whatever took the Somerton man's life, it was not natural. It sure was not an accident. Before the police could even begin to untangle who might have been behind the Somerton man's demise, they had to grapple with the question of who he was in the first place. His photo made its way into Australian newspapers, a silent plea for someone, anyone, to step forward and claim him as kin. Intrigued by the mystery, crowds flocked to the morgue, hoping for a glimpse of his face. Time and again, individuals emerged from the shadows, swearing they knew the Somerton man, yet each lead fizzled into nothingness. Then came a twist. A newspaper boldly declared that the man found on Somerton Beach was none other than E.C. Johnson. But lo and behold, E.C. Johnson himself strolled into the police station, setting the record straight. Fingerprints were taken from the Somerton Man, but unfortunately, no match was found. Still undeterred, the police circulated his photo far and wide. Dozens of calls flooded in, each claiming familiarity with the mysterious man. He was a missing relative, a vanished husband, a guardian outside illicit card games, a familiar face from the military testing facility up north. A local paper even quipped that the police were running an almost constant taxi service to ferry people to and from the morgue, all eager for a glimpse of the enigmatic figure. But as quickly as hopes rose, they fell. People who were convinced they knew him changed their tune upon seeing him in the flesh. And so he remained the Somerton Man, a mystery that seemed to deepen with each passing day. Investigators would spend years, even decades, grappling with his identity and the events surrounding his demise. Theories swirled. He was a Cold War spy, a former dancer, a victim of a love gone sour. It became one of Australia's most perplexing and enduring cold cases, a tale that would captivate generations to come. About a month after stumbling upon his body, investigators shifted their focus to the Somerton Man's meager possessions. Sure, he had those travel tickets and a few knickknacks, but no luggage to speak of. So the police cast their net wide, putting out notices for abandoned luggage at hotels and train stations. They scoured dry cleaners, bus stops, lost property offices, anywhere a bag might find itself abandoned. Then, like a stroke of luck, on January 14, 1949, just 3 days after the call went out, they struck gold. A dark brown suitcase left at the Adelaide train station caught their eye. According to the luggage tag, it had been checked in around 11 a.m. on November 30th, the very same day the Somerton Man was discovered on the beach. Upon prying it open, investigators found a curious mishmash of items: handkerchiefs, scissors, a knife, shaving gear. But it was a humble spool of thread that set their minds racing. An unknown brand not found in Australia, and in a shade of orange identical to the thread used to mend the Somerton Man's pocket. Coincidence? Unlikely. But wait, there is more. Tucked amidst the odds and ends was a stencil brush, a tool typically wielded by a third officer in the Navy. Yet strangely, alongside this maritime clue, they unearthed drafting pencils, the kind favored by engineers. And then there were the clothes. Shirts, underpants, a coat, all matching the Somerton Man's size and style, all with their labels meticulously removed, except for 3. Among them, a tie with a name scrawled on the label in faded ink. It looked like T. Keene. Finally, a glimmer of hope. The police had a potential lead, a possible name for the Somerton Man. Records were combed through in English-speaking nations far and wide, including the United States, where the man's coat originated from. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace of a missing person by that name could be found anywhere. It seemed the man was determined to keep his identity hidden, leaving investigators grasping at straws in their quest for answers. Yet, with over 6 months having passed since his demise, it was time for the Somerton Man to find his rest. But not before investigators preserved his one tangible clue: his face. They had him embalmed and crafted a plaster cast of his head and shoulders, a final homage to a man whose identity remained as elusive as ever. On June 14, 1949, the Somerton Man was laid to rest in a cemetery in Adelaide. His identity remained elusive, buried beneath a concrete vault. The tombstone bore a simple inscription: "Here lies the unknown man who was found at Somerton Beach." Despite the burial, authorities were no closer to unraveling the mystery that shrouded him in uncertainty. By April of 1949, the police found themselves at a standstill. Nearly 5 months had slipped by since the discovery of the body, and they were no closer to unraveling the mystery. Frustrated and desperate for a breakthrough, they turned to Professor John Cleland, a pathology expert at the University of Adelaide, to take a fresh look at the evidence. Professor Cleland's approach was nothing short of ingenious. Recognizing the challenge of determining if the clothes from the suitcase would fit the Somerton Man's lifeless frame, he devised a clever solution. He enlisted someone of similar size to the Somerton Man and had them try on both sets of clothes, the ones the man was found in and those from the suitcase. Miraculously, they fit like a glove, confirming without a shadow of a doubt that the suitcase did belong to him. But that was not all. While inspecting the Somerton Man's garments, Professor Cleland stumbled upon a hidden pocket in the trousers. Inside lay a rolled-up scrap of paper bearing just 2 words, "Tamam Shud." Printed boldly, these Persian words stirred nothing in the professor's memory. The meaning behind this was quite puzzling, and nobody at the station understood what it meant. Then, a well-read newspaper reporter explained that it originated from a book by Omar Khayyam, the renowned 12th century poet. Specifically, they were from his book called Rubaiyat. The words Tamam Shud means the end. With this new insight, investigators speculated that the Somerton Man had left behind this cryptic clue to signify he took his own life, or perhaps to ponder life's deeper meanings in his final hours. Interestingly, the Rubaiyat was widely cherished during that era. In 1909, 2 skilled English bookbinders were hired to rebind the first edition of the Rubaiyat, adorning it with over 1,000 precious and semi-precious stones, including gold leaf, silver, and ivory. This exquisite edition was purchased by an American buyer for an equivalent of around $70,000 today. Unfortunately, that particular book met its fate on the Titanic, sinking during its voyage to America, and has remained lost ever since. But that is not the book the investigators were after. They wanted the very book the scroll was torn from. They contacted every library in the Adelaide area, seeking help from librarians to examine their copies of the Rubaiyat for any missing pages. If the scrap came from a unique printing, finding the exact book seemed like an insurmountable challenge, until a stroke of luck intervened. On July 24, 1949, a chemist walked into the Adelaide police station holding a copy of the Rubaiyat he had discovered in his car months earlier, around the time the Somerton Man met his fate. Initially dismissing it, he became intrigued when the newspapers published the mysterious scrap. Turning to the final page, he revealed the missing words, Tamam Shud. The tear in the book perfectly matched the fragment from the Somerton Man's pocket, providing a breakthrough authorities had been desperately seeking. Further examination of the book yielded another intriguing lead, a faintly penciled telephone number on the back cover. The telephone number belonged to a young nurse living near Somerton Beach, just a short stroll from where the man was discovered. And that is how Jessica Thompson became a person of interest. When police confronted Jessica, her reaction was as mysterious as the case itself. She denied any affiliation with the Somerton Man. Investigators were essentially at a loss, and no further leads emerged. Then, they decided to bring her in to look at the cast of the Somerton Man. She appeared visibly shaken at the sight of the plaster cast of the Somerton Man's face. She oscillated between stunned silence and vague responses. The chief inspector noted her near collapse, extending a hand to steady her before realizing she could stand on her own. But her evasiveness only fueled the investigators' determination to peel back the layers of secrecy surrounding her. The puzzle of Jessica Thompson's phone number in the Somerton Man's Rubaiyat weighed heavily on investigators. Pressed for answers, Jessica finally came clean. During World War II, she worked at a Sydney hospital where she crossed paths with an Australian Army officer named Alfred Boxall. She was vague about their relationship, but she confessed to gifting him a copy of the Rubaiyat. Police thought they had a breakthrough, only to find out Boxall was alive and well, and in possession of the Rubaiyat Jessica had given him. But this book was a different edition from the Somerton Man's. It bore Jessica's signature, along with a handwritten line of poetry. Returning to the mysterious pencil inscription, investigators uncovered more than just phone numbers. Below them lay a series of barely discernible letters. Under an ultraviolet light, the message became clearer. 5 rows of seemingly random capital letters, with some crossed out. It dawned on them. It was a code. The Rubaiyat was forwarded to Australia's Naval Intelligence, renowned for deciphering wartime messages. Hoping for a breakthrough, police also reached out to the public by publishing the cryptic message in newspapers. Yet even the experts at Naval Intelligence struggled to crack the code. The code perplexed everyone, spawning theories from a ship's name to a message of despair. Despite collective efforts, no conclusive explanation emerged. In 1958, a decade after the Somerton Man's discovery, police officially closed their investigation. However, the allure of an unsolved demise coupled with a mysterious code continued to fuel conspiracy theories. Like many unresolved mysteries, the Somerton case left a trail of unanswered questions and endless speculation, captivating the imaginations of those who dared to ponder its secrets. During the 1940s, Australia found itself deeply entangled in espionage, being part of the British Commonwealth and a crucial ally in the Allied forces during World War II. Intelligence agencies intercepted messages from enemy nations, playing a vital role in ending the conflict. Post-war, as the world divided along ideological lines of capitalism versus communism, the race for military technology supremacy intensified. Regarding the Somerton Man, certain case details hinted that he might not be an ordinary citizen. He meticulously concealed his identity, with all clothing found on him and in the suitcase lacking labels. Only a few items bore the name Keane, which ultimately proved fruitless. His nationality remained a puzzle. While some speculated he was British based on his facial features and hairstyle, others suggested American ties due to the origin of his coat. Yet the presence of an American-made coat did not definitively brand him a spy. It is plausible that the Somerton Man had visited America for leisure or family reasons before his mysterious demise. But that was not the only clue pointing to a foreign identity. There was also the peculiar orange thread used to mend his pants, a brand not sold in Australia. This suggested extensive travel, painting the Somerton Man as an international enigma. The question then arose, what was he doing in Adelaide, a remote city along Australia's southern coast? The answer might lie about 300 kilometers north, at the Woomera Air Force Complex. Woomera, a joint base between Australia and the United Kingdom, boasted the largest land-based test range in the Western world. Established in 1947, it covered a sprawling 47,000 square miles of flat, arid land, roughly the size of Pennsylvania. The base housed highly secretive facilities, conducting some of Britain's most sensitive military projects, including missile, rocket, and atomic bomb testing. If this speculation holds true, South Australia would likely have been a hotbed for espionage activity. It is conceivable that the Somerton Man was an Australian spy who knew too much. Perhaps he became loyal to the Soviets and needed to be silenced. Alternatively, he could have been a Soviet operative seeking defection, but met his demise before he could act. This brings us back to the mysterious circumstances of his end. During the investigation, medical experts found no trace of poison in the man's system, at least none detectable by conventional means. One explanation was that he ingested or was administered something that instantly decomposed, leaving no evidence. Another theory suggested injection, yet no signs of puncture wounds were found. The condition of his liver did not support this notion. Seeking answers, the coroner consulted Sir Cedric Stanton Hicks, a professor of physiology and pharmacology at the University of Adelaide. Hicks scribbled down the names of suspected poisons on a piece of paper for the coroner. Among them was strophanthin, a potent substance historically used by some West African tribes to create poison arrows. Fatal, even in small doses, it was undetectable by standard chemical tests. In 2013, Jessica Thompson's daughter, Kate, disclosed that her mother had a command of the Russian language, a detail Jessica had never shared with anyone. Furthermore, Jessica confessed to Kate that she had misled the police regarding the identity of the Somerton Man. Jessica hinted that the matter extended beyond the jurisdiction of the police, suggesting involvement in a higher echelon. This revelation sparked speculation that Jessica might have been engaged in counter-espionage activities for the Australian government. She was possibly relaying intelligence to military authorities, with the Rubaiyat serving as a crucial component. However, if even the most adept codebreakers were unable to decipher the cryptic message, the question remained, who possessed the key? Derek Abbott first encountered the Somerton Man's story in a magazine article back in 1995. Despite his initial intrigue, his professional obligations as an electrical engineering professor at Adelaide University prevented him from delving deeper into the mystery. It was not until 2007 when Derek revisited the story and learned of the unsolved code found in the man's possession that his interest was reignited. Despite 6 years of investigation by code-breaking experts, the puzzle remained unsolved. Undeterred, Derek shifted his focus to unraveling a different enigma, the identity of Jessica. For decades, the true identity of the enigmatic nurse remained shrouded in secrecy, a real name redacted from official records to shield her from public attention. Derrick enlisted the help of Jerry Feltus, an Adelaide detective, who provided the original piece of paper bearing Jessica's phone number found in the Somerton Man's book. Through meticulous investigation, Derrick unveiled Jessica's true identity: Jessica Thompson, known as Jo. Unfortunately, Jessica had passed away before Derrick could question her about her connection to the Somerton Man. Delving into Jessica's history, Derrick discovered that she had been romantically involved with a local man named Prosper Thompson, with whom she had a son named Robin in 1947, a year and a half before the Somerton Man's demise. Despite Jessica's claims that Prosper was Robin's father, speculation arose regarding the paternity of her child, particularly given her evasiveness during police questioning. This led Derrick to a groundbreaking theory: the Somerton Man was Robin's biological father. Upon further investigation, Derrick unearthed compelling evidence supporting his theory. Robin, like the Somerton Man, exhibited unique physical traits, including a genetic disorder called hypodontia and distinctive ear structures. Moreover, both had backgrounds in ballet, with Robin even having performed with the Australian Ballet Company. These findings suggested a familial connection between Robin and the Somerton Man. It was further supported by the discovery of Robin's daughter, Rachel Egan, potentially being the Somerton Man's granddaughter. Rachel's journey into her family's past, intertwined with one of Australia's greatest enigmas, was nothing short of remarkable. As she delved deeper into her ancestry, she uncovered layers of mystery that connected her to the unknown man found on Somerton Beach. Despite initial skepticism, Rachel agreed to a meeting with Derrick Abbott. Their shared curiosity and determination led to an unexpected bond, a spark that eventually blossomed into a love story that surpassed even the most enduring mysteries. Derrick and Rachel got married in 2010 and have 3 children together. The most sensible approach was to exhume the remains of the Somerton Man to extract DNA. Derrick made several requests, but each time the request was denied to exhume the remains. However, in 2015, Derrick found another way. He discovered some of the Somerton Man's hair still embedded in the plaster cast made in the 1940s. Derrick sent these hairs to a laboratory at the University of Adelaide. He hoped there was enough genetic material to test against Rachel's DNA. Unfortunately, the results were inconclusive, and scientists could not generate a complete DNA sequence from the limited sample. But in 2021, Derrick's hope was reignited when the Australian government finally exhumed the Somerton Man. On May 18, 2021, a team with heavy machinery arrived at Adelaide's West Terrace Cemetery. It took nearly 12 hours to extract the Somerton Man from the ground. Being deceased for over 70 years meant most of his organic matter had deteriorated, and on top of that, he had been embalmed. This involves replacing the body's natural fluids with preservatives. While this preservation technique was beneficial for maintaining the body's condition, it also degraded the DNA. There was a possibility that there might not be enough viable DNA left to obtain a sample. In 2022, Derrick collaborated with Colleen Fitzpatrick, and they meticulously traced the genetic breadcrumbs left behind by the Somerton Man, the hair on the plaster cast. As they pieced together his family tree, one name stood out. A man fitting the Somerton Man's description, with a brother-in-law named Thomas Keane, matched the name found on the mysterious clothing. Derrick and Colleen located nieces and nephews of the Somerton Man. They gathered DNA samples from their living descendants, and on July 22, 2022, they found 2 matches. Stuart Webb, Somerton Man's great-great-nephew, and Christy Webb, his grandniece. The discovery sent shockwaves through the investigative community. It reignited hope that the identity of the Somerton Man was on the verge of being unveiled. His name was Carl Charles Webb, an electrical engineer born in Melbourne, Australia in November 1905. As the details of Webb's life unraveled, it became apparent that his story was far from ordinary. He was part of a large family with 6 siblings. Newspaper reports from that time indicated that he participated in community football. This could account for his well-developed calves and overall physique. Leading up to his demise, Charles experienced major loss in life. His father and mother passed away, along with his brother Roy, with whom he shared a close bond. Additionally, Charles also went through a separation with his wife Dorothy Robertson, whom he married around 1941. Their marriage was difficult, as detailed in Dorothy's divorce decree filed later. Charles had a passion for writing poetry, often centered around the theme of fatality. Once, Dorothy found him drenched in ether in bed. He ingested 50 sleeping pills, but she saved his life. Contrary to wild speculation, Charles's story unveils a tale of domestic tragedy rather than espionage intrigue. In April 1947, Webb vanished without a trace, leaving behind a shattered family and a cloud of mystery. While DNA evidence pointed strongly to Webb's identity, the South Australia Police Department continued its own testing to verify the identification. However, the lack of official confirmation left room for speculation, keeping the door open to conspiracy theories that had long surrounded the case. Despite the lingering uncertainties, Derek Abbott found closure in his own quest. DNA testing ruled out any relation between his wife Rachel and the Somerton Man. This alleviated the personal burden he had carried for years. For the Webb family, the revelation brought a mix of emotions: relief, closure, and a sense of reclaiming a lost piece of their history. Stuart and Christy Webb, great-great-nephew and grandniece of Charles Webb, delved into old family albums. They rediscovered photos of Charles that had long been forgotten. Back then, there was a big family gathering involving all members of the Webb family. This photo was basically taken 20 years before he lost his life. Through their journey, Charles Webb transformed from a mysterious figure in headlines to a cherished member of their family. He is a person whose story resonated far beyond the confines of a cold case, but as a testament to the enduring power of familial bonds. A large part of the Somerton Man case has been solved. We now know his identity, but unfortunately, a lot of answers went to the grave with him. We might never know the circumstances that led to his demise. It was December 23, 1987. 20-year-old Janet Brachu was enjoying an evening out with friends when her night was cut short. While everyone else was allowed into the T. Woody's bar, Janet was just shy of the legal drinking age. She was asked to leave. A man she had met earlier that evening offered to drive her home. She then got sick in the parking lot and he refused to allow her into his car. Exactly what happened next to Janet was a mystery for over 3 decades before the person who took her life that brisk December evening was finally revealed. And shockingly, it was not only Janet's demise he was responsible for. Janet Brachu grew up in Winslow, a small Maine town situated along the Kennebec River. Back in the 1980s, Winslow had a modest population of around 8,000 residents. It was a quiet town and a good place to raise children. Janet's parents, Geraldine and Albert Brachu, adopted her as a young child and raised her into a bright, happy young adult, while helping her to manage her diabetes. She needed regular insulin, but Janet was responsible when it came to the important things. Her early dealings with her own medical care may have even been what inspired her to get into the field. As of late 1987, she was working as a dietary assistant at Maine General Medical Center's Seton campus. But on that December evening, work was the last thing on Janet's mind. It was their holiday break from college, and the perfect time to be catching up with old friends from high school. Janet did not often get to see them. Their first stop was a local bowling alley in the town of Waterville, less than a mile away from Winslow. While the friends took their turn sending the ball down the lane, they struck up a conversation with two men in the next alley over. They got on well enough to want to continue the evening together, and once everyone was finished, they set off to T. Woody's restaurant and bar. The bar was found on the lower level of Waterville's concourse with a great view of the river. When they arrived, Janet was turned away. Maine's drinking age had been raised to 21 only 2 years prior. Janet now just missed the mark. Her friends were all of legal age, and they wanted to keep the night going. Janet, being the odd one out, needed to find a ride home, and it just so happened that one of the men they had met at the bowling alley was happy to oblige. The details of what followed are loose, but there are a few facts we do know. Janet had forgotten her purse inside T. Woody's, and the man who was supposed to be driving her home went back inside to retrieve it, possibly because Janet was not allowed back in. When he returned to the parking lot, Janet was throwing up. It could either be because she had been drinking earlier in the night or from some other reason, like her diabetes. She could also have possibly eaten something that did not agree with her. The man who was supposed to take her home then refused to allow her into his car, not wanting her to be sick inside it. Then she was gone. Janet's parents woke up the next morning to find she was not home. After calling around to see if she had stayed at any of her friends' houses and having no luck tracking her down, Geraldine and Albert reported her missing. An extensive search was launched, and Janet's disappearance appeared on news stations across the country. The investigators tasked with finding out what happened to Janet turned over every stone. They followed up on each lead presented to them, no matter where in the country it came from. They even tried to use the fact that Janet was diabetic to find her. They looked into insulin sales that could possibly be tied to Janet. Unfortunately, no matter what they tried, they never seemed to get past square one. And soon the days turned into weeks, and still Janet was nowhere to be seen. It truly was as if she had vanished into thin air. Janet's family tried to hold on to the hope that she would be brought home alive. Each agonizing day since her disappearance, they prayed a call would come through from the police department with good news. Those hopes were crushed less than 3 months later. A call finally came, but it was the one no parent ever wants to receive. In the early morning hours of March 18, 1988, a man called Christopher Anthony was checking on his hydropower station at Waverly Avenue Dam. He then made a terrible discovery. Floating in the Sebasticook River was an unclothed body. Christopher notified the authorities, who were soon on the scene. That section of the river was cordoned off. A cursory search was conducted along the river's edge to see if any items of interest had been left behind. The body was taken to the coroner's office to be examined and identified. There, they discovered it belonged to Janet Brachu. The initial examination did not reveal what had caused Janet's passing. It was, however, determined that Janet had not been alive for long after she was last seen at T. Woody's. In the weeks following the discovery, a specialized dive team was set up on the Sebasticook River. They were trying to find any of Janet's personal items or evidence that could point to what happened to her in the hours after she was last seen. The investigators could not yet rule out the possibility that Janet had fallen in the river herself that night. The Kennebec and the Sebasticook rivers meet not too far down from T. Woody's. It was cold and dark when she was left in the parking lot. Maybe Janet tried to walk home and accidentally slipped into the frigid waters while crossing the bridge leading back to Winslow, unable to get herself out before succumbing to hypothermia. But there was one serious problem with this theory: the lack of clothes on her body when she was found. It was highly unlikely that the water's current could have stripped Janet entirely of everything she had on that night. And even more importantly, Janet's body was found upstream of the river. This meant it would not have been possible for her to have fallen in while walking home and ending up where she was found. But if Janet did not fall into the river, who had put her there? As the mystery continued, folks in Maine began wondering whether a serial perpetrator was on the loose. It was an avenue the investigators had begun looking into as well. An hour away, in the town of Jay in Maine, 17-year-old Kimberly Moreau vanished on May 9, 1986. She was last seen with someone she had met earlier that same day. Despite a diligent search across the state, the police were unable to find out what had happened to her. No connection could be drawn from Kimberly to Janet's case. Unbeknownst to the investigators, another woman would go missing just 5 months after Janet's body was found. And her case had far more similarities to that of Janet's. On August 9, 1988, 23-year-old Geraldine Finn was letting her hair down after work with 2 co-workers. She was employed at the Skowhegan Nursing Home as a certified nursing assistant. The bar, called Pete and Larry's, was in Waterville's Upper Main Street. It just so happened to be no more than 3 miles from T. Woody's, where Janet was last seen. While Geraldine and her co-workers were sitting by the window, a stranger drove past in his blue Chevy Blazer. He caught their attention and began gesturing for the 3 young women to go outside. They did just that and began walking to his car. He then asked if they wanted to go for a swim. However, this was not exactly an innocent request. By the time they were at his rolled-down window, the women found he was completely nude. He requested that they go skinny dipping with him. Likely weirded out by the interaction, they turned around and went back to the bar to continue their evening. It was not even 8:30 p.m. yet, and the group still wanted to spend some time out before heading home. Some time went by before that same man arrived at the bar, this time fully clothed. As the evening progressed, he started to speak to Geraldine's group. Maybe he offered up some sort of excuse for the earlier interaction. He was possibly blaming it on the fact that he had already been out skinny dipping and his clothes were wet. Whatever he said, it was enough for Geraldine's group to start interacting with him. By the end of the night, Geraldine felt comfortable around the man, so much so that she accepted his offer for a ride home. The last time those friends saw Geraldine, she was sitting in the passenger seat of his Chevy. Little did they know they would never see their friend alive again. She was reported missing the following day. Her friends told the authorities about the man who was supposed to take her home that previous evening. They mentioned his blue Chevy Blazer, distinctive mustache, and diamond-shaped tattoo on his shoulder. On August 14, 1988, 5 days after Geraldine went missing, a man walking across the property along Route 201 made a terrible discovery. In a wooded area along the field he had been surveying was the body of a young woman. Initially, the authorities remained tight-lipped about the nature of what they were investigating. However, 2 days later, they announced that it was the body of Geraldine Finn. They noticed it was not an accidental fatality. Someone took her life. Now, the main focus was on finding the man she had last been seen with. Soon enough, they would find out who he was. A 29-year-old man named Gerald Goodale. Gerald Goodale worked various construction jobs in Waterville. When his name was brought up in relation to Geraldine Finn's case, those who knew him personally seemed to act surprised at the news. A family friend said Goodale had always been helpful, happy to jump in where he could to assist in any way possible. Goodale's father also reacted to the news, saying that nothing was adding up. His son could not have done anything to hurt Geraldine. He claimed his son had an alibi for that night. Goodale's father said that he had been at home until 9:15, waiting for a phone call. After that, he went out mud running. Obviously, the investigators took what his father was saying with a pinch of salt. They were not going to take a family member's word for it, especially not when the co-workers who were with Geraldine that night said Goodale looked just like the man who was last seen with her. After placing Goodale under police surveillance, the authorities moved to arrest him on August 15th. He was taken into custody and charged with taking Geraldine Finn's life. When the news broke, reporters began pointing to possible connections between Janet and Geraldine's cases. Both young women were a similar age. They worked in the medical industry, and they were each last seen after a night out with friends in Waterville. Each of them were last seen in the parking lots of 2 bars, which were just 3 miles from each other. The locations where their bodies were found also shared some similarities. Even though Janet was found in the water, the surrounding area was rural and remote. The same had been the case with the location of Geraldine's body. But there was something even more concerning. Goodale had admitted to a family member that he saw Janet Brochu in the parking lot of T. Woody's on the night she was last seen. That directly tied him to the case, considering Goodale had not ever come forward to the authorities with this information, despite their frequent appeals. On September 3rd, Goodale appeared in court for his bail hearing. The state put forward their case that he was a danger to society and should remain in custody until his trial the following year. To prove their point, the state brought several witnesses to the stand. They revealed that Goodale had been questioned in relation to Janet's case in the weeks following her disappearance. They successfully proved their case, and Goodale was taken back to jail awaiting his May 1989 trial. When it rolled around, the prosecution was confident they would get a conviction. They had witness evidence stating Goodale was the last person seen with Geraldine and highlighted his concerning behavior earlier that evening. However, they did not even need to prove he was responsible. Goodale admitted to the crime. But he did so while asking for a lesser sentence. He stated that what he did had not been premeditated. Goodale claimed he had taken Geraldine's life in a panic after she ran to get away from him. The prosecution, though, were not interested in giving him a lesser sentence. They felt he was a serious danger and needed to be put behind bars for as long as possible. After a judge found him guilty of the charges, Goodale still had one card up his sleeve to try and reduce the amount of time he would have to spend behind bars. He told investigators that he knew something about Janet Brochu's case, the most important fact of all. He claimed he knew who the perpetrator was. But Goodale was not exactly cooperative. Strangely enough, even after this, Goodell was still never publicly named as a suspect in the case. At his sentencing, Goodell was given 75 years behind bars, with the earliest possible release being in 2033. And then the years began to pass. Soon, Janet's family were welcoming the new millennium with still no news of her case. 3 decades had passed before there was an update. In 2019, on the 32nd anniversary of Janet's disappearance, it was announced that a cold case team would begin looking into Janet's demise again. Her mother and father were no longer alive to hear this positive news, but other family members and old friends now had a renewed hope that whoever took Janet's life would be brought to justice, even after all those years. And then, on May 14th, 2021, the day everyone had been waiting for, an arrest had been made of a prisoner at Maine State Penitentiary. It was none other than Sherald Goodell. But what had led to this update in a case that had seen no movement for so long? As some of you may have guessed already, it was DNA. State Police Chief John Coate commented on the news, saying, "This case represents years of combined work by state, local, and county investigators, prosecutors, and skilled scientists who never relented in their pursuit of the truth and for justice for this victim, her family, and friends." In March 2023, Goodell, now in his early 60s, was given an additional 32.5 years to his sentence for what he did to Janet Brachu. Seeing the writing on the wall, Goodell did not try to deny his involvement and instead pleaded guilty to the charges laid against him. Though her parents could not be in the courtroom that day, other family members gathered to finally get justice for the life taken so young. Her cousin, Daniel Brachu, said, "She was a sweet girl, young, foolish, like the rest of us. It may come as a small consolation to Janet's family that the perpetrator responsible had not been out living his life all those years. He had been serving time, even though it was not for her case." As for exactly what happened that night, the details have not been publicly released. Undoubtedly, there will be some secrets Sherald Goodell will take with him to the grave. The last time Mary McLaughlin's daughter saw her alive, she was strolling down the street to her apartment after a fun evening of dominoes. Nothing seemed amiss. She had not a thought in her mind that she would not see her mother again soon. However, that is not what happened. For 3.5 decades, the case of Mary McLaughlin's slaying went unsolved, until the police finally had a name. But even then, there was a problem. How could the perpetrator be the person they were looking for when he was serving a prison sentence at the time? On September 26, 1984, 58-year-old Mary McLaughlin was spending the evening at her local pub in Glasgow, Scotland. She was playing dominoes with one of her daughters. Mary had a large extended family and was deeply loved by them all. She was a mother to 11 children and grandmother to 26 grandchildren. Once they had wrapped their evening up, Mary's daughter Catherine walked off to the bus stop and rode home. While walking back to her own apartment, Mary made a brief stop at the corner shop. She picked up a pack of cigarettes before continuing on her way. We know she made it home that night, but unbeknownst to her, she was not alone. 6 days later, Mary's son Martin arrived for his weekly visit to find the door was locked. He knocked a few times, but his mother was not answering. Concern mounting, Martin tried to get a spare key from her homeowner. When he discovered this was not possible, Martin felt his only choice was to break down the door. As it swung open, he was greeted by a foul odor. Mary was lying in her bed, but it was clear she had passed days ago. Her dressing gown was on backwards, and her dentures were lying on the floor beside her. The cause was clear. The rope from her dressing gown had been wrapped tightly around her neck and was double knotted. Further examination determined that Mary's life was taken on the evening she returned home from the pub. Martin, seeing his mother in that way, is something he will never forget. Commenting on it, Martin said, "It frightened the life out of me and has tortured me ever since." A forensic examination revealed that the perpetrator had left DNA behind. However, back then, the technology had not advanced enough to test such a minute sample. Luckily, the samples were kept safe until the time came, and a long time it was. Other than the confirmed sighting of Mary when she was purchasing her cigarettes, there was another person who came forward to tell the authorities what they had seen. Mary was spotted walking down the street past the shop, barefoot, holding her shoes in her hand. It was likely to ease her aching feet from a day of wearing heeled shoes. The police were desperate for someone to come forward with information that could help them solve the case. They took in hundreds of statements and followed up on all available leads, but yet they got nowhere. The man who last saw her caring for her shoes made some mention of a man following her. When later asked about it at trial, he said, "Well, yes, every time Mary walked away, he was always behind her." The authorities believed there was a predator out roaming Glasgow who could strike again at any moment. All they could do at the time was ensure the evidence collected that day was stored safely away, until the time came when it could possibly solve this case. It was not until 2008, 24 years later, that those DNA samples were tested again. Unfortunately, the forensic examiners were still unable to get an adequate profile of the perpetrator. Once again, the evidence was tucked away. Then, in 2014, a new DNA profiling facility was opened at the Scottish Crime Campus. This meant that instead of the previous 11 identification markers obtainable from a DNA sample, the scientists utilizing this new technology could identify 24 markers. But what did this really mean? Now, samples that were previously too small to get any real conclusive testing done on could be profiled with a far greater accuracy. In 2019, the evidence from the Mary McLaughlin case was sent to the laboratory in the hopes that this new round of testing would reveal the perpetrator's identity. In particular, they focused in on her dressing gown cord, the item that had been used to take her life. Unraveling the cord and cautiously undoing one of the knots that remained, they swabbed that untouched surface. For 35 years, that part of the fabric had been left undisturbed. This offered the scientists the best chance at obtaining a strong profile. Step 1 was a success. The team was able to gather a strong DNA profile to run against the Scottish database. When they did so, the match came back rapidly. They knew who was responsible for taking Mary McLaughlin's life that night. 59-year-old Graham McGill, a man who was no stranger to the authorities. Now that they had a name, investigators could start looking into McGill. Before long, they uncovered a curious piece of information. McGill was imprisoned at the time of the incident. But how could that be? It turned out that while he was technically serving a prison sentence at that time on September 26, the night Mary was targeted, he was out on temporary release. Temporary releases are allowed for a few reasons, mainly for approved prisoners to get affairs in order for their release, like job interviews or finding housing. Family matters can also apply. That night, McGill was out on an unsupervised release when he spotted Mary walking home, and we know what happened next. McGill had not been a suspect or person of interest in the 1984 investigation. His name had not even come up once. Once the investigators had gotten back the confirmed DNA results, they spent a few months going over the old casework. They had to make sure they had enough evidence, in addition to the DNA results, to put McGill behind bars for what he did to Mary. Then, on December 4, 2019, Graham McGill was arrested and charged in connection with the slaying of Mary McLaughlin. When McGill was taken to trial, one of the witnesses called to the stand was his ex-wife. She told the jury that in 1988, McGill had confessed to taking a woman's life. He told her details of the crime that fit the details of Mary's case, but he threatened that if she told anyone or tried to go to the police, he would take her life as well. When she asked him why he had done it, McGill told his then-wife that he wanted to know what it would feel like. In April 2021, McGill was found guilty and subsequently sentenced to a minimum of 14 years behind bars. He will be in his mid-70s by the time he is even considered for release. Reacting to the jury's verdict, Martin, the son that found Mary's body, commented, "There is no joy at the verdict, but there is justice, and my mom can finally rest in peace. It has been years of torture for everyone in the family, and there is a sense of relief. He is a revolting individual, and it brings some comfort to think that he will never again see anywhere other than the inside of a prison." He also revealed the moment he found out about the McGill arrest. "Two police officers came to my door on December 4, 2019, and said they had arrested someone and he was due in court the next day. That was it." To receive that news after 35 years was an incredible moment. "I had always hoped it would happen, but doubted it actually would. I was totally shocked and just broke down." Over 3 decades later, Mary McLaughlin finally got justice. Her family can now sleep a little bit easier at night, knowing the monster that took her life is locked behind bars where he belongs. Linda Lunsford was supposed to pick up her daughters after work on Boxing Day, 1996. That never happened. Sometime after clocking out that morning, Linda vanished without a trace. As they began investigating the case, the authorities had their eye on someone close to Linda. Last person to see her alive. However, they needed more than a hunch to solve this case. They needed hard proof. Sadly for Linda's family, it would be 25 years before they got what they needed to convict the person responsible. On December 25, 1996, 38-year-old mother of 5 Linda Lunsford was working her evening shift. She worked at Walmart in the Village Marketplace Shopping Center in Chesterfield County, Virginia. She was helping to make sure that the store was in order for the post-Christmas clearance sales that would be going on. At 8:30 a.m., Linda and co-worker John Howard had finished their shift. They were grabbing breakfast at a fast food restaurant not far from the store. The pair had dated previously and had an on-again, off-again relationship. John and Linda had started dating about 6 months prior before she ended up calling things off. Linda had grown close to John's children during their short time together. This meant she wanted to keep things amicable between them. Additionally, they worked together, and Linda did not want any awkwardness between them. After grabbing breakfast, she was supposed to swing past her mother's home and pick up her 3 daughters. However, Linda never arrived. As the hours went by, concern began to mount. Her mother wondered where else she could possibly be. Linda liked to keep to a carefully planned-out schedule. She had to, as she worked 3 jobs to ensure her children had everything they needed. If Linda was late for something, it would throw off her entire day. When family members went out to look for Linda, they made a worrying discovery. Her 1994 burgundy Nissan Sentra was parked in front of the Food Lion store in the village marketplace. It was locked, and there was no sign of Linda. Even though the car showed no signs of a struggle, her family was still concerned. That evening, Linda was reported missing to the Chesterfield police. They pressured the authorities to take immediate action. They explained that this was extremely out of character for the dedicated mother. The investigators pulled up the CCTV footage from Linda's place of work. They determined she had left of her own free will. Then their focus turned to John Howard. He was the last known person to have been with Linda that day. He was brought in for questioning and admitted to spending time with Linda that morning for breakfast. John's children, on the other hand, offered a different version of events. When they were questioned, the children told investigators they had seen Linda at their home that morning. This is not what John had told them. When confronted with the new information, John conveniently changed his story. John then claimed Linda had come over to his house to speak about their relationship. He wanted them to start seeing each other again, a feeling that Linda did not share. John insisted that Linda had driven away from his house that morning alive and well. The investigators felt John was not telling them the truth. Since no other major leads had presented themselves, they focused in on him. The investigators looked into his purchase history in the days before Linda's disappearance. They discovered John had purchased a trash can, lighter fluid, and duct tape. Sure, each of these items could have an innocent reason behind them, but considering the circumstances, they raised a few eyebrows. Feeling he was their main suspect, the Chesterfield police applied for a search warrant to examine his home. When it was granted, they looked through every inch of John's residence. They looked for any signs of foul play. There was nothing new found during this search other than the curious fact that John could not explain to the investigators where the items he bought ended up. Even though they had not found anything, the investigators working to find Linda still felt that John had something to do with her disappearance. But a gut feeling means nothing in a court of law. They needed proof, and despite trying every avenue, they just could not find any evidence that tied him or anyone to the case. Months passed with no future sightings of Linda, and gradually the case grew cold. In early May 2021, after years of false hope and frustration, the Chesterfield police had an update in the Linda Lunsford case. All those years later, they finally believed they had enough evidence to link 62-year-old John Howard to Linda's disappearance. He was arrested on May 17th. He pleaded not guilty, and the case went to trial in August 2022. During the trial, prosecutors played a video from an initial interview with a Chesterfield County Police Department CCPD detective and Howard. During the interview, Howard attested that his relationship with Linda was intense. At the time, he admitted to seeing her the day after Christmas, but said that she left his house alone and he never saw her again. The trial lasted a week before the jury returned with their verdict. They found John Howard guilty of taking the life of Linda Lunsford, even though her body was never found. Exactly what evidence the police had for the conviction is not publicly known. Matt Barlow worked with both Howard and Linda at Walmart while in between semesters as a college student. He hoped the conviction would bring closure to their loved ones. "I am a dad," So the emotions of a mom working to provide for her kids, she disappears. What are their lives like? He said. I know that would have had to be very traumatic and sad. Just the thought of what happened. Things run through your head. Barlow said he never met Linda's children, but that she spoke about them often. You could tell she really loved her kids, he said. I am just truly sorry that happened. Barlow described Linda as kind and outgoing, while he said that Howard was quiet and no nonsense. I remember when he came back to work, and they said that Linda had disappeared or was missing, and that John was a potential person of interest. We were all shocked, just more shocked at the fact that one of our co-workers disappeared, and honestly, it felt scary. Even to this day, when I go into that store, there is not a time I do not think about her. Barlow said that there were rumors swirling when he worked at Walmart about what had happened to Linda and whether Howard was involved. Howard was in custody at Riverside Regional Jail awaiting sentencing. In November 2022, his attorney filed a motion to strike and set aside the August verdict. He argued that the evidence is insufficient to prove Linda Lunsford has passed away, and that the circumstantial evidence is insufficient to prove Howard had slain Linda Lunsford. 8 News legal analyst Russ Stone said the judge had a hearing on that and denied the defense's motion to strike. So that was the status of the case at this point. But there was still a twist to come. While awaiting sentencing, Howard passed away on February 7, 2023 at VCU Medical Center. His passing thereby concluded the case against him. On February 2nd, court documents showed that Howard's attorney filed a motion to continue sentencing, citing the defendant's health issues. According to attorney Greg Sheldon, Howard had been receiving treatment for cancer throughout the proceedings of this case. In response, a pre-sentence report and status hearing was set in Chesterfield Circuit Court for February 21st. But Howard passed away before reaching that court date. According to Lakeisha Johnson with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, both Howard's cause and manner of fatality are pending. His lawyer stated, most recently he suffered a fall at Riverside Regional Jail and, according to his daughter, fractured his orbital bone and several ribs and suffered 2 brain bleeds, resulting in 2 surgeries. For Linda's family, the news was devastating. While they did not care for Howard himself, his disappearance meant that he took with him the knowledge of where he disposed of Linda's body. The legal analyst Russ Stone also said, when you do not have a body, obviously, question number 1 is, can you really prove a cause of demise? And if you cannot, then it is hard to prove who was the actor that actually did that. In this case, ultimately, after many hearings and much consideration, the court still found that the jury's verdict should stand, but they are definitely unusual cases. There is no record of a motion being filed that could have included questioning Howard to determine the whereabouts of Linda's remains. Stone noted that could have been part of the defendant's sentencing. Her children never got a chance to properly grieve their mother and lay her to rest. Instead, they have to live with the unknowns of what happened during her final moments and where her remains lie today. Maybe one day someone will find something, and they will be able to bring their mom home. In the early morning hours of February 27, 1999, 17-year-old Michelle Bright had finished up enjoying an evening out. She was with friends celebrating a birthday. She was walking back home to her parents' house in New South Wales, Australia, but Michelle never made it home that night. The once quiet town of Gulgong found themselves thrust into a mystery that would span 21 years until the truth of who had taken Michelle's life was revealed, a man who had slipped through the cracks. When Michelle asked her mother to attend a friend's 15th birthday party on the evening of February 26, 1999, she was happy to let her daughter go. Michelle had always been responsible. Also, their hometown of Gulgong was a safe, close-knit community with less than 2,000 residents. Michelle had a fun evening before the party drew to a close and everyone said their goodbyes. When Michelle walked out the door, it was well into the early morning hours of February 27th. Her friends likely believed they would catch up with Michelle at school soon, but that is not what happened. At some point during her walk home, 17-year-old Michelle Bright vanished into thin air. When her mother awoke that morning, she was shocked to find Michelle was not in her bed. The relevant authorities were contacted, and a desperate search began to locate her. Had she been intoxicated and potentially fallen, injuring herself? Maybe Michelle had chosen to spend the night with a friend instead of making the walk home. Everyone hoped there was an explanation for Michelle's sudden disappearance. She was last seen the previous morning at 12:45 a.m. by a friend who dropped her off in Main Street. But after a 3-day desperate search, everything came to a grinding halt. A horrific discovery was made. Lying in a patch of long grass along a railway track near Barney's Reef Road was the partially clothed body of Michelle Bright. She was found less than a kilometer from her home. The police followed up on thousands of leads without getting any closer to who was responsible for taking Michelle's life. The Minister for Police, Michael Daly, announced that the New South Wales government offered a reward of $500,000 to solve the case of Michelle. This is the second highest reward offered in NSW. Everyone in Gulgong was talking about the senseless act. The people were theorizing about who they thought was responsible. In such a small town, there was a distinct feeling of looking over your shoulder. The people would always wonder if the perpetrator was walking amongst them. For years, this feeling remained. Only decades later, it was revealed that the person responsible had slipped away quietly 2 weeks after Michelle was found. He moved from Gulgong to just outside Sydney. He believed he had gotten away with it. Michelle's case seemed like it was never going to come to a conclusion. Over the years, the investigators had 5 suspects that stood out to them. There was no concrete evidence tying them to Michelle, so there was little they could do. The case went cold. Those who knew and loved Michelle had to live with the thought that the perpetrator was out there, living their life without consequence. It was not until 2019 that a major development in the case occurred. A team of detectives were tasked with looking at Michelle's case. After re-examining everything at their disposal, they were able to narrow down that suspect list of 5 to 2 individuals, one of whom was a 50-year-old father of 4 children named Craig Henry Rumsby. He was previously a neighbor of the Bright family. Confident that he could be their man, an undercover police operation was launched to befriend Rumsby. It began in November 2019, when Rumsby met a group of individuals who he thought belonged to a gang. An elaborate story had been created that involved a mysterious higher-up called the Big Boss, a large sum of money to be made, and a dirty cop. But this was all a fabrication. For the next 8.5 months, Rumsby was involved in various acts on behalf of the gang. The members continued to stress how important loyalty was to them. It was March 2020 when the corrupt police detective came into the picture. While speaking with this undercover officer, Rumsby stated that authorities had tried to pin Michelle's slaying on him. 5 months went by as the group continued to further their relationship with Rumsby. Then, various members began calling him to alert Rumsby that the authorities were looking at him for some case. One of them stressed to Rumsby that we cannot do anything if there is heat on one of us, so this has to be fixed before anything goes ahead. On August 10, 2020, the reward was raised to $1 million. Rumsby commented on that appeal, posted to the NSW Police Force Facebook page, saying, "It is so sad they have not caught her perpetrator. Michelle was like a sister to me. I feel sorry for the family." Then, Rumsby was called to meet the boss. He told Rumsby that he was a suspect in 2 cases, and this attention was bringing heat to the family. And this is when the trap was set. The boss said to Rumsby, "If you are not honest with me, mate, I cannot help you, and the fallout of that is that unfortunately we cannot do any more work together." He initially feigned innocence, telling the boss that he knew nothing about the case. About 2 hours later, Rumsby was shown copies of police documents and records, including a photo of his red Ford Falcon. Not long after he moved in 1999, Rumsby was interviewed on the phone by police in relation to Michelle's case. The next day, the red Ford Falcon he owned at the time was destroyed by fire. In a soft but solemn tone, he began offering details to the boss as to how he took Michelle's life. He held his hand over her mouth until she stopped breathing. He said he left his neighbor's home at about 11 p.m. and drove to another friend's house before heading into Gulgong in his red Ford Falcon. He stopped at the post office hotel before dropping in at the commercial hotel to speak with the publican. He revealed he may have left there and walked in a certain direction, but claimed to have no further memory of what happened in relation to Michelle. The boss suggested it might help if his associates took Rumsby to Gulgong to jog his memory. Afterwards, they would take him to Mudgee, where a chartered plane would fly him to Ballina that night to hide out. Later that evening, while on Barney's Reef Road in Gulgong, Rumsby detailed dragging Michelle by her hands across the road into the scrub, so no one could find her body. He told the men he did not think he assaulted Michelle, but admitted he pulled her bra down. After he was done, Rumsby said he went home, had a shower, another beer, washed his clothes, and slept. The next day, Craig Rumsby was taken into custody. With the pandemic putting major strain on the court system, it was not until May 2023 that Rumsby was finally brought to trial. After 7 grueling weeks, he was found guilty by the jury. He was sentenced to 32 years imprisonment by Justice Robert Allen Hulme on August 7th. Craig Rumsby will not be eligible for parole for 24 years, meaning he will be 77 years old before he has a chance of getting out. Michelle's case was finally solved thanks to a team of intelligent and dedicated law enforcement officers. They were all committed to bringing her justice. He might have gotten to live 20 years without answering for what he did, but at least Craig Rumsby will likely spend the rest of his natural life behind bars where he belongs. In August 1986, 13-year-old Jennifer Bastian walked out of her Tacoma, Washington home. She hopped on her bicycle and left behind a note to her parents. She wanted to let them know she would be home by dinner time. Jennifer was last sighted at 6 p.m., 30 minutes before she said she would be home. After that, Jennifer was gone. An investigation was launched, and soon her case was thought to be tied to that of another girl. She had gone missing under similar circumstances. Years later, a shocking truth would be revealed that pushed the investigation in a new direction entirely. On August 4th, 1986, Jennifer hopped on her bike at 2:30 p.m. and rode off to get some needed training time. She had an upcoming bike tour of the San Juan Islands she was due to go on soon. Jennifer had a 5-mile loop planned through Point Defiance Park, an area she had cycled often in recent times. Numerous witnesses saw Jennifer at the park that afternoon. Nothing seemed amiss. The last confirmed sighting came in at 6 p.m., and then something happened. Something that made sure that Jennifer could not make it home by 6:30 p.m., like she had promised she would. When Jennifer still was not home by 8:30 p.m., her parents reported her missing. Point Defiance Park was searched thoroughly, as was the surrounding area, but they found no trace of Jennifer. Still, the search continued. Volunteers joined to try and make sense of what had happened that day. 3 weeks after she was last seen, the search came to a tragic end. On August 28th, a person was jogging through 5 Mile Drive, the same track Jennifer had been spotted on. The jogger noticed a foul odor along the path. A closer inspection revealed a body. When the police arrived on the scene, they confirmed the body belonged to Jennifer Bastian. Her bicycle was also found nearby. Jennifer was taken in for a forensic examination, where the coroner determined she had passed from asphyxia. This was no longer a missing persons investigation. There was a predator on the loose. 4.5 months before Jennifer disappeared, another little girl had gone missing. After finding Jennifer's body, the investigators working on her case began to consider the possibility that these cases were linked. When you look at the stark similarities, it is easy to see why. 12-year-old Michelle Welsh was last seen on March 26, 1986, in Puget Park in Tacoma, Washington. Michelle, like Jennifer, had been out on her bike that day. She was accompanying her 2 younger sisters, one of whom was also on a bike, while the other was riding along on a skateboard. Once they reached the park, Michelle's sisters scampered off to play. She decided to cycle home and make lunch for them all an hour later at 11 a.m. Michelle made it back to the park and placed the packed lunch on one of the tables. Then she went off to find her sisters, who had gone to a store close to the park. They wanted to use the restroom. When the girls returned to the park, they found the lunch Michelle had brought them, but their older sister was nowhere to be found. They continued to play a while longer, until around 2 p.m. Then, one of the girls noticed Michelle's bike had been left along with hers. This sparked a pang of worry. If Michelle was in the park, where was she? After being unable to find her, the girls went back home to alert their parents. At 3:10 p.m., police were at the park to search for Michelle. Hours later, her body was found. She was less than half a mile from where her sisters had spent most of their time playing. It was clear whoever took her life was a violent, sick individual based on the injuries found. Swabs were taken, but in 1986, DNA forensics was in its early stages for criminal cases. It was little help at the time for finding who was responsible. The investigators working on Michelle and Jennifer's cases felt they were looking for the same man. The similarities were too obvious for it to be a coincidence. Thousands of tips came flooding in, with each one being scrutinized. Unfortunately, none of them led anywhere. Months turned into years and the cases went cold. In 2006, the swabs taken from Michelle were re-examined. A profile was developed. However, any hope that this would bring a conclusion to the 20-year-old case was crushed when no results came up across any databases. The next development came in 2013. An investigator looked into Jennifer's case. He requested that the swimsuit she was wearing that day must be tested for DNA. It had not been tested all those years ago since it was found around her ankle. Therefore, an assumption was made that there would not be any significant DNA from the perpetrator. But when tested, the swimsuit was found to contain bodily fluids from the perpetrator. Now it was time to compare the samples. What that test revealed shocked everyone who had been involved in the investigation. They were not looking for one perpetrator, they were looking for two. The DNA profiles found on Michelle and Jennifer did not match. They now knew the investigations needed to be handled separately. The sample found on Jennifer's swimsuit was compared to the national database, but there were no matches. Going back through old records, the investigators working on Jennifer's case singled out a list of potential suspects. They wanted to take DNA samples from them. One of these men was Robert Washburn. In 2017, Robert was 60 years old and living in Illinois. When asked to provide a sample, Robert willingly agreed. Something that did not stick out as something a guilty person would do. But when they got the results, it turned out that Robert Washburn was exactly who they were looking for. He was responsible for what happened to Jennifer Bastian. Washburn was taken into custody and extradited back to Washington to face the charges. Back in 1986, Washburn was 29 years old. He worked as a mechanic for Boeing and lived just 9 blocks from Jennifer's family home. At some point, Washburn got married and moved away. He had a daughter and lived his life as a free man for the next 3 decades, never raising suspicions about his horrific past. To those who knew him, Washburn was simply the man who spent most of his time caring for his disabled daughter. Washburn's name had been on the original investigators' radar back in the early days of the investigation, but there was never anything solid enough to tie him to the case. At the time, he was one of many suspects they considered. With his trial date fast approaching, Washburn changed his initial not guilty plea to a plea of guilty to the charges laid against him. Washburn was sentenced to 26.5 years in prison, with a minimum term of 20 years served before he can be considered for parole. While he did not speak during the sentencing, a written statement was read out on his behalf. Part of it read, "I recognize there is little that my words can do to diminish the tremendous sense of pain and loss that this has caused many people." Patty Bastian, Jennifer's mother, described to the court how there is always a cloud of fear and foreboding for the family on nice summer days. "We continued to live and laugh and love, but in a much different way," she said. She also described how the crime changed the city. Kids stopped playing outside unsupervised, and walking to school became a logistical nightmare, she said. Jennifer's sister, Teresa Bastian, told the court that she had not taught her daughter how to ride a bike. "You made me an only child," she told Washburn. Thanks to DNA, Michelle Welsh also got some sort of justice in the end. A family tree was created for the perpetrator through DNA phenotyping. Through this, a link to 2 brothers, both possible suspects, was established. The pair lived in Tacoma around the time Michelle had disappeared. With that information, the police set out to get DNA samples from each of them. It was Gary Hartman who proved to be a match. He was charged with the offense and taken to trial in 2022. After being found guilty, Hartman broke down in tears and repeated, "I am so sorry." The then 70-year-old was sentenced to 26 years in prison. That leaves one thing fairly certain. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Michelle's mother, Barbara Leonard, and younger sisters, Angela Velasquez and Nicole Eby, spoke in court about how her demise impacted their lives. Michelle was a happy child. She was also trusting. Too trusting, Barbara said, adding that she has often wished to trade places with Michelle. This is the day Hartman faces the judge. I say lock him up and throw away the key. It will not bring her back, but justice will have been served. Nicole talked at length about having to grow up too soon, suffering from repeated nightmares after her sister's demise. She still struggles with putting up walls with other people, including her family, because she is afraid of losing more people she loves. She also said she forgives Hartman. In 1996, Samson March started kindergarten. His first day was not a good one, not because of the typical first-day jitters, but because his mother had been away for a week. As his 6th birthday neared, he got more anxious. According to his teacher, Samson had not said goodbye to his mother. His father, attorney Perry March, told everyone that Janet was on vacation. He admitted that they had a disagreement before she left. It all started with his involvement in a $24,000 out-of-court settlement. It was related to a harassment incident at his former workplace, Bass, Barry, and Sims. Janet had not known about it. She hastily packed her bags and departed. She left Perry with a list of tasks to complete during her absence, calling it Janet's 12-day vacation. Despite Perry's assurances to Janet's parents that she would return in time for Samson's birthday party, Janet failed to show up. This was strange because the argument took place on August 15th. If Janet had intended to go on a 12-day vacation, even in anger, she knew she had sent out invitations saying that the party would be held on August 25th. But Perry said she would be back on the 27th then. Perry tried to cover for Janet. He informed Samson's kindergarten friend's parents that she was in California visiting her brother. He blamed an ear infection as the reason for her prolonged stay. However, Janet never returned. This left Perry to wonder if she had disappeared or run off and left him with the responsibility of raising their children alone. The daughter of one of the richest lawyers in Nashville was missing, but what led to this strange disappearance? Why would Janet leave her 5-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter so abruptly? Had she been kidnapped? To help us understand this, we have to know more about Janet Gail Levine March and Perry Avram March. Janet Gail Levine was born with a silver spoon in her mouth in the year 1963. It might sound exaggerated, but her family were prominent Jewish lawyers settled in Nashville, Tennessee. Her father, Lawrence Levine, had built an insurance law practice that would go on to become Levine, Orr, and Gericciati. Eldest of 2 siblings, Janet aspired to become an artist, which was unconventional given her father had worked so hard to provide her with a life of luxury. Her brother Mark became a lawyer like their father. But long before graduating University School of Nashville, her work was exhibited at the Jewish Community Center and various restaurants. Janet was called the eccentric visionary in her circle. described by her friends as a unique blend of sensitivity, nurturing instincts, and offbeat charm. She was affectionately labeled as the quintessential artist type. One notable example of her unconventional nature was her ownership of a patent for a collapsible baby chair. She designed it and knew it would work and sell, yet she never pursued its commercial potential. However, amidst her creative flair, Janet's close associates noted her tendency to become challenging during what they referred to as one of her moods. Janet pursued her art at the University of Michigan, and that is where lightning struck. Harry and Janet were both undergraduates at the University of Michigan. Janet's roommate, Stacy Goodman, introduced them. Janet missed their first date. The two had made a date to go to a synagogue together on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, but Janet overslept. She apologized profusely, and he would come to know her quirky, forgetful side. When they finally had a chance to spend time together, they became inseparable. Almost immediately, they started living together and would continue to do so until she went missing. Harry Avram March was born in 1961. His father, Arthur March, was a pharmacist and Romanian Jewish by heritage. His mother, Zipporah, was an Israeli immigrant. Originally, their surname was Markovich. Due to people misspelling the surname, they had to change it to March. Harry was the eldest of 3 siblings. His younger brother Ron and sister Cathy were barely toddlers when darkness took over their lives. When Perry was only 9 years old, his mother, Zipporah, passed away under mysterious circumstances. According to Arthur, she took Travon, a pain reliever for a headache brought on by injury. She reacted severely to the medicine and went into anaphylactic shock. The certificate would go on to show that her condition was caused by an illegal substance overdose. Back in those days, traditional people found taking your own life to be an embarrassment. They would then misrepresent such incidents. It was a rumor in the community, but the truth never came out. Following the demise of their mother, Arthur moved his children to their summer home in Michigan. Harry attended La Lumiere School and was successful in both curricular activities as well as sports. He was a first-degree black belt in karate. Arthur retired from the Army with the rank of lieutenant colonel. Harry went off to the University of Michigan. His options were limited as his father had already retired. As an in-state student, his tuition would be lower. He majored in Asian studies and was known to have a slight temper. In fact, a woman came forward to claim Perry had struck her in the face when they were students at the University of Michigan, but Perry denied that claim. Upon graduating college, Perry started working as a broker for Oppenheimer and Company, an investment bank and finance company in Chicago, Illinois. About 6 months later, Janet joined him. They spent 2 years in Chicago while Perry worked as a management trainee at a subsidiary of Oppenheimer and Company. As the couple relocated, Janet started taking classes at the Art Institute, but Janet could not handle Chicago and wanted to go back home. She persuaded Perry to move to Nashville, where Perry could attend Vanderbilt Law School. She also convinced her father to pay for Perry's tuition at Vanderbilt University Law School. Larry Levine graciously agreed. Why would they pay so much for someone who was not family? When Janet introduced Perry to her parents, they knew he was the one for her. He was hardworking and ambitious, and they believed in him. Janet's mother was affectionate towards him and treated him like her own son. Perry excelled at law school and became a member of the Law Review. He was an ambitious competitor and hard negotiator. He prioritized financial success above all else. His classmates joked that he was the prime candidate for future indictment on securities fraud charges. Janet, always the romantic, grew impatient waiting for Perry to pop the question. Taking matters into her own hands, she proposed to him on a bended knee at Percy Warner Park. In 1987, Perry and Janet tied the knot in Nashville. Again, Janet's parents helped the newlyweds by giving them a down payment to buy a house in a nicer part of the city. It was a hillside house on 32nd Avenue, very posh for people still in school. Perry appreciated the assistance, especially since his father's financial situation had recently worsened. Arthur faced foreclosure on his home in Michigan by Lakeshore Bank and Trust in early 1986. His home on 42 Apache Trail in Michiana, Michigan, was now bank property. Larry Levine, Perry's father-in-law, came to the rescue and purchased the property from the bank for $115,000. Larry graciously allowed Arthur to reside in the house rent-free. However, he later suggested that Arthur relocate to Nashville to be closer to Perry and Janet. Their love and generosity for their only daughter and son-in-law knew no bounds. Even when Arthur moved to Nashville, the Levines let him move into their home. They borrowed money to get up and running and were overall very warm and welcoming. As for his Michigan house, he did not know this, but Larry Levine had terminated his lease in early 1987. He termed it a failure to pay rent, and in 1988, he sold the house for $144,500. After graduating, Perry had some big job offers with cushy salaries. They were from two prestigious New York-based law firms, Cravath, Swaine & Moore, and Sherman & Sterling. Despite the allure, he opted to join Bass, Berry & Sims, an esteemed law firm in Nashville. His initial salary clocked in at $42,500. During the late 1980s, Bass, Berry & Sims underwent significant transformations. Pressure mounted from prominent Nashville Jewish figures, and the firm had to diversify its legal team. In 1988, Perry March and his Vanderbilt classmate Bennett Ross made history as the first Jewish attorneys to join the traditionally non-Jewish firm. Alongside them, Dale Wainwright, an African-American, and several female attorneys also joined Bass, Berry & Sims that year. This marked a big moment for the firm. Janet put her skills to use and became a children's book illustrator. In 1990, after 3 years of being married, their first child was born. They named him Samson. Unfortunately, back at work, Perry had some trouble. In the summer of 1991, a paralegal filed a complaint about a letter that showed up on her chair using steamy words. It read, "I am lost. I have read that when a person drowns, they fight savagely for air, and then when fate ultimately defeats them and they succumb, they say it feels so good, so comforting." It also spoke of the lack of intimacy in a marriage and how it becomes mundane after a few years. There was another letter about 2 weeks later, dated July 31st. It was just half a page long, and like the first letter, it was typewritten. The writer directed her to contact him in a very interesting way. She was to check out a certain book from the library. He would contact her thusly. According to the instructions in the letter, she removed a certain book. She signed a checkout card and left it in the space where the book had been filed. The writer became more excited. He did not realize it was a plot to simply catch him. On August 14th, he wrote her another letter, absolutely ecstatic, but by then the security firm had the culprit on tape. It was none other than Perry March. He was given an ultimatum. He either faced termination or he must resign. The paralegal went away on a paid vacation by the company, but when she returned, Perry was still working there. She kept bumping into him in the parking lot they both used. It made her uncomfortable when she needed to go to the bathroom or grab a coffee. Feeling upset about it all, she decided to quit the firm and get herself a lawyer. 2 weeks later, Perry left. The firm's boss said some nice things about him in a memo. Some lawyers thought the firm wanted to avoid trouble by handling Perry's departure quietly. They also thought it seemed suspicious that Perry left right after the paralegal quit. Perry had to compensate the woman for harassment. He kept the payment secret from Janet. He agreed to pay $25,000 over the next 4 years. The first $12,500 in monthly installments, and the last half as a lump sum at the end of that time. This was to avoid a harassment lawsuit against him and the firm. Perry had to join his father-in-law's firm, Levine, Orr, and Gerasciati. He represented local businesses such as the Platinum Club, Music City Mix Factory, and rich residents of Nashville. He even worked pro bono for the Jewish Community Center. This helped him to build a good reputation. Janet kept working on her art. She often ate lunch by herself at nearby restaurants while she drew on her sketch pad. She stayed distant from her friends and did not talk much about her relationship with them. Some of them thought she looked sad sometimes, almost depressed. In 1994, they got pregnant with a little girl. They chose to name her after Perry's late mother, Zipporah. After the birth, the couple was planning to make a 5,300-square-foot house with a 4-acre open space in Forest Hills, their new home. As always, the Levines were paying for it. This was going to be Janet's dream house. She picked the name for the street. She first called it Chocolate Street, but had to change it to Blackberry Road after a neighbor complained. According to Perry, he was the one who took action in the marriage. Janet was the one with all the big ideas. The contractors recall her being difficult as they worked on the house she designed. To carry out and bring to life all the details she had designed could be difficult, but each time Janet would throw a fit. Contractors were used to rich clients being a little specific about details, so they did not complain. But they knew each time she got in a mood, it was Perry who stepped up and smoothed things over. Janet had a list of what she would achieve in life: a successful career, husband, house, and kids. One by one, it all came true. But that was all on the surface. Behind closed doors, there was trouble in paradise. The charming French-style house was meant to fulfill Janet's dreams, but her marriage had not been truly happy for a while. Janet did not trust Perry because he did not handle their money well. Worried Janet might file for divorce, the Levines made sure all of her property was in her name. Perry had confessed to Carolyn, Janet's mother, that he and Janet were facing marital problems. Shortly afterward, they began seeing a marriage counselor. The following year, 1996, their marriage was still on the rocks, so to speak. The day before she disappeared, August 14th, the children's nanny noticed that Janet was quiet and aloof instead of her usual talkative self. She was working on her computer and kept her office door closed, which was not like her at all. The following day, August 15th, Janet's friends saw that she was preoccupied and seemed almost afraid of Perry. The couple had an appointment to meet a divorce lawyer on August 16th. 2 carpenters were carrying out warranty work that day for about an hour, checking everything. Janet watched them closely while Perry played with the children, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That night, Perry and Janet had an argument that was the end of their relationship. Perry knew they were tired of fighting. The kids were in bed, so they had no idea what went on. According to Perry, his wife was furious and decided she had had enough. They went on the front porch to keep away from earshot, and everything came out. At around 8 p.m., Perry suggested he should stay at a hotel for the night to give Janet space. She refused. Instead, she said she was going on a short vacation to a place she would not tell him about. According to Perry, she packed some clothes into 2 bags and a suitcase. She then took her gray Volvo 850 along with her passport, $15,000 in cash, and a bag of marijuana. She was going away for 12 days and prepared a list of chores for him to do. 12 days is oddly specific, especially since her son's 6th birthday was within 10 days. But she said she would be in time for his birthday. Perry did not know when the birthday party was planned, but his wife had already given out the invitations. Around midnight, he called the Levines to talk about the recent fight. Her parents were used to her tempers and advised him to let her cool off. But the following morning, Janet did not return. Her parents called her friends, called hotels, but she was not registered anywhere. This was worrisome. Together with Perry, they looked at parking areas, went to the airport, and drove around. Around 10 o'clock, Marissa Moody and her 6-year-old son arrived at Janet and Perry's house. Samson and Sephora seemed happy and healthy. On that particular Friday morning, Marissa felt ignored. She and Janet had planned for their sons to play together that day, but when they arrived, nobody was around to greet them. Sephora was playing with the nanny outside. Samson let them in, and they hung out in the kitchen. Samson told Marissa that his mom was not home, but his dad was upstairs working. Marissa did not see Perry, but got a message from Samson that it was okay to stay and play. She thought Perry was just ignoring her, as usual. Marissa left her son to play and went home. The only strange thing Marissa noticed was a big rug, which did not fit with the rest of the house's simple style. When she came back later to pick up her son, the rug was gone. By Sunday night, August 17th, Carolyn Levine started getting concerned. Janet had never been away from her children for so long without saying anything. She thought about calling the police, but Perry and his brother Ron, who had come to help, convinced the Levines to wait until the 12-day period was over. Samson's 6th birthday went ahead on August 25th as scheduled. Her family knew people would ask questions. Perry and the Levines decided to tell the party guests that Janet was in California visiting her brother Mark. They made up a story that Janet could not fly back home due to an ear infection. The police were not told until August 29th, 2 weeks after Janet disappeared. Janet's brother Mark had come to Nashville by this time. Shortly after the report was made, an MNPD police car came to the Levines' house. Perry, who was also there, became so anxious at the sight. It took him several tries to stand up from his chair due to his uncontrollable shaking. He then asked Mark to call his brother Ron. On September 7th, Janet's Volvo was discovered parked at Bricksworth apartment complex on Harding Road. The complex is about 5 miles away from her house. Most of the items Perry claimed she had taken were left inside. The detective who examined the Volvo found dust and pollen on the exterior. They indicated it had been unused for some time. Inside, police found Janet's purse with her identification, credit cards, passport, and a small amount of cash. Also, a packed suitcase and a toiletry bag. However, the gray suitcase Perry said Janet had taken was missing from the vehicle. The front passenger seat was pushed back, while the driver's seat was pushed forward. Janet's white sandals were carefully positioned on the floor, suggesting they were not discarded in haste. Investigators also noted that Janet's suitcase lacked certain items. There were no bras, toothpaste, or a hairbrush, which a woman would typically pack. On the same day, a private investigator hired by the Levines spoke to Perry, who referred to Janet in the past tense. Perry later angrily demanded a list of everyone the investigator had spoken to regarding Janet's car. 5 days later, the MNPD searched Perry's Jeep and found hair and fiber evidence in the back seat. During a police interview on September 10th, Perry appeared nervous and acknowledged his rights as an attorney. He provided a handwritten statement detailing his account of the events on August 15th and the list of tasks he had to do. This is when Carolyn Levine, Janet's mother, realized she had seen the exact same list on a yellow notepad, but scribbled in Perry's handwriting. Whereas the list Perry showed everyone was typewritten, which was not like Janet at all. Janet's mother mentioned that Janet typically either wrote her lists by hand or dictated them to others, rather than using a computer to print them out. When she did write, Janet exclusively used lowercase letters, whereas her list to Perry used capital letters. Janet usually dated her lists at the top of the page, while Perry's list was dated at the bottom. This was more his common practice. Multiple witnesses informed the police that Perry March had been seen with other women during the months leading up to Janet's disappearance. One witness reported seeing Perry leaving Belcourt Cinema arm in arm with an attractive blonde. Another witness claimed to have observed Perry having an intimate dinner with a brunette at Boundary Restaurant. Interestingly, Janet and her friends had dined at the same restaurant for a girls' night out on a Tuesday, just before she vanished. During a weekend in mid-September, Perry took the children to Chicago to celebrate Rosh Hashanah with his family. His father, Arthur, did not join them due to financial reasons. Meanwhile, the MNPD obtained a search warrant for the March house. They notified Perry's lawyer on September 16th of their plans to execute it the next day. When they searched the house, they found that the computer's hard drive had been forcibly removed and could not be located. Perry was informed in advance that they wanted to check the hard drive. The police continued investigating Perry's activities since Janet's disappearance. A resident who worked for an airline told the police that he had returned from work around 1 a.m. on August 16th and seen a surprised Perry walking a mountain bike past him. They also discovered that on August 21st, almost a week after she went missing, Perry had visited a local tire store. He purchased new tires for his Jeep, despite the existing ones being in excellent condition. Perry claimed he wanted a different brand. Records also revealed that Janet typically used a Visa credit card before her disappearance, while Perry primarily used a MasterCard. However, Janet had not used either card since she disappeared, while Perry had used both. The Levines were furious with him. Larry Levine was adamant that Perry had done something to his daughter. Perry had to move to a $3,000 a month rented home in the North Chicago suburb of Wilmette. He took most of his and Janet's belongings. Andrew Sachs, a friend who helped him pack, noticed Perry seemed frustrated. Perry was angry towards the Levines and the Nashville police. Andrew advised Perry not to contact them anymore. Diane, a friend of Janet's, mentioned a disturbing conversation. Perry asked her what she would say if he told her he had put Janet's body in her car, left with the kids at home, and then came back as if nothing had happened. According to phone records, Perry called his brother Ron in Wilmette at 9:11 p.m. on the night of August 15th. They talked for 3 minutes. Then, at 9:14 p.m., Perry called his sister Cathy at her boyfriend's house in New Buffalo, Michigan. Their conversation lasted 4 minutes. Detectives think these calls were Perry's first attempts to hide a dark reality, that he had accidentally taken his wife's life. However, Perry says he just called his siblings to tell them that Janet had left him and the kids. Ron's wife Amy said they were getting ready for bed when Perry called. She confirmed Ron talked about Janet leaving and added that she scolded him for not being more supportive of his brother. Kathy March and her boyfriend Lee Bridewich both backed up Perry's version of the events. After Perry finished talking to his sister at 9:18 p.m., the police thought he may have hidden Janet's body in the woods or the basement of their house. Then, they believe he packed Janet's bags, put them in her Volvo, and drove the car to the Bricksworth apartment complex. According to the police, he left the car there and either jogged or rode a mountain bike the 5 miles back home. Meanwhile, the police think Perry's 2 kids were sleeping upstairs. The Levines' wrath was too much for Perry and he had to go. He was even disbarred and had to stop practicing law. There were suits filed for visitation rights and many disputes, but Perry knew he had to move out of their powerful reach. So he went to Mexico to stay with his father, who had moved there a few years back. In May 2000, the Levines visited Ajijic, Mexico, to demand visitation rights with the children, which Perry refused. They returned a month later with a Mexican court order leading to Perry's arrest on visa violation charges. Despite later dropping the charges, the Levines took the children from school and flew them back to Nashville. They sought permanent custody, believing they acted legally, while Perry considered it abduction. Tennessee lawyers took Perry's case pro bono, invoking the International Child Abduction Remedies Act. The Levines argued they had rightful custody under a visitation order and claimed the children's home was not in Mexico. They also cited risks and human rights concerns. The Levines believed Perry took the life of their daughter and filed a civil suit against him. They did not claim that the children witnessed it or that they had been harmed in his care. Perry's outstanding contempt citations did not meet the criteria to bar his petition as a fugitive. Thus, the children had to be returned to Perry after the 39 days. The Levines disputed every aspect, while Perry argued they had no standing. The judge criticized the Levines for surpassing the authority of the Mexican court order and incurring kidnapping charges in Mexico. After the children returned to him, Perry settled in Mexico, working as a business advisor, and got remarried. Within a week of settling down, Perry married a local woman, Carmen Rojas. In 2003, he won another legal victory against the Levines when the Tennessee Court of Appeals overturned the wrongful demise judgment. The court found that the Levines offered no new evidence of Perry's involvement in Janet's demise. Their delay in amending the claim was undue. Although Perry's behavior did not warrant a default judgment, the court did not dismiss the wrongful claim on its merits. One judge dissented, arguing that the issue of Janet's possible slaying had been part of the proceedings from the start. In April 2006, Perry was found guilty of embezzling $23,000 from his father-in-law's firm. This happened over 2 years before Janet disappeared. 2 months later, he was convicted of conspiracy regarding the disappearance of his wife. Despite civil cases ruling in Perry's favor, the MNPD reopened Janet's case. Perry's business dealings in Mexico led to accusations of fraud against him. In 2001, he allegedly threatened a lawyer and client there. Subsequently, Perry was indicted on charges of slaying his wife, evidence tampering, and abuse of a corpse. All of this was based on evidence presented to a grand jury. He was arrested in August 2005 and returned to Nashville, where he confessed to some details of the case. But he maintained his innocence. Perry tried to solicit and recruit another inmate, Russell Farris, to get rid of his in-laws for good. In return, he would post Russell's $3,000 bond bail, and then he must hide in Mexico. His father, Arthur, would assist him with a place to stay. Perry did not know that Russell was working with the police. He contacted Arthur and he explained to Russell how he must take the Levines' life. The older man told him the right time of day to go to the Levines, where to get a gun, what kind of gun to use, to wear surgical gloves the whole time, and how to get to Ajijic afterwards. Another inmate, Cornelius King, testified that Perry confessed to hitting Janet with a wrench during an argument and disposing of her body. Reno Martin had a cell next door to Perry. He recalled that one day Perry had returned from one of the child custody hearings visibly agitated. Upset by having to deal with the Levines again, Perry exclaimed, "It should have been them that he had taken care of instead of," then suddenly stopped himself. Martin recalled that Perry looked pale afterwards. After a week-long trial, Perry was found guilty on all charges, 10 years after Janet's alleged slaying. Perry received a 56-year prison sentence with concurrent terms for theft and conspiracy to slay his in-laws, followed by a consecutive sentence for taking the life of Janet March. Arthur March was also arrested for assisting in the conspiracy to slay the Levines. To lessen his sentence, he agreed to testify against his son. He then said that Perry asked him to assist in disposing of Janet's body after an accident happened. And then he did. He wanted to help his son. He was unable to recall exactly where they had disposed of the body, and it has never been found. Perry's father's plea bargain was rejected, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, only 3 months later, Arthur passed away. After Perry's conviction, the Levines campaigned for changes in Tennessee law. This resulted in expanded grandparent visitation rights and termination of parental custody in cases of culpability for the other parent's demise. Janet was honored with an art gallery at Nashville's Gordon Jewish Community Center. Perry maintains his innocence to this day while he is behind bars. There was certainly enough evidence and testimony to put him away. A strange mystery would land in the Cook County Sheriff's Office. They were tasked with identifying the remains of a nameless person with amnesia. In life, he called himself Seven, but he turned out to be a biological woman. Who was Seven, and why could she not remember anything about herself? It was a particularly cold day in Chicago, Illinois in 1976 when Denise Plunkett was getting ready to go to work at the hospital. She lived in a shelter at St. Francis's Catholic Worker House. They helped people back on their feet while also serving as a soup kitchen. As she was leaving, she saw someone unusually curled up on the porch. It looked like a middle-aged man wearing a camouflage jacket and an aviator cap under the chin. When she got close, she realized it was a woman. This encounter was so strange that even now at 83 years old, Denise Plunkett remembers it. The individual referred to themselves in the third person and avoided answering personal questions about their origin. When asked about their name, they would simply respond with either Mr. Seven or, "He is a number, not a name. His name is Seven." The reason behind this strange behavior remained unknown. Her initial assessment that Seven was a man was also due to the fact that this person had thick fingers and wide-set shoulders, almost like a man. There was also the army-style jacket. Could she be military? The people at the worker house did consider this possibility as well. But Seven was a woman, so why the disassociation with themselves? People usually refer to themselves in the third person due to mental health problems. During Denise Plunkett's time working with Seven at the house, there were suspicions of potential mental health issues. Yet Seven declined assistance. Denise lived at the worker house until 1983, but cared for Seven deeply. Together with some other members and management, they tried to get Seven's mental health evaluated. Seven would not cooperate. Despite this, Seven swiftly assumed a prominent role within the household. Everyone discovered she was an excellent cook, as if she had been a chef all her life. She became useful, making beans, rice, dishes, and pasta casseroles almost daily. Seven's skills made her popular, since the neighborhood was home to a majority of the homeless community. Several organizations actively funded soup kitchens or shelters for people living in less fortunate circumstances. Soon, people began to flock to the St. Francis Catholic Worker House. It was fairly a new shelter, built only in 1974, but Seven contributed to its popularity. People would stand in lines for Seven's cooking, sometimes over 100 people for one single meal. The residents accepted Seven for who she was. For over 20 years, Seven lived at the housing shelter, often seen smoking on the porch. She mostly hung out with men and even chose to sleep in the men's quarters. People suspected perhaps Seven knew exactly who she was, but chose not to speak about it. Or maybe it was amnesia brought on by severe emotional trauma. But one thing they knew for certain: she would tell her story when she was ready. Sam Guardino, an uptown social worker, tried working out Seven's mystery, but he accepted Seven for who she was. 27 years passed, and Seven remained at the house. She spoke of childhood memories of visiting the Indiana Dunes, a national park along Lake Michigan. She could distinctly recall a family, but not exactly a face to the name. She was also a big Cubs fan and would watch all games on the communal television or listen to the game on the radio. As long as she could remember, she had supported the team. But in 2003, one of the residents called an ambulance when they found Seven unconscious in the hallway. When she was rushed to the hospital, doctors discovered she was in a severe diabetic shock. The worker house would not be able to keep up with the medical expenses of a diabetic person. She required monitoring, insulin, and care. By now, Seven looked like she was in her 60s or so. It was hard to judge because she had the kind of face that could be anything between 35 to 60. Smooth, calm, but gray-headed. Since Seven did not legally have a name or social security number, Chicago police were called to the hospital. Chicago PD launched a found persons report. They attempted twice to take her fingerprints, but Seven's fingers were deemed unreadable. They were severely disfigured. This usually happens to burn victims or the elderly. The mystery kept getting deeper. Was Seven perhaps a survivor from a fire incident? Seven's photos were circulated to other Illinois police departments and law enforcement agencies. Initially, it appeared that they found the person, named Skevin, but that turned out to be a false alarm because the person had perished in a car crash. When going through missing persons, online web sleuths thought she could be the missing teen from Cook County, Mary Ann Switalski. Mary Ann was last spotted at a carnival held at St. Priscilla's Catholic Church in Chicago on July 15, 1963. Just 2 days after she vanished, her parents received a letter. It was postmarked from Oak Park, Illinois. Though seemingly in Mary Ann's handwriting, the letter bore a different writing style. It reassured her family of her well-being and expressed her intention to earn money to support them. However, no further communication followed. There are suspicions that Mary Ann might have been coerced into joining a door-to-door sales group destined for California, or perhaps she had been in some kind of accident. She certainly matched Seven's features. They had the same eyes, nose, and gentle smile. Both had a strong-set bone structure, seemingly of Polish descent. But there was no way to be certain. Seven was described as a heavy-set woman with few teeth, with one noticeably large front tooth. She had short white hair, blue eyes, and a light complexion. Authorities overlooked gender identity. They relied solely on biological gender, despite Seven's statements. The police report mentioned, Seven believes she is a male. A medical exam showed that Seven is female. Shortly after, the investigation into Seven's identity was abandoned. The police report concluded she has no last name and cannot recall her past before 27 years ago. There is no information on relatives, and she currently lacks a Social Security number. Without a positive match for identity of next of kin or any family at all, Seven ended up as a ward of the state. She was placed in a nursing home in Lake Michigan. Years later, in 2012, the Chicago Tribune ran a story on some of the unidentified adult wards of the state. They mentioned Seven as well, but nobody came looking for her. And then, 3 years later, in 2015, Seven passed away at Apex Hospice Administrator on November 18th. She appeared to be in the later decades of the century, anywhere between the late 70s to early 80s. The medical examiner's report stated heart disease as the main cause of demise. It was brought on possibly by her diabetes and dementia. In November of 2015, the examiner had been successful in taking some fingerprints. This could be because post-mortem the moisture content in the skin of a deceased person decreases over time. This can result in clearer and more defined fingerprints, compared to those taken from living individuals where moisture can interfere with the process. It is also possible that there was a mix-up or incompetence, as there were only 2 previous attempts to take Seven's prints. Whatever the case, the office ran her fingerprints in the police databases as usual. There was no match for a person with a criminal record. She was laid to rest at the edge of the Mount Olivet Catholic Cemetery in Chicago, in the section for unidentified people. Her grave was marked by a cement cylinder in the ground with the number 04985. The medical examiner had marked it as the 4,985th case of the year. And so it appeared Seven would be forgotten by the world while she lay nameless but numbered. But Seven's case would prove to be the most unusual cold case to land in the Cook County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Tom Dart's office became quite famous for working on cold cases since they identified victims of the notorious serial perpetrator John Wayne Gacy. It became a specialty of them to find missing women in the state. Officer Dart commented, "We never had anything like that before. This one is different, and it just keeps getting more different." His office typically works on cases that have been cold for at least 3 years. They do not want to interfere with open, ongoing investigations, so they started working on it in 2021. They ruled out foul play or becoming a victim at someone's hands with the medical examiner's report. They ran Seven's fingerprints in a nationwide database such as federal and military databases. And finally, after years of a nameless existence, Seven had a name and was not merely a number anymore. Her fingerprints matched with Reba Caroline Bailey, enlisted in the Army. Investigators discovered Army records from 1961 belonging to Reba. They then searched for her relatives from the 1970s. They found 5 siblings who had passed away, with the most recent being a sister in 2007. Additionally, they found several nieces and nephews who were alive, a marriage record, and evidence of difficult events that would help them understand her life. Reba had lived a life before she went missing in the 1970s. Reba's living relatives and next of kin were mostly nephews and nieces who lived in Florida, Alabama, and Illinois. Most of them never had a chance to meet her, but they had indeed heard of Aunt Reba who had gone missing. It was part of the family folklore, a story they told children when they all gathered, testing out theories, speculating about what had happened to her. While all of Reba's 6 siblings are deceased, she has more than half a dozen nieces and nephews. Rick Bailey, a Florida funeral home director, was going about his day when he got a call from Cook County Sheriff's Office. He was in absolute shock when they explained about his long-lost aunt's demise. Richard was named after his father, who had passed in the year 2000. 15 years before his younger sister passed away. The 65-year-old Richard explained that his father had tried to look for his little sister for many years. He would have been overjoyed to know she was alive and well, loved and cared for. Richard Jr. and other relatives have helped investigators learn more about Reba's early years. Born on May 19, 1940, in the town of Danville, Illinois, it made sense why Reba had memories of going camping. The town is famous for outdoor enthusiasts who like sports such as biking, hiking, camping, and fishing. It is a well-known tourist spot featuring the great outdoors. Reba was the daughter of a carpenter named Edward Franklin Bailey. They had to move houses often for his work. The family changed their address multiple times from Illinois to Alabama. When Reba was only 10 years old, she lost her mother in a devastating car wreck. Reba, her elder brother Richard, and their father were severely injured. According to an October 1950 article, her father reversed his car to pick up a random suitcase he saw lying beside the highway. A speeding vehicle then crashed into their car. Reba's mother, Edna Bailey, 46 years old at the time, was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Reba's photo does not appear in the yearbooks of public or private Catholic schools in Danville. The building in Chicago's Gold Coast, where 1950 census records show her family lived, no longer exists. Her name also does not appear in a nearby high school's yearbooks. Reba was employed as an elevator operator at a private club and as a sales clerk in a department store. Military records report that Reba loved swimming, bowling, and golf. She also had a passion for photography. When Reba was 20 years old, she was enlisted in the Women's Army Corps, serving in Alabama, Texas, and California. She was awarded a medal for good conduct during the time she served. Then, in 1962, Reba found love. She met John Henry Bilberry, also working for the Army in California. A year older than her, John was born on July 6, 1939, in Hamilton, Texas. Reba was honorably discharged from the Army due to marriage. There are no records for Reba and John's divorce, so it is safe to say the couple remained married until she possibly went missing. But 14 years later, in 1976, records show John got remarried. In Clark, Nevada, Reba's husband tied the knot with Donnie Ann Ralston on the 1st of September, oblivious to his wife being alive. Reba would be found the following month in October 1976 by Denise Plunkett at St. Francis's Catholic Worker House. 1976 is also the year in which her father passed away. John Bilberry passed away in Brown, Texas, when he was only 49 years old in 1989. He was buried in Zephyr Cemetery in Brown, Texas. John's new wife and 2 siblings were not alive anymore either, so there was no way to ask about Reba. Little is known about her discharge from the military, except for the rumors and myths in the family. The family talked about how Reba once visited relatives in Arizona, and sometimes they would visit her in Chicago. But something had changed. She had started taking illegal substances and was an alcoholic. She even began dressing as a man and calling herself a man. It is said that there were fights between the husband and wife, as he was not so accepting of her new lifestyle. But all that is hearsay, since nothing of the sort was documented and no divorce lawyers were involved. One relative in particular was convinced that this was the aunt they had been searching for all these years. Amanda Ingram, the family's official historian, was keen on documenting the family tree as it grew. One missing piece had always been the lost sister her grandfather had been searching for. She looked at Reba's photographs from the time she identified as 7 and realized there were certainly some recognizable Bailey features. Her face was long, and she had prominent teeth, especially the one that protruded. But in a button-down shirt and hair cut very short, Reba could have easily been one of her grandfather's brothers. Amanda keeps all census records and photographs on their family's website. She wanted to know more about this aunt, to document her journey and where she ended up. "It is kind of like an onion," Amanda said. "You keep peeling it back and hopefully you find the story you wanted to know." Reba's eldest sister was Virginia Bailey, born in 1920 and deceased in 2007. Then there was her brother, Edward Bailey, who passed away when he was a year old. Then came her brother William Franklin Bailey. He was born in 1927 and passed away in 1992. Peggy Bailey, another sister, did not make it past her 2nd year. Richard Lewis Bailey, who was in the car crash with Reba's mother, passed in 2000. He was born in 1934, so he was the closest to any of the siblings with Reba. Another infant was born after him, but only made it to 3 years before she passed away. And then it was Reba Caroline Bailey, born on May 19, 1940. Reba's surviving family members who have learned more about their great-aunt's life in later years have found comfort in the fact that she was comfortable and loved. "We know she was cared for," Amanda Ingram commented. "That is the best that my grandfather could have ever asked for." All these years, the Baileys thought Reba had been kidnapped, assaulted, or perhaps was living on the streets. It is still unclear as to what happened to her after her military discharge and whether she fought with her then-husband. Family members are left with a lot of questions about Reba's life. Did she have children? What became of her marriage? And even about their aunt's gender identity. The reasons behind her disappearance from their lives remains a mystery. Family stories hint at a possible disagreement with her father. Investigators have attempted to unpack the mystery of Reba's memory loss. They have explored theories ranging from potential brain damage caused by the car accident that tragically claimed her mother's life to the impacts of her military service. It was recently revealed that Reba was working at Fort Ord in California, a polluted former Army base, and Fort McClellan in Alabama, once the home of chemical weapons training. The federal government has acknowledged potential exposure to toxins. For nearly 8 decades, soldiers stationed at Fort Ord faced the grim realities of military service. It is possible that Seven's dementia and amnesia were caused by her time spent in service. No one has been able to figure out the meaning behind the name Seven. Investigators hypothesized that it was possibly related to military service or a birth order, as Reba was the youngest of 6 siblings. However, a discovery was recently made by Amanda, her great-niece, on Ancestry.com. She got potential matches for previously unknown relatives. This possibly included another Bailey sibling. Amanda recalled her grandfather occasionally mentioning the possibility of another baby in the family. Despite efforts to confirm this through public records in Illinois and some checks with the police, no evidence of another birth could be found. Nevertheless, if indeed there was another sibling, Reba would certainly have been the 7th Bailey child in the family, hence the title Seven. According to investigators, the next step would be to honor her with a new gravestone and military honors. Commander Jason Moran, who oversees the Missing Persons Unit, stated that the sole purpose of solving such cold cases was dignity. A body must be laid to rest with a name they lived by. Human identification is a mix of science and circumstance. Moran, who has been with the Sheriff's Department for more than 2 decades, said of his work, "It makes it very interesting to learn about who they were. The passage of time creates these difficulties, so we do the best we can to piece together who they were in life." Reba's case has the potential to establish a change in Illinois legislation. The Cook County Sheriff's Office is advocating for an alteration to the state's Missing Persons Identification Act. They propose that post-mortem fingerprints should be cross-referenced against all accessible state and federal databases. It must be expanded beyond solely law enforcement databases. This proposal aims for a more detailed search process at the time of passing, which could expedite the identification of individuals. With unidentified slain victims, an earlier match could help with investigations that are already affected by the amount of time that has passed. It could also possibly give closure to the loved ones of the deceased. In Reba's case, relatives could have held a memorial service and buried her where they wanted when she passed away. As a family, they made the choice not to disturb where she lay. According to Richard, they could have brought her remains to her family buried in Florida or Alabama. Her brother, Richard Bailey, was buried at Barrancas National Cemetery in Florida, as he was a Vietnam War veteran. However, transferring her remains there would have been a bit expensive, and they would need the entire family to pitch in. Richard Jr. said, "We decided as a family not to disturb her. At least we know where she is now." When told about the recent identification of Reba and her early years, those who lived with Seven at the workers' house had a similar response. Denise Plunkett said, "It is absolutely mind-boggling." The sheriff's office is pursuing a new gravestone, military marker, and a memorial ceremony for Reba's life. Advances in forensic technology have once more aided in reuniting families. The mystery of Seven has been solved, and her loved ones find comfort in knowing what became of her. But why Reba went missing is still an unsolved mystery, buried with the elders of the Bailey family. In the quiet corners of Stafford County, a mystery that has lingered for nearly 4 decades has finally found its resolution. On a cold November night in 1986, the life of 32-year-old Jacqueline Lard was brutally cut short. As the years stretched on, the trail grew cold, but the pursuit of truth and justice never wavered. Decades later, the breakthrough that would provide answers to Jacqueline's tragic demise would also uncover a surprising link to another unsolved case. Jacqueline was a 32-year-old real estate agent. She lived and worked in Stafford County, Virginia. Known for her vivacity and dedication, she was a mother raising 2 children, a 13-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son. Her role at Mount Vernon Realty involved long hours, hard work, and commitment. These are characteristics that defined her both professionally and personally. On the surface, her life in November 1986 was that of a busy professional. She balanced the demanding roles of a career and family, but her routine life would soon be disrupted by a tragic event. On the morning of November 14, 1986, Jacqueline Lard carried out her usual routine. She prepared for another day at Mount Vernon Realty on Garrisonville Road. That day, like many others, Jacqueline's job had her working late into the evening. This was not unusual, and Jacqueline met her commitment diligently, unaware of the grim fate that awaited her. At home, her children were accustomed to the routine. They knew that their mother often worked late and trusted that she would return, as she always did. As night fell on Stafford County, an unsettling quietness fell over the Lard household. Jacqueline did not return home at her usual time. The hours ticked by with no sign of her. The following morning, with Jacqueline still missing, anxiety turned into despair. Employees from nearby businesses alerted police upon finding signs of a violent struggle at the realty office. Blood was smeared on the walls and floors of the office. One of her black pumps, her business cards, and some of her real estate papers were found strewn over the floor, stained with blood. In neighboring Prince William County the next day, a shocking discovery was made. Jacqueline's loved one's worst fears were confirmed. Jacqueline's partially clothed body was found beneath a pile of discarded carpets in Woodbridge. The state of her body indicated she had suffered blunt force trauma, a violent end to a life described by those who knew her as vibrant and devoted to her children. Initial findings at the crime scene and Jacqueline's last known location began to paint a grim picture for investigators. Authorities pieced together the events leading up to her disappearance. They noted that Jacqueline was last seen by her colleagues around 9 p.m. on the day she went missing. The scene of a struggle at the realty office suggested that this might have been where the attack began. In the days and weeks that followed, detectives continued to interview colleagues, family members, and potential witnesses. They wanted to piece together the final hours of Jacqueline's life. Jacqueline's husband worked as a DEA agent. He was on a mission in Costa Rica during the time of her demise. They combed through her phone records, financial transactions, and professional interactions. They searched for any lead that could point them to the perpetrator. Her car, a champagne-colored Nissan Stanza, was found abandoned in Fairfax County a month after her body was found. This added yet another piece to the puzzle. It suggested that after leaving her office, Jacqueline had been abducted and forcibly taken to another location. And then the fatal encounter occurred. The proximity of her abandoned vehicle and the location where her body was found pointed to a planned and possibly hurried attempt to hide the crime. Despite the efforts from the detectives, the case quickly grew cold. Over the years, multiple teams of detectives revisited the case. They re-interviewed witnesses and re-examined evidence with new forensic technologies. Advances in DNA analysis provided hope for a breakthrough, but a match remained elusive. Investigators also reached out to the public for help. They released information about the case periodically and asked for anyone with knowledge to come forward. They followed up on countless tips, but none led to a conclusive suspect. As the years turned into decades, the case was handed down from one sheriff to another. They were each committed to solving the mystery of Jacqueline's untimely demise, but they were hindered by the fading trails and aging evidence. The major breakthrough in the investigation of Jacqueline's untimely end came decades after the crime. This was driven by advancements in forensic technology and a revitalized commitment to solving cold cases. In 2017, officials from Stafford County decided to use the services of Parabon Nanolabs. This method offered a new angle on the case. It generated a suspect profile and reignited investigative leads in a mystery that had stagnated for years. Despite this progress, the profile did not match any existing records in criminal databases. This left the suspect's identity still shrouded in mystery. Persistent in their pursuit, detectives shifted their strategy to genetic genealogy. By aligning the DNA from the crime scene with these databases, genealogists were able to identify distant relatives. On December 14, 2023, they established familial connections to narrow down potential suspects. Detectives were able to hone in on 65-year-old Elroy Harrison, a man who had managed to evade law enforcement detection as he was not previously included in criminal DNA databases. After identifying him as a potential suspect, a court warrant enabled detectives to collect a new DNA sample from Harrison. In February 2024, the comparison of this sample with the DNA evidence from the crime scene decades earlier confirmed a definite match to Harrison. Investigators were shocked to find that the DNA evidence also linked Harrison to another tragic case, the 1989 slaying of Amy Baker. On the evening of March 29, 1989, 18-year-old Amy found herself stranded along Interstate 95. Her blue Volkswagen Beetle had run out of gas near Backlick Road in Springfield, Fairfax County, Virginia. She was returning home from visiting her aunt in Falls Church. Amy switched on her hazard lights and set out on foot towards a nearby Exxon station for help. Tragically, during her walk, she was confronted by a violent assailant. Amy was assaulted, and her life was brutally cut short by strangulation. Her body was discarded in the nearby woods. Her vehicle would be found by the roadside and towed the next morning. Her family, who had reported her missing, learned that the car had been towed and went back to the scene where it had broken down. 2 days after her disappearance, her mother, Sue Baker, and her aunt found her remains concealed under a layer of leaves. It was near the location where her vehicle had been left. Similar to Jacqueline's case, forensic evidence collected from Amy's scene initially led to an end. Her case also grew cold. In 2020, detectives from the Fairfax County Police Department's cold case team collaborated with DNA Labs International to submit evidence from Amy's case for analysis. The connection made through the genetic genealogy unified the two separate tragic events under a single suspect. It provided crucial evidence that had eluded detectives for decades. On March 4, 2024, after decades of relentless investigative work and groundbreaking advances in forensic technology, Harrison was indicted by a Stafford County jury. Multiple charges were made against him. It included a first-degree charge, abduction with the intent to defile, and aggravated malicious wounding of Jacqueline Lard. Also breaking and entering with the intent to commit a felony. He was apprehended at his home in Stafford County on March 5th. He was subsequently detained at the Rappahannock Regional Jail without bond. The Cold Case Unit of Fairfax County is collaborating with the Fairfax County Office of the Commonwealth Attorney. They want to prepare additional charges related to the demise of Amy Baker. Sue Baker, Amy's mother, said, "Fairfax is taking care of this, and they will. But right now we want Jacqueline Lard's case taken care of, so we know he is never coming out of jail. We never expected this. I never gave up. I told her I would never give up." The Stafford County Sheriff's Office said that Jacqueline's family is not interested in making a comment at this time. These efforts are a significant step towards resolution for these long-standing cold cases. It will bring some solace to the families involved. In March 1980, Carol Barrett, an 18-year-old from Zanesville, Ohio, traveled with friends to Daytona Beach, Florida. This was supposed to be an idyllic spring break. The trip would take a tragic turn when Carol was abducted from her motel room by an armed man. Despite immediate efforts by her friends to save her and extensive police searches, Carol's body would be found days later near Jacksonville, Florida, far from where she was last seen. For 4 decades, the horrific slaying remained unsolved. It haunted her family and the Daytona community until a breakthrough in forensic technology brought new hope to this cold case. Carol Ann Barrett was born and raised in the small town of Zanesville, Ohio. Zanesville is a community known for its close-knit nature and strong family values. As one of 6 children, Carol grew up in a bustling household. Love and support were abundant. Her parents, Wayne and Patricia Barrett, were deeply involved in their children's lives. They provided a stable and nurturing environment. From a young age, Carol demonstrated qualities of resilience and independence. She was described by those who knew her as level-headed and practical. These were traits that endeared her not only to her family but also to her wide circle of friends. Carol had a calm demeanor and ability to handle stressful situations with grace. These were characteristics that her family believed would serve her well in adulthood. By the age of 18, Carol had developed a rich array of interests and a clear commitment to her future aspirations. A dedicated member of her high school band, she relished the opportunities it provided to travel and perform. One particularly memorable band trip to Colorado ignited in her a passion for exploring new destinations. This subsequently fueled her desire to plan a spring break trip to Daytona Beach, Florida. Carol's father, Wayne Barrett, had reservations about the trip, but relented. He knew how much it meant to his daughter. Carol had worked part-time at a Wendy's restaurant to save up for the trip for nearly a year. As spring break approached, the excitement was palpable. On March 20th, 1980, Carol and several of her friends drove through the night to Florida. Upon arrival, they checked into the Treasure Island Inn, a popular oceanfront destination in Daytona Beach shores. The group wasted no time hitting the beach. This kick-started what promised to be a week of relaxation and fun under the Florida sun. The vacation would take a horrifying turn in the early hours of March 23rd. After a night of socializing in the girls' oceanfront room on the 6th floor, Carol and a friend, 18-year-old Scott Grubb, left to visit a nearby store. This was around 2 a.m. As Carol and Scott made their way towards the elevator, they were suddenly confronted by a man waving a gun. The assailant aggressively forced them back towards their motel room. He demanded that they re-enter. Concerned about the intruder's intentions, their other friend Steve claimed they could not access the room as they lacked a key. But the gunman was relentless and pushed Steve toward the door. Terrified, Steve and Carol pounded on the door until one of their friends opened it from inside. Once inside, the gunman appeared briefly surprised by the number of people in the room. He then ordered everyone to strip out of their clothes, eventually collecting around $200 in cash from the group. Then, stating his need for a hostage to facilitate his escape, he initially chose 17-year-old Pam Queen. But when Pam reacted with immediate hysteria, he reconsidered. He muttered that she would be too problematic. Instead, Carol volunteered to go in her place. She opted to keep calm under pressure. The gunman instructed Carol to dress while he corralled the others, still undressed, onto the balcony. He assured them that Carol would be released within an hour. He then locked the sliding glass door behind them as he escorted Carol out of the room. Carol's friends shouted for help, but when no one responded, they knew they had to take action. One of the boys daringly crossed to an adjacent balcony. He carefully avoided a dangerous 70-foot drop. Once there, he alerted the surprised residents. They then immediately called the police. The police response was quick, but the kidnapper and Carol had a 20-minute head start. The initial search was hampered by the lack of witnesses or any clue of the vehicle used. Carol's friends provided a detailed description of the man to the police. Described as a man in his early 20s, around 5 feet 10 inches tall, with reddish-brown hair. He had a beard, mustache, and a distinctive mole on his left cheek. He was last seen wearing a brown suede jacket, tan pants, and gold aviator-style glasses. Despite this detailed description, the leads were slim. The hopes that Carol would be released within an hour faded as sunrise came and went. As the hours passed with no sign of Carol, the reality of the situation began to sink in. Pam, taking on the painful duty of informing Carol's parents, relayed the devastating news. Carol's father, Wayne, who had been initially reluctant about the trip, was overwhelmed with worry. He tried his best to hold on to hope due to Carol's known resilience and level-headedness. As dawn broke with no word from or about Carol, her parents, alongside her friends, clung to the hope instilled by the abductor's words. They prayed for her safe return. The FBI joined the investigation. They assisted local authorities by interviewing other guests and staff at the Treasure Island Inn. Unfortunately, no useful information emerged. The next day, Daytona Beach detectives were alerted to the discovery of a young woman's body in a remote area near the Jacksonville airport. This is almost 100 miles from where Carol was last seen. Found 30 feet from Interstate 95, the woman was dressed similarly to Carol at the time of her abduction. 2 of Carol's friends traveled to Jacksonville to identify the body. They confirmed everyone's worst nightmare. Carol had met a violent end. Carol's friends and family, who held on to hope of her safe return, were devastated by the grim discovery. Despite initial promises by the abductor that she would be released, her life was senselessly taken much too soon. When discovered, Carol showed no obvious injuries despite some dried blood on her face. An autopsy later revealed she had been fatally shot once in the back of her head. This was done with a small caliber gun. She was found partially clothed, with her upper body exposed. Her white sweater was over her head and her t-shirt nearby. Her jewelry remained intact. The autopsy also noted that she was assaulted. There were no defensive wounds. This suggested that Carol was probably unaware of the imminent danger and was shot execution style, likely without warning. Detectives, facing a lack of leads, relied on the description from Carol's friends to create a composite sketch of the suspect. This sketch was distributed to police across the country, to toll collectors on major East Coast highways, and featured in local newspapers and on television. Detectives pored over every detail, from forensic evidence at the crime scene to interviews with potential witnesses. They even analyzed traffic camera footage and questioned known criminals in the area. They took a close look at similar crimes in neighboring states, hoping for a breakthrough that would link the cases. Even after the suspect's sketch was widely circulated, weeks turned into months without any significant leads. Years passed, and Carol's family, while devastated, continued to work with law enforcement. They urged them to keep the case open and the public engaged. Each year, on the anniversary of Carol's disappearance, local newspapers would feature stories reminding the community of the unresolved crime. They hoped to jog someone's memory or conscience, but eventually the case went completely cold. It was not until August 2017 that Carol's case was reopened by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit after a detailed review of the evidence. A few years later, in 2020, a significant breakthrough came when 65-year-old Billy Mansfield Jr. was identified as a suspect. He is a convicted serial offender and was already in prison since 1982 for the slayings of multiple other women. Mansfield, who was 24 at the time of Carol's tragic demise, confessed in September 2022 to being the person depicted in the initial police sketch. His confession happened after multiple interviews lasting over 2 years. He admitted to both the abduction and the violent crime. Mansfield had been convicted in 1982 of brutally taking the lives of 5 different women across California and Florida. His home in Hernando County, Florida, had the gruesome discovery site of 4 sets of human remains during the initial investigations. 2 of these remains were identified quickly, but 2 remained unidentified until 2022. Deputies did not say how the search was narrowed to Mansfield, but Dan Jansen, Jacksonville's Sheriff's Office Cold Case Supervisor, said that the Sheriff's Office had a partial palm print from the suspect to accompany the police sketch. Although he confessed to the Carol Barrett case in 2024, authorities chose not to pursue further prosecution. Mansfield is already serving a life sentence in California and 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida for his previous convictions. After almost 44 years, this breakthrough provided some closure to Carol's family. This confirmed the identity of the perpetrator after years of agonizing uncertainty. Claire Gilligan, Carol's niece, said she was 3 years old when her aunt's life was taken, but does remember her. She wants others to remember her as well. Claire had no memory of the day she nearly drowned as a small child, but she does know she is here today because of her Aunt Carol. She jumped in and pulled me out and gave me CPR until the ambulance came. She was a hero multiple times over. Even though Carol was young herself, Claire said she was like a second mom to me. I can remember her giving me baths, and do you remember those little oil bath beads? She would always use those. I can remember her making me corn with mozzarella cheese in it. No-bake cookies were her absolute favorite cookie, and they are mine. Claire also said the following about Carol: a loving daughter, sister, friend, anyone that you think about, someone that you could trust and go to and feel comfortable. That was Carol. The resolution is bittersweet because of the decision not to prosecute Mansfield due to his existing life sentences. Her family will never see him specifically held accountable for her tragic end. Founder of Project Cold Case, Ryan Backman, said, "For some families, it is just enough to know who it was, and they are not out there harming other people." In March 1990, the quiet life of Norman Lawrence Rich, was brutally cut short in his Washington, D.C. home. It left a community in shock and a family grappling with an unspeakable loss. He was found slain under mysterious circumstances that puzzled investigators for years. The initial leads, including the testimony of his girlfriend Sheila Brown, did little to clear the mystery surrounding his untimely demise. The case went unsolved for decades, but Norman's family never stopped fighting for justice. Their efforts led to a surprising breakthrough more than 30 years later. It uncovered that the perpetrator was closer to home than anyone expected. Born and raised in Washington, D.C., Norman, affectionately known as Simo, was the eldest of 8 siblings. They were nurtured by a single mother in a community tightly knit, but burdened by the socio-economic challenges of the era. The 1980s and 1990s in Washington, D.C. were marked by an illegal substance epidemic. This heightened the crime rate, including a peak in violent crimes. Even with these obstacles, 34-year-old Norman was a beacon of resilience and support for his family. Described by his sister, Sakitha Tyler, as someone who worked hard to provide, Norman eventually took on the role of a stay-at-home father. He dedicated his life to his 3 children and girlfriend, Sheila Brown. On the morning of March 28, 1990, what started as an ordinary day quickly spiraled into a tragic event that would forever alter the lives of the Rich family. Sheila would later provide a critical account of that day's events. According to Sheila, the morning began with an unexpected visitor. Around 8 a.m., there was a knock at the door. When she answered, she found 2 men standing outside. She recognized one of the men as someone known as Ducky, but the other man was a stranger to her. He carried what appeared to be a brown paper bag under his arm. After letting Norman know about the visitors, Sheila left the house to run errands and to get her hair done. Hours later, at approximately 1 p.m., Sheila returned home to discover a horrifying scene. Norman had been fatally shot multiple times in their bedroom. The initial investigation into the Norman Rich case was met with challenges. Sheila Brown provided details and helped produce composite sketches of the 2 male visitors on the day of the crime. But these leads never solidified into tangible evidence. Investigators interviewed many people and considered several suspects amid challenging community dynamics. The challenges were only worsened by distrust in law enforcement during the illegal substance epidemic and high crime rates at the time. Despite offering a significant cash reward of $25,000, the case struggled without clear leads and very few cooperative witnesses. Over time, several detectives handled the case. They each faced the same obstacles without making significant progress. Norman's sister became a relentless advocate for her brother. She amassed extensive notes and journals concerning the investigation. She kept pressure on the authorities to solve the case. A new detective took charge in January 2021. A renewed focus was placed on reevaluating old evidence and re-engaging with the community and Norman's family. This renewed effort looked closely at his relationships and revisited previous leads. Advances in forensic technology and a fresh review of witness statements ultimately led to a significant and shocking breakthrough 31 years after the tragedy. The reanalysis of existing evidence led to suspicions that pointed back to Norman's girlfriend, Sheila. It contradicted her initial account of the events. In March 2024, after extensive investigation, 66-year-old Sheila Brown was arrested. She was charged with second-degree fatality and obstruction of justice. She pleaded not guilty in D.C. Superior Court. Judge Robert Oken, citing Brown's minimal criminal history, released her from custody. This will allow her to return home to await further proceedings in the case. She was ordered to stay in touch regularly by phone with the court's pretrial services office. Detectives said their investigation found the alleged slaying was domestic in nature, but did not offer further details on Brown's arrest. This not only reopened old wounds for the Rich family, but also ignited both relief and sorrow. They were now confronted with the fact that Norman's perpetrator had been close to them all along. The arrest of Brown, who lives in Annapolis, Maryland, marks the end of a case that spanned over 3 decades. For Norman's family, the developments offer a chance for closure and justice, although delayed. It is a case that serves as a critical example of the challenges faced by families of victims and the impact of crime on communities. As the legal proceedings against Brown unfold, they hold the promise of finally providing answers to the painful end of Norman Rich's life. This emphasizes the importance of perseverance and hope in the quest for truth and justice in cold cases. A hearing is scheduled for June 28, 2024. The people of Racine, Wisconsin were shocked when the body of Derby Wagner Richardson was recovered near her workplace. Who would take her life so mercilessly, and why? The townspeople knew the truth, but the man responsible for this heinous crime was free. The man had been accused several times of battery and abuse, yet he was not convicted. How many more lives would be taken before the police would take action? Ruth Elaine Wagner was born in Waterstown Township, Blue River, Wisconsin, but her parents settled in Boscobel. She grew up on a farm in the turkey capital of Wisconsin and married her high school sweetheart, Robert Lindner. The couple had 2 children, Deborah and Byron. Deborah was born on May 2, 1958, in Boscobel. Her grandparents, Bertha and Harry Wagner, adored her completely. Affectionately, they called her Derby, and the name just stuck. Born just a year after her teenage parents got married, Derby endured a lot right from the beginning. Her father, Robert Linder, was in the Army, so that meant the family moved around a lot. He was young, and this was one way to make ends meet and provide for his growing family. Derby never completely felt rooted in one place and was unable to make friends until she was almost 9 years old. Her mother did settle down in Madison in May of 1967, when she went through a messy divorce with Robert Linder. Ruth Wagner stayed single for a long time, focused on caring for her children, but she found love again in 1974 and married James Erickson. Derby was upset with her parents' divorce. She decided to run away from home when she was 14 years old. Back home, her mother's marriage ended, and she would remarry in 1986 again. Derby had no way of knowing this since she was already busy with her own life. Douglas Coppin stepped into her mother's life, and Derby had stepbrothers Daniel and Alan Coppin. She had a baby sister, Gina Coppin, as well. Her family had grown, but she felt lonely and left out. She needed to build another life as she felt abandoned by her mother. 2 years after running away from home, Derby walked into a bar in Racine. Like a bad joke, and like any impressionable teenager, she fell in love. She met Fred Wagner Richardson at his bar. The 30-year-old was quite experienced. He had joined the U.S. Army under a false name, and that impressed young Derby. What she did not know was this man was bad news. He had a long record of misconduct and felonies in the Army. During his time in the military, he allegedly leaped out of the bushes, assaulting and robbing a man. This led to a prison term and a dishonorable discharge. Following his move to Racine, he acquired 2 additional robbery convictions. He only served a portion of a 15-year sentence. Why he was allowed to roam the streets so freely was only because of the criminal justice system. Criminals can walk free based on small legalities. Upon being released from Leavenworth prison, he decided to live in Racine. Racine has been a typical industrial town and provided the opportunity Fred was looking for. He opened up a bar where he met Derby, who was then 16 years old. Fred Wagner was smart. He might have been a career criminal, but by swindling and wit, he could own a few rental properties around the town. They consisted of low-income housing units. He had a reputation for being ruthless in his business dealings and in his personal relationships. He was all about facts and very cold when it came to money. Fred gave her work as a bar dancer. Still a minor, she faked her way for years, dancing for tips. She did not know how to protect herself, and this was the first job that paid her enough to live slightly more comfortably than on the streets. Being a minor, she could not legally be paid, so Fred took advantage of this fact and exploited her. Since he had rental properties, he gave her some shelter as well in exchange for her services. He managed to have control over her from the very beginning. She saw him as her savior, while he was just using her. Derby and Fred got married in 1979. They went on to have 2 babies, August Marie and Joy, born in 1980 and 1984. By now, Derby had introduced her family to her mother Ruth. Ruth did not approve of Fred from the get-go. Over time, Fred became more and more dominating in the marriage. Several of Derby's acquaintances and colleagues knew about the strain in the couple's relationship. After the initial honeymoon period, Derby quickly realized she was trapped in an abusive marriage. Fred was much too aggressive when he was angry and was exceedingly controlling. Since she was a teenager when she married him, she endured the abuse until she could build up her own strength. Her friend and colleague, Kelly Williams Cherry, would often babysit the couple's young girls. Kelly was among the people whom Derby confided in about the mistreatment she endured from Fred. In June 1986, Derby gathered the courage to walk out on Fred. She ran away after enduring a rocky marriage for several years. Derby was also quick about legal proceedings after being advised by friends and lawyers. Despite Fred's aggressive response, she stayed her ground and did not budge. She initiated divorce proceedings in December 1986. The couple shared significant real estate assets in Racine, which needed to be divided. Fred faced the prospect of losing a considerable portion of his earnings. This included an alleged 50% of the properties and 25% of rental income, amounting to an estimated $250,000. Derby could not bear the violence any longer and was terrified that Fred was on the brink of harming her. He was not one to stay quiet in money matters. Things got ugly very fast. Since it was all still very fresh, Derby was not sure how the custody arrangement was going to be. So she agreed to let Fred take the girls every other weekend. But Fred was vindictive. He had something else in mind. On January 21, 1987, Derby was preparing to send the girls off to their father. Fred showed up and beat Derby in front of the little girls, 3 and 7 years old. They were scared out of their little minds. He strangled Derby till she fainted. 5 days later, she filed a temporary restraining order against him. He was also convicted of battery a few weeks later. Things were escalating fast. She knew she had to get away and save her life. Derby was working very hard to turn her life around. She was working very hard to provide a good life for her girls. She was only 28 years old, so she had a lot she could plan for her future. Derby held down a lot of jobs. She served as a secretary at the Visiting Nurse Association of Kenosha and worked as a security guard for Guardian Protective Services. She also acted as a fitness counselor at the Racine YWCA over the weekends. She had recently applied for the role of Deputy Sheriff of Racine County. She wanted to work for Racine County Sheriff's Office and aspired to become part of law enforcement one day. She wanted to help teenagers that were caught in helpless situations, perhaps also help women out of abusive marriages. On March 21, 1987, a meeting occurred between Derby, Fred, and their respective attorneys. It ended in a manner that made Derby feel like her life was in danger. Her attorney concurred and notified the police to request police protection for Derby. Barb Smith, who served as a victim witness specialist at the Racine County District Attorney's Office, guided victims through the legal proceedings. She vividly remembered helping Derby when she sought a temporary restraining order. Smith explained that it was a time before domestic violence cases required mandatory arrest policies. This meant that the police had the discretion to decide whether to arrest the alleged abuser. In 1987, victims had to physically visit a police station to file criminal complaints. When Derby reported her battery, obtaining a temporary restraining order was a separate process. Smith expressed frustration with temporary restraining orders. She described them as largely ineffective and often igniting the situation. She recalled advising victims, "This is the most dangerous time for you." She emphasized that the restraining order could escalate existing violence. As Derby left, Smith could vividly remember her saying, "It does not really matter. He is going to destroy me anyway." In that particular meeting on March 21st, the pair were dividing multiple rental properties that they owned together, including rental income. Reportedly, Fred cried and said, "I am very hurt. I am very hurt." Fred Wagner Richardson pointed a threatening finger at her and said, "I do not like being hurt." He was incredibly upset that he would lose money from his rental properties as a result of the divorce. Derby worked as a night shift security guard at Steiberg Engineering, 1600 Gold Street. She patrolled the inside of the locked building, surrounded by a fence topped with barbed wire. As usual, on the evening of March 21, 1987, she left her girls with Kelly, her friend who babysits her children. Derby would always make her promise that if Fred ever showed up, she would not let him near her girls. Kelly was the only one she trusted with her girls as she went off to do multiple jobs to make ends meet. This was about 12 hours after her hair-raising meeting with her soon-to-be ex-husband. Despite being emotionally shaken, Derby had to go on. Derby usually checked in with her firm at 1 a.m. She failed to do so that night. The firm grew concerned when they realized she was not responding and was nowhere to be seen. The management of Steiberg Engineering called authorities around 1:30 a.m. when they could not locate her. Investigator Al Fellion responded to the scene that morning in his capacity as a patrolman. Officers proceeded to Steiberg and initiated a search for her and her Pontiac Sunbird, but they were unsuccessful in locating her. 7 hours later, around 8 a.m., an officer spotted Derby's car. It was parked in an alley at 1546 Layard Avenue, just north of Steiberg Engineering. This was all fine, except for one unsettling detail. Blood was dripping from the drainage holes in the trunk of her car. The blood ran down the pavement. Inside the trunk, police recovered Derby's lifeless body. She was completely naked, and her mouth had been gagged with white duct tape. Her throat and wrists had been slashed brutally. She was nearly decapitated. Such was the aggression of her neck wounds. Over the next 24 hours, her clothes were recovered scattered along the street. Her tan uniform, her security badge, and a shoulder patch from her uniform, along with a brown shoe, were found. A man living on Island Avenue found some of her papers and her ID. In the early hours of the next day, a newspaper carrier found her appointment book on Spring Street and Highway H. Investigators also recovered a pair of black and red bolt cutters from the scene of the crime. DNA analysis was still not well known, but everything was well preserved, as was the procedure at the time. The medical examiner revealed some disturbing details, but they would help paint a picture of what exactly happened. Derby still had all her jewelry on her body, so she was not being mugged or robbed when this tragedy happened. That was ruled out as a motive. There was also no evidence of assault. A pathologist carried out a thorough examination. He confirmed that the injury to Derby's head was caused by bolt cutters. Investigators discovered that the suspect had entered the Steiberg engineering property by cutting a section of the chain-link fence along its east side. Crime scene photographs revealed a shoe print on the property with a pointed toe resembling a cowboy boot. This matched the footwear worn by someone she knew, as investigators later learned. Derby had a routine of bringing her children's clothes to work for folding. She often parked her car by the lunchroom door to easily carry the laundry basket back and forth. So the perpetrator was waiting for her and attacked her while Derby made one of her trips. Her jacket was found with inside-out sleeves. An examination revealed that someone had attempted to grab Derby from behind. She managed to squirm away and flee towards the nearby office, as marks on the door indicated that Derby locked herself inside. They could see denim marks on the door. It looked as if someone repeatedly pushed against the door with their shoulder, wearing a denim jacket. The assailant struck her unconscious, then proceeded to tape her mouth with white duct tape. Then she was transported to the trunk of her car. The presence of duct tape suggested premeditation. According to experts, Derby's personal items were scattered around town to mislead investigators. It seemed plausible that the perpetrator feared becoming the prime suspect. Investigators deduced that the assailant drove Derby to another location where she was stripped and subsequently lost her life. He then drove the car back to her workplace, perhaps because the perpetrator needed to retrieve their own vehicle. This was vengeance, a hateful crime against Derby. So 3 things were certain. Number 1, the perpetrator was probably someone with a personal vendetta against Derby. Number 2, it was someone she knew because they were familiar with her workplace routine. And number 3, Derby had struggled and fought till the end. A relative realized that the black and red bolt cutters in evidence belonged to none other than Fred Wagner Richardson. A tip directed the police's attention to a vehicle resembling Derby's. It was spotted near Fred's housing property on State Street that fateful night. Witnesses recalled seeing someone loading an object into the trunk. A large object like maybe a rolled-up carpet. Acting swiftly, law enforcement executed a search warrant at the location. But they struggled to gather enough evidence to charge her ex with the slaying. Throughout, Fred steadfastly maintained his innocence. During the investigation into the case, authorities recovered evidence from both Steiberg Engineering and the vicinity where Derby's car was located. An RPD officer on night duty reported sighting a vehicle similar to Derby's parked at the rear service door of 1212 State Street around 3 a.m. The property was under the ownership of Fred Richardson. Residents of the property informed the police that the basement and rear door where the car was parked were solely used by the property owner. None of the renters had keys or access to that part of the property. They recovered a sales receipt for red bolt cutters, the same type found on the crime scene. Fred had made some unusual comments to his friends. A lot of them seemed made up and would turn out to be untrue as officers interviewed various witnesses and friends. He allegedly told a friend that he was too busy to make plans over the weekend because his children were going to spend the weekend with him. It was Derby's turn to have the children that weekend, so it did not make sense for him to lie about it. What was he trying to hide? When another friend wanted to meet up, he said he was sick in bed all weekend. Brian Linder, Derby's brother, insisted Fred was the only one who would want to harm his sister. Ruth Wagner, her mother, and all of her loved ones repeatedly asked the police to investigate Fred. The tragedy took a toll on Derby's mother. Ruth had been looking forward to Derby's independence. She had finally walked out of an abusive marriage and was going to progress in life. Now her granddaughters were left without a loving mother. And most frustratingly, the man she knew was behind her demise was walking free. Initially, Ruth took in the two little girls, but then Fred fought for them. After a 2-year-long bitter custody battle, he won custody of his daughters. Not one to sit around helplessly, Ruth became an advocate for victims' rights legislation in Wisconsin. She got busy working as an accountant, realtor, and even a prison guard. From an office manager to a tax collector for the state, she had a diverse experience. She did everything, so she did not have to face the pain of losing her daughter. She regularly urged the police to work on her daughter's case and solve it somehow. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and finally the months gave way to years. A decade after the tragic discovery in the industrial alley, the case remained unsolved. Her mother held a 10-year anniversary in hopes of motivating the police. Each time there was publicity about her daughter's case, the police department got calls and some faint leads. To boost the visibility of the investigation, Ruth organized a public vigil. It took place in the alley where her daughter's body was discovered. The event was scheduled for 6 p.m. on a Saturday in the 1500 block of Laird Avenue. She chose a weekend so that a maximum number of people would show up. During the vigil, some attendees would recite writings about Derby. Others would be encouraged to share their memories of her. Ruth also mentioned that a balloon release would be included as part of the vigil. Time had helped Ruth come to terms with the tragic reality of her daughter's final moments. But she still felt a pang of pain whenever the well-intentioned but perhaps ill-considered saying, "Life goes on," was mentioned. Ruth remarked the following: "Yes, life goes on, but not as we intended. I think about her every day. I still miss her every day." She struggled with a profound and enduring sadness stemming from her inability to share her life with a daughter. Derby was headstrong, independent, and dedicated to providing a better life for her two daughters. Ruth hoped that the publicity of the vigil could spark a memory. Maybe someone would see Derby's picture on the TV and remember who she was. Or perhaps they had seen Fred. Maybe, just maybe, someone would come out with information. For the Racine Police Department, it was an embarrassingly open secret. They knew Fred was a possible suspect, but their hands were tied. By then, Fred had moved out of Racine. He settled in southwest Philippines, Consolacion, Cebu. He married a woman named Lola. His girls grew up there, and he spent a content life. He would go on to have more children and even grandchildren, one of which he would have shared with Derby. August Marie's daughter never knew her loving grandmother and was further estranged from her great-grandmother Ruth. Through his attorney, Domingo Cruz, Fred consistently denied any involvement in the case. Crews also dismissed the police's focus on his client, suggesting it stemmed from a desperate desire to make an arrest. Crews continued to represent Fred in the investigation. He criticized the police for quickly zeroing in on his client as the suspect. He feels that they have neglected other leads that could have led to the true perpetrator. Her teenage daughters were growing up without Derby and Ruth, and knew only Lola and Fred. They believed their father had been wrongly interrogated. Ruth retired at the age of 69 and continued to volunteer and attend support groups. She passed away in 2022 with Derby's case unresolved. But she had expressed her wishes that those who attended her funeral service would wear bright colors, or their favorite colors. She did not want flowers. Instead, she urged everyone to make donations to domestic abuse intervention services in Madison, as well as the Women's Resource Center and Bethany Apartments in Racine. In a way, losing Derby shaped her life to be that of a voice for the helpless. But even after she was gone, the sinister words of Fred would be stamped on her memorial profile. He coldly commented, "Karma has a way of leveling the playing field." In 2024, officers paired with a documentary team that wanted to further investigate the case. They visited Fred, who is now back in the States. At 82, Fred was confined to a wheelchair. Although Fred's new wife let officers in, Fred did not want to talk. Al Fellion, the original detective on the case, reopened the files and went through everything with a fresh perspective. Nothing was new. Despite this, the team believed they had gathered sufficient evidence to present the case to the district attorney. Brian Linder, Derby's brother, shared that their mother would have been very relieved. Earlier in 2024, Racine PD was given a tip that Fred, who is a convicted felon, was illegally in possession of firearms. They had a search warrant for his rental properties. Police searched Fred's home on March 28, 2024. They recovered 4 handguns and 2 tasers. They also recovered a pair of bolt cutters that were identical to the ones found at the crime scene in 1987. It was identical to a pair he bought a month after Derby's demise. It was illegal for him to own firearms. As a result of this investigation, an arrest warrant was issued. Fred was arrested at one of his properties that same day. He was charged with first-degree engagement in premeditated unlawful slaying, 4 counts of possession of a firearm by a felon, and 2 counts of possession of electronic weapons. At 82 years old, Fred could face the remainder of his life in prison. 37 years later, Derby was finally going to get justice. The Racine PD held a press conference on April 5th to share the news. On Wednesday, April 10, 2024, Fred pleaded not guilty to the case in Racine County Circuit Court. He is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the law. Prosecutors asked for $1 million bail for Fred. The court commissioner approved $50,000 cash and a $50,000 signature bond. Fred provided the $50,000 cash and was subsequently released. Racine County District Attorney Patricia Hansen emphasized the importance of linking Fred and his belongings to the crime and its timing. Investigators noted that there were no significant new developments in the case, but highlighted a recent shift in perspective by 2 detectives. District Attorney Patricia Hansen stated that there was enough circumstantial evidence to proceed with the trial. She emphasized the need to present the evidence in court. Derby's family expressed their desire for justice. They acknowledged the toll the situation had taken on them. When news channels knocked on Fred's door for comment, he did not respond. District Attorney Hansen feared he might flee, given his ties to the Philippines. As a result, he had to surrender his passport. Derby's brother expressed his disappointment in the system, but also an amount of relief. Ellie Schmidt, aunt of Derby, said, "I do know I speak for the entire family in expressing deep gratitude to everyone who made it possible for us to be standing here today." She also said, "Ideally, it would be my sister Ruth standing here. She fought so hard and for so long to get justice for her daughter's case." Racine County Detective Todd Lauer said that, "We have asked ourselves that question many times. Why? Why not? Years ago, the case was always there, right? We were able to lay it out in a way where we thought there was a common-sense case, and it was ready to be put in front of a jury and let them decide. Racine is a small town. They did not have enough resources to do more thorough investigations and follow-ups. And secondly, they knew a grand jury wanted more evidence than they had before. But all the evidence they had pointed to Fred. He had the means, the motive, and the chance to end her life. 37 years is a long time to wait for justice. Fred got to remarry, have a son with Lola, and see his grandchildren. Derby did not get a chance to do any of those things, as her life was cut short for vengeance. A status conference is scheduled for July 12, 2024.